Thank you. Oh, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the President and Fellows, it's my great pleasure to welcome you to the Society of Antiquaries of London. My name is John Cooper, and I'm the Director of Research and Publications here. There we go. The Director of the Society of Antiquaries sounds like a very grand title. It's not quite the top job, for which at the moment I'm profoundly grateful. I'm a Tudor historian. A number of you in this room and online know me already. In fact, so many of you know me that this feels a little bit like my retirement party or possibly my wake about 15 years early. The Society of Antiquaries is the senior scholarly society devoted to the study of the material remains of the past. We were founded in 1707, probably in a pub. We are now a fellowship of some 3,000 across the world. We have a royal charter. This is not the actual royal charter, but it does, I can quote from it. Since 1751, we are charged with the encouragement, advancement, and furtherance of the study and knowledge of the antiquities and history of this and other countries. I like the way that in 1751 they said this country and sort of other countries slightly grudgingly, I think, but certainly we have become a global fellowship today. And we've been here in Burlington House since 1874. Despite appearances, we operate not as a private club, but as a scholarly and educational charity. We award research grants. We care for and share our collections. We engage in research ourselves, and we foster public knowledge of the material remains of the past. Those of you here in person, it is a particular pleasure to welcome you back into Burlington House. For those of you online, please come and see us when you can. The Society of Antiquaries surveys, studies, and stands up for the past, but it is not stuck in it. Over the last couple of years, the Society has done a lot to reform its governance, which is less easy if you have a royal charter, to open up its buildings and collections to researchers and to stage public events. A highlight for me was Mary's Hand, an operatic performance in this room by McGovern Arts, to highlight queenship in 16th century England, and our Eworth portrait of Mary, which those of you in the room, if you eyes right, then there she is. More recently, we had Lauren Mackay and Estelle Paronque discussing the political significance of the Boleyn family in the context of a semi-dramatized TV series that Estelle and Lauren were advising on. We've also created two recent exhibitions, Blood Royal back in 2017, and the current exhibition, Henry VIII, Defender of the Faith, question mark. That question mark, of course, is all important. Now, the second of those exhibitions is currently online, but those of you here in person will be able to go and see some of the objects for yourselves up in the library at lunchtime. There are other ways in which the Society is looking forward and needs to do so. Fellowships need to renew themselves, or else they lose touch with emerging scholarly agenda. And that is what today is about. The position of early career researcher has probably never been more defined, but it is also precarious. Societies like ours need to work hard to engage with the next generation of scholars. I tried to find something under the next generation, which sounds terribly Star Trek, but you get my point. Our funding for this is limited, but our expertise is vast, and our facilities, at least for the moment here in Burlington House, are a fantastic asset. To those of you here in person and those watching online, I would say please engage with us. Find out about our collections. Let us help you make scholarly connections. The average age of its elected fellows has crept up over the years. We want to check and indeed reverse that process. The fellows of the future are likely to look like you, may indeed be you. In my opinion, the antiquaries are uniquely placed to foster new strategies of studying and defending the cultural value of the past, whilst also having the novelty to question, having the independence to question novelty for novelty's sake. We do not have to be modish here, but we are diverse and increasingly so. We do not have to reject what's old simply because it's old. Now, to give you one example of that slightly obscure statement, the work that I've been doing on St. Stephen's Chapel in the Palace of Westminster, and that Murray Tremellen here in the front row and Kirsty Wright, who can't be with us today, have been carrying forward, that work can be traced back to the work of intrepid antiquaries in the 1790s, who were practically fighting their way into the Palace of Westminster to crawl behind wooden panelling to record medieval wall paintings before they were torn apart by the reforming architect James Wyatt and then destroyed in the Great Fire of the Palace of Westminster in 1834. I really feel that sense of deep descent from the past, from those antiquaries of the 1790s. And the work that Murray and I are doing is absolutely dependent on that strong bedrock of antiquarian scholarship of the past. Now, for this early career conference, the organisers here on the front row, Laura, Jen, and Murray, have chosen the theme of the experience of politics and political culture. When I was studying for my doctorate, I wasn't terribly sure what political culture meant. In fact, I barely heard the phrase until the late Kevin Sharp introduced me to someone else at a dinner. This is John Cooper, he works on Tudor political culture. I thought, do I? Maybe I do. That sounds quite classy. And I stole that description and I've used it ever since. I work on Tudor political culture, and so I used it as the subtitle for my first book, but it was sort of attributed to me before I really understood what it means. So what does political culture mean? Well, today, collectively, you are going to help to define that, I think. You could find definitions in works of political science, for sure. The term comes in from political science. Maybe you could find definitions in history books, or at least, since historians are often rather shy of defining these things, you will find competing understandings in the history books that you're reading about what political culture means. But to hazard my own definition, which I confess was completed on the number 38 from the Essex Road this morning, perhaps the very last time I complete my prep on the bus on the way to school, I would say that for British historians at least, political culture is a term that, one, has extended conventional definitions of high or parliamentary or court politics to constituencies classically outside the sphere of formal governance. The common people, whatever we call those in the early modern period, women, excluded communities of all kinds, Catholics, Jews, people of colour. Historians have done very valuable work in recovering the political culture of those groups. Secondly, political culture has decentered politics to encompass the regional and the local, both in their own right, because they're important, and for their interactions with the political centre. And that's what actually I was doing in my doctorate a very long time ago. I was using the concept of political culture to explore the far west of England, Cornwall and Devon, in terms of its institutions, for sure, but also its society and its architecture and its material culture and its identities. That's what I was attempting to do in my doctorate. Now, looking at the whole of the British Isles, the relationship between England and Ireland seems particularly open to this kind of political cultural approach, to bring together the sometimes overtly national and at their edges, even nationalistic historiographies of those two territories. So it's particularly welcome that what we're doing today is incorporating Ireland and England into the same conversation. And I heard very similar things being said at a recent online conference of Irish scholars of the same chronology as we're looking at today. Thirdly, and finally, this concept of political culture has broadened the source materials and the research questions and the disciplinary approaches of political history to incorporate representations of power in art, architecture, and material culture. Now, that's the kind of political culture that the historian Kevin Sharp did so much to open up for my period of early modern England, and attributed to me rather prematurely at this dinner that we were at. Now, this strand of political culture has involved a dialogue between history and adjacent disciplines. I call it a dialogue. Actually, at times, I think it's more of a raiding party conducted by historians on other disciplines. But those disciplines clearly include English literature. So one of our speakers today, Jonathan McGovern, who is beaming in from Nanjing, actually, although in some senses as much of a Tudor historian as I am, actually studied for his doctorate within an English literature department and uses literary sources as his starting point. History of art, of course, more than one of you are historians of art. Also anthropology, the whole approach to ritual and to liturgy and to performance within some of the spaces that, for instance, royal palaces. Again, this is very much an emerging agenda. So political culture takes in a swathe of activity that historians might once have blanched at, actually, from dress in the deep historical past at one stage, not so long ago, 20, 30 years ago, would have been something that only historians on the margins would have been interested in. Now, thanks to the work of people in this room and online, and also the work of our fellow Maria Hayward, questions of dress and performance and ritual at the royal court of Henry VIII are absolutely paramount. And it's been taken in new directions as well to other aspects of court culture, gesture, dancing, those sort of social rituals that we are now recovering and learning so much more about. That is far from a comprehensive definition of political culture, but hopefully it gives you something at least to work with. I suspect that by the end of today, you will be able to come up with a rather better explanation of what political culture might be between our chosen chronology of really the high medieval England and the early 19th century. But just to recap, in a very, lecturing my second years at the University of York sort of way, political culture has extended, it has decentered, and it has broadened our definitions of history. You are all most welcome. Thank you for coming. And I'm now going to hand over to Jen Caddick.
Thank you for introducing the day, and I'm certainly looking forward to exploring the ideas, this theme of political culture and the ideas that it raises with you all. And I'm very pleased to be chairing our first panel. So we'll jump straight in. I do have to say that we will be holding the Q&A session at the end of each panel. So we'll be taking questions from the room and on Zoom and YouTube. So if anyone would like to ask a question online, please type it into the chat function on Zoom or YouTube, and I will ask as many as we can at the end. For those of you in the room, please just raise your hand and we'll have somebody running around with a microphone. So the first panel is being opened with a paper by Elizabeth Biggs. Elizabeth completed her PhD on St. Stephen's Chapel, Westminster in the later Middle Ages in 2016 at the University of York. She is currently a research fellow on the Beyond 2022 project at Trinity College Dublin, working on a new edition of the surviving documentation of the medieval Irish exchequer, which will be digitally available in 2022. Her research interests include the personnel of medieval and early modern government, the effect of government on the population, particularly women, and the buildings used by administration. Over to Elizabeth.
Thank you. I hope everyone can see my screen, and apologies for not being there in person. I was very much looking forward to it, but unfortunately can't be here. So thank you particularly to the organisers for putting together such an interesting programme, and to Jen for chairing this session. And what I want to do today is to think about the limits of English colonial government, so really pushing political culture to its absolute limits in Ireland at the height of the pre-16th century lordship of Ireland, and to think about the distance between the English administration's attempted projection of power and the experiences of those who lived under that English government, both English and Irish. For this paper, we could also talk about the Flemings, the French, the Italians, and many more who can be found in medieval Ireland. And I want to use the records of the Irish Exchequer that I'm editing with Dr. Lynn Cogallan, as Jen said, as part of the Beyond 2022 project at Trinity College Dublin. So let's get started. The first slide. If this will stay put, apologies. This is Ireland circa 1300, at the absolute height of English control of Ireland in the medieval lordship. As you can see from this map, the settler lordship of Ireland circa 1300 claimed control over most of the island from an administrative base in Dublin, but with significant Irish lordships present in Leinster, just to the south of Dublin. That's the McMurrough on the map, in the west and particularly in the north, that absolute conglomeration of smaller Irish lordships to the north. And today, what I really want to think about, taking my title as the margins, is the western coast, particularly Connacht, that old Gaelic province of Ireland, which has not yet been divided into English shires, although the English government does treat it as a shire in this period. Thomond, which is hotly contested between Irish and English lords in the area, and Kerry, just to the south there. And all of these areas are inevitably much more distant than the areas around Dublin, the areas that would become the Pale in the 14th and 15th century. So circa 1300, the English administration based in Dublin can and does treat the entire island as part of the English lordship, with results that we will see momentarily. But it is inevitably much more messy than this, because despite what the English administration in Dublin wants to think, there is significant resistance to it. So let's first think about the institution that I'm concerned with today and the records that it produced. This is the Irish Exchequer at work, from a facsimile of the now destroyed Red Book of the Exchequer. And like the English Exchequer, the Irish Exchequer has responsibility for the finances of its territory, in its case, the lordship of Ireland. And like the English Exchequer, is divided into two parts: the upper Exchequer, responsible for audit and acting as a court, and the lower Exchequer, which takes in and pays out money. So what you can see on the screen is that process of audit. At the very bottom of the screen, you can see the sheriff here, sitting anxiously waiting to know if his accounts have been accepted, while around the other sides, the clerks count the money, write the records, and check the accounts. And so this is, a fairly standard English administrative practice that has been imported wholesale by 1200 to Ireland, and by 1300 is a well-established part of the bureaucracy of English power in Ireland. But it's more complicated than that, because as many of you may know, the records of the Irish public records were destroyed in 1922 in the Four Courts fire of that year, at the start of the Irish Civil War. So all of the medieval rolls that had survived to the 19th century were destroyed then. But because of a series of accounting scandals in the 1270s to the 1290s, in 1293, the English King Edward I orders that all the accounts of the Irish treasurers should be audited at Westminster. And from the 1290s to 1446, every few years, the Irish treasurers cross the sea, carrying the records with them to be checked and audited at Westminster. And some of those records are then kept so they can be checked again at Westminster and enter the records of the English state, and thus come down to the National Archives at Kew, where they remain today, a body of about 400 rolls. So it's a really substantial surviving collection of material. And it's those that Lynn and I are editing. These contemporaneous accounts written in Dublin for the use of the Dublin exchequer, brought to London to be audited at Westminster and then deposited into the records of the English state. And this replicates what we see across Ireland in this period, where in theory, the institutions of Irish government, the justiciar, the chancery, the common law courts, the exchequer, are modelled on English models, but self-contained, are in theory self-sufficient for the lordship, but in actuality can always be appealed to London, and that there's this really uneasy tension between how you move between these institutions of the settler government in Ireland and then the government at Westminster. So what do we find in receipt rolls? Well, and how do they tell us about political culture? Well, the routine business of the exchequer is payments to and from for things like judicial fines, the payments for, making a false claim in court, for falsely prosecuting someone for for not turning up when you're summoned to court, all of the kinds of things that are the intersection of English power with very local society. But what's really interesting for our purposes today, thinking about the margins and how far English government reaches, is that for the receipt rolls, the money coming in, they're listed by day and by place. So once we have the full corpus next summer, we should be able to do some really interesting things about seeing where exactly English administration is able to get payments that it expects. And impressionistically, I can start to share some of the things that we've been seeing. First thing that I've noticed is that it really does vary by urbanization. So if you think back to that map I showed at the start, just south of Kerry on the southwest coast is Cork. Cork has a major mercantile centre, and we see far more payments coming in from Cork than we do from Connacht or Kerry. The weight is just absolutely incomparably different. So are we seeing an English government which is exerting its power through urban centres and not so much in rural areas? Or what else are we looking at? So let's look now at Kerry, so in the southwest corner, just north of Cork. And on the face of it, you would expect to see very little from Kerry. It's far from English power. There are very strong local lords who are able to exert competing influence, yet we get payments like this one at the top of the screen here from TNA E101 2316/1, where the second of those entries, it says the wreck of the sea from Overith. Now, the wreck of the sea is a payment that English kings struggle to collect anywhere, including in England, because it's the expectation that anything that's washed up on shore belongs to the king and isn't finders keepers. So to have a payment for wreck of the sea coming in from Kerry in the 1290s is pretty extraordinary. So for some reason, maybe a particularly effective local official, we get a payment that we barely see in Dublin coming out of the far southwest. So immediately jumping to assumptions that the English aren't going to be able to get payments they think they're due out of far areas needs to be questioned. But then we also get this interesting pattern that's the second item on your screen, TNA 101 to 3016, where you get these really strong clusters, and it's there in the 1280s, it's there in the 1290s, and we'll see if it carries through well into the early 14th century before the collapse of English power in 1315, where you get, instead of being scattered through a roll, you'll get one or two sort of clusters of, in this case, 19 payments that all come in together. And I think what we might be seeing here is one local official being particularly on the ball and particularly enforcing the demands of the English exchequer, because what we have here is payments from the sheriff, William Uncle, for the debts and the profit of the country. So the standard payments the sheriffs are expected to collect. We have payments for trespass and a payment for someone from an Irish name to have peace, so to be settled a case in court. But otherwise, the payments are all for release from the neighbourhood court, from the court of Bisnay, including for a widow, Basila. And it looks to me like what we have here is someone's really made an effort to, after a court session or two that has been held in Kerry, to get the payments that they expect. So that what we're seeing is intermittent but quite strong extraction of what the English Exchequer thinks is due to it. And if we go to another document, which is more summary, this one here, this bears this out. This is TNA E101 to 3017, which covers the first 13 years of Edward I up to around 1290. And it's a summary. It's the English Exchequer's attempt to summarise what the king should be getting each year, noting the profits of the county and the major fixed rents and royal services. And it lists a few years of the profits, so it shows us some of the variation in payments. So Kerry and Connacht in this role are paying similar amounts in profits as Cork or Limerick, which is interesting because that's not the impression you get from the rest of the receipt rolls. In 1279, Cork had paid £17 in farm, while Connacht paid 18 2 years later, and Kerry pays just 5. And these amounts do fluctuate. So again, I think we're looking at the effectiveness of individuals in enforcing this political expectation, rather than saying anything about the actual economic worth of these areas. And then it gets even more interesting in the same role when we get on to what's known as the fixed rents, the reditus assisa, where Connacht here is included, but Kerry is not. And the clerks here are extremely skeptical of their ability to collect what is owned. So if we look at the first entries from an Englishman, Richard de Rupella, who's paying for a single cantred. Again, cantreds, the Gaelic political division, not the English shire, is being used here. And they're also claiming for the rents held by the De Burgh Earls of Ulster, so Walter de Burgh is the third entry there. But in between, we have an Irish name, Felimus McConaughey, who ought to pay Solibet Redere £300 for the farm of 3 of the cantreds of Connacht. And they note that he has paid nothing on account of the war. So in 1290, the clerks saying this major Gaelic Irish lord ought to be paying us for this land, but he is not. And we could start to see the inability of the Exchequer to enforce what it thinks it is owed in the far west. In 1290, after 1315, when the Bruce invasion hits from Scotland, this is going to be absolutely impossible to collect. But even at the height of English power, we can see tensions here. And they're trying to keep alive these claims, hoping that one day they will again be able to claim these. And then if we look at the doors of this document, so we're still on to 3017, you've got memoranda written by the clerks to remind themselves of information. So at the top here, we have a note that an O'Brien, the major lord in Thomond, ought to be paying the Exchequer for the moiety of Thomond, but this has now been granted to Thomas de Clare. And what's interesting, and Thomas de Clare is also not paying. So we've got here land that the English government has granted out on speculation to Thomas de Clare because the local Gaelic lord has stopped acknowledging their authority. And in either case, they are getting absolutely no money and they know this. And then the second element that's interesting here is that there's a wider problem that the Exchequer is aware of in the 1290s at the height of their power, that on account of the waste of Ireland, I'm translating here, where individuals are holding land, the king loses much and the tenants have full profit. So again, this financial exactions on the edge of English Ireland They know about them, but they can't enforce them. And the final thing I want to think about today is something that's sort of been woven through this talk, is for the English lordship of Ireland, legally, according to the documentation, we have things like the Statutes of Kilkenny from the mid-14th century. There's a sharp legal difference in theory being enforced between the English and the Irish and Ireland. So in theory, the common law is only to be used by the English settlers of Ireland, and the Irish are to be set outside of that political and legal sphere. Yeah, that's not the picture we get from the receipt rolls. And it's not the picture that people who've been studying the common law in Ireland in recent years have suggested. And the last thing I want to say before I look at these examples particularly is to note that, yes, it's extremely difficult to identify ethnic identity from names. So the examples I've chosen here are either quite clearly Irish individuals, or they are very well-known individuals. So at the top, this is one that I still find absolutely extraordinary, because the more you think about it, what we have here is a payment in Wexford, so in the county just south of Dublin, in the 1280s, from Alexander McMurrough and Dermot, his brother, for a fine to have peace for receiving Art McMurrough. Art McMurrough is the leader of the Irish king in the area. So he's the leader of the resistance to the English in and around Dublin at this point. And so what we have here is we have two people from their surnames kinsmen of Art McMurrough accepting English law to the point where they will pay in a fine, and they pay it in installments. You can see it over the next few years in these rolls. They're paying in for harbouring Art McMurrough, and they're accepting the judgment of English law against them for this, which says interesting things about how the English government is inserting itself into Irish politics in this period, and the ways in which the fluidity between the political alliances of the Gaelic Irish lords and the English settler government works. And it's interesting that it's Wexford, because the McMurroghs are based between Wexford and Dublin at this point. The second example is from also from the Dublin area, where we have McGovern and Moore, his mother, paying in quite a substantial fine, 33 shillings, fourpence, to have judgment released. So they're interacting with the English law. They've had a judgment brought against them in an English common law court, and they're now paying for it to be sort of to be released from it, which is interesting again in the sense that we see Irish people interacting with English law. And the third example is I put in to remind us that we are dealing with a militarized settler community in Ireland at this period. This is Alistair Cusack in Connacht paying to have the king's hostage, the son and heir of Magnus O'Connor. So what we have here is a reminder that for all that we see Irish individuals interacting with the English law and the English administration, we're also dealing with a world of hostages and of military expeditions against the Irish communities, particularly in the west of Ireland. So what can we say to draw this together? The first thing I think that we need to remember is that the Exchequer is taking a very expansionist view of English power and English political culture in Ireland, that the whole island of Ireland should be seen as belonging to the English king, and that, of course, people like the O'Brien and Thomond, Thomas de Clare, and all the others should be paying up, and that the expectation of English financial fines should be met. And these people probably do, and indeed, in the case of those two, O'Brien and de Clare, definitely did disagree. And what we have in Kerry, Connacht and Thomond in particular is a colonial power working on the very edges of territory it can plausibly claim, and that it can't really fully claim. So it's sort of like we have a puffed up cat in the English exchequer, you know, trying to make itself look bigger, trying to project authority across the entire island that isn't really there. And that we should be very wary of thinking in the late 13th century of the English lordship of Ireland as indeed settled fact, that it's already starting to show the signs of the tensions and the inability to enforce its authority that will turn into the 14th and 15th century decline ahead of that Tudor reconquest of Ireland starting in the 1540s. So in terms of political culture then, what we're seeing is political culture is something that's moving backwards and forward, that we have times when we do see Irish people coming within the English settler political culture, but then we also see pressures against it. So thank you very much. No.
His broader research interests encompass the political, military and religious history of England from the Norman conquest to the Henrician Reformation, and we'll be hearing from him today about the Episcopate and Edward III's negotiations for a grant of taxation in 1337.
Hello, it's wonderful to be here, and thank you so much to Jen for that kind introduction, and you all both here and online for listening. But without further ado, as many of you will know, century, a number of works and articles have been written about English bishops in the later Middle Ages and their involvement in politics. Purely by way of example, Bishop's work of chancellors has been pored over by Gwilym Dodd. Their service as royal diplomats has been considered by Mary Blust and Joel Rosenthal. Their place in Parliament has been examined by Phil Bradford and Alison McHardy. Their importance in procuring and paying taxation has been looked at by Mark Ormerod and Rosemary Hayes, and their role in disseminating the King's propaganda has been evaluated by W.R. Jones and once again by Alison McHardy. Now, much of this work is excellent, and I think the work of Gwilym Dodd, Mark Ormerod and Alison McHardy in particular has been outstanding, and I'm not here to criticise its conclusions. But what much of this work has in common is that it's been thematic, focusing on just one of the episcopacy's many roles in politics. Of course, that's understandable. Any study which attempted to consider the whole sweep of the episcopate's activities over any meaningful period of time would have to grapple with an enormous number of sources, an enormous number of examples, an enormous number of issues. It's much more practical and manageable for historians to divide bishops' political responsibilities into smaller chunks. And indeed, working thematically can allow for a greater clarity and precision in argument than when one considers everything together. However, there are two drawbacks with considering things thematically. The first is that when one just focuses on a single aspect of what bishops did politically, one can miss the interconnections and interrelationships between their different roles. The second is that when one considers just a single piece of this jigsaw, it's difficult to get the whole end of the picture and a coherent sense of the whole. How important was the episcopate in later medieval politics? It's not always easy to answer that question by looking at just a single facet of things. So today I do want to take a slightly different approach. I'm going to look at the whole breadth of the episcopate's roles in politics, and I'm going to do so through considering a single case study. Edward III's negotiations for a grant of taxation in 1337. at the outset of the 100 Years' War. The immediate origin of these negotiations lies in the diplomatic mission to the continent led by Henry Burghurst, Bishop of Lincoln, in the spring of 1337. Burghurst enjoyed considerable success in persuading many of the princes of the Low Countries to pledge their support to Edward. He also swiftly learned that Philip VI, the King of France, had little desire for peace. Philip formally declared war on Edward, announced that he would proceed with the confiscation of Gascony, which was at that point in English hands, and pronounced that he would assist the Scots against England, as he was bound to do under the terms of the Treaty of Corbeil. Accordingly, back in England, writs of summons were sent out in June 1337 through a great council. This invited almost 100 men, including 15 bishops, to treat upon certain affairs which had been brought to the king's attention by the envoys whom he had sent to certain parts beyond the sea. This council met in July at Westminster. While records concerning the council are frustratingly slim, meaning that we cannot know for certain what was discussed, it appears that it was decided that war with Philip and the French could not be avoided. Since Edward was to go to war and wanted to lead an expedition himself to the Low Countries, he needed sufficient political and financial support. This was particularly essential as Burghurst went on to build a grand alliance against Philip VI. He negotiated with more princes from throughout the Low Countries and throughout Germany and procured promises from them to assemble an army of almost 7,000 troops, but only at the price of over £160,000. To put that in context, the Crown's ordinary revenue at that point in time was in the realm of £10,000 a year. Edward therefore needed to reach out to his subjects. He did so for two reasons. Firstly, to convince them of the justice of his war. Secondly, to see if they would give him some money in case the Great Council, which was due to assemble in September that year, didn't give him an adequate subsidy. So in August 1337, writs were sent out from the Chancery, which was headed by the Chancellor, Robert Stratford, Bishop-elect of Chichester, ordering special meetings of the county courts and special assemblies of the local clergy. Unsurprisingly, bishops were tasked with addressing these local gatherings of clergy. So, for example, John Stratford, Archbishop of Canterbury, was asked to address the clergy of his archdiocese. William Melton, Archbishop of York, was asked to address the clergy of his. And Adam Orlerton, Bishop of Winchester, was asked to address the clergy of his bishopric. I could go on. But they were also tasked with addressing many of the assemblies of the county courts, sometimes with the help of local aristocracy and royal officials. Thus, for example, John Grandison, Bishop of Exeter, addressed the people of Devon in his cathedral city, alongside Hugh Courtenay, the Earl of Devon. Likewise, Roger Northborough, Bishop of Coventry and Lichfield, addressed the men of Staffordshire at Stafford, alongside Ralph Bassett, a prominent local baron. And Anthony Beck, Bishop of Norwich, addressed the men of Norfolk in his cathedral city, and the men of Suffolk at Bury St Edmunds, alongside Robert Ufford, the Earl of Suffolk. Again, I could go on. But the interesting point is that the only counties in which bishops did not address the county gatherings were those in which there was no episcopal seat, such as Oxfordshire, where the abbots of Abingdon and Osney addressed the people at Oxford, or those in which the episcopal seat was vacant or where its incumbent was otherwise occupied. So, for example, in Sussex, the Earl of Arundel addressed the county assembly in Chichester, perhaps because Robert Stratford had yet to be consecrated as bishop, or perhaps because he was occupied in Westminster as the Royal Chancellor. When addressing these assemblies, both those of the clergy and of the laity, bishops were instructed to explain to those assembled the king's intention and will concerning the defence of the realm against the King of France, to show them how the king is obliged to spend great sums of money for the war with France, and to induce them to aid the king to the extent of their ability. These arguments were drawn from a schedule which they were ordered to expound to the clergy and people, and also to publish in every church of their diocese. This schedule has become well known to historians as Edward III's Manifesto, having been published under this title in the 4th volume of English historical documents. Its purpose was to highlight the offers made to the King of France by the King of England to avoid war, which were rejected by the French, in order to demonstrate how the king was forced into conflict and how he was compelled to raise money. Accordingly, to make its case, Edward's Manifesto made reference to a number of overtures made by the English to the French. Many of these had been conveyed by bishops. So the manifesto mentions how Edward crossed secretly into France and came to Philip, humbly requesting the delivery of his lands, offering and doing to the king as much as he ought and more. This refers to a secret meeting between Edward and Philip in April 1331, when Edward had been accompanied by only a small entourage, which included John Stratford, then Bishop of Winchester, and by this point, Archbishop of Canterbury. It also notes, for example, how Edward proposed that his son, who came to be known as the Black Prince, married Philip VI's daughter. Negotiations in this regard were pursued by John Stratford in the autumn of 1331 and by Stratford and Allerton again in the spring of 1332. It goes on to mention Edward's suggestion that his brother, John of Eltham, might marry any lady of the blood royal, which was taken forward by Adam Allerton in early 1332 and John Stratford in the spring of 1334. And it makes repeated reference to Edward's offers to join Philip on a crusade to the Holy Land, which were made in a variety of iterations from late 1331 to the summer of 1336. These were pursued by various ambassadors, including Stratford, Allerton, William Airmyn, the Bishop of Norwich, and Richard de Bury, the Bishop of Durham. The case advanced in Edward's Manifesto was thus built on a series of missions to France, undertaken by bishops throughout the 1330s. Now, while we don't know who wrote this schedule, my suspicion, although this is pure conjecture, is that it may have been authored by Archbishop Stratford. There are 4 strands of potential evidence for this. Firstly, we know that Stratford had form with drafting important texts. Edward II's deposition articles were dictated in his presence and written down by his clerk, William Meese. Secondly, we know that he was committed to the war with France in 1337. In the Parliament of March that year, he called together the bishops to swear an oath on his archiepiscopal cross to support Edward's right in France. Thirdly, we know that he was an influential counsellor of the king at this point in time. Edward later alleged that the archbishop had persuaded him that as peace was unobtainable by moderate means, it was necessary to pursue it by force of arms. And finally, we know that Stratford himself bought into the argument that Edward was forced into war by Philip's refusals to listen. In 1341, he himself wrote that every effort had been made for peace, but that Philip, viper-like, had refused to listen. It was therefore not Edward's fault that the war had begun, but Philip's. Yet whether or not Archbishop Stratford drafted this manifesto, we know that it was sent out and circulated by the Chancery, which was of course headed by his brother, Robert. The arguments of Edward's manifesto and the efforts in addressing the county and clerical assemblies seem to have paid off for Edward, at least to some extent. He succeeded in securing some grants from them. Thus, for example, while we don't know the exact sum involved, we know that the men of the West Riding of York, who'd been addressed by William Melton, gave at least something to the king. Yet in the end, the Great Council, which assembled in September 1337, granted Edward an unprecedented 15ths and 10ths for 3 years, and the convocations of Canterbury and York, which followed, a clerical 10ths for 3 years. Regrettably, we don't know the details of what happened at either of these meetings, for nothing resembling a parliament roll exists for the Assembly of September 1337, and no acts of convocation survive for the convocations of September and November. Yet bishops were certainly summoned to both of these assemblies and certainly attended them, and it's reasonable to suppose that they played an important part in both of these gatherings. We know from accounts of other great councils and convocations that they played an important role in stage managing proceedings, in discussing matters themselves, and in persuading the clergy to grant subsidies. Indeed, they agreed to pay taxation themselves, as they contributed to both clerical tenths and lay 15ths and tenths. With this financial backing behind him, Edward cancelled the earlier grants, and the monies already collected were credited towards the new subsidies. So Edward got his money, and his negotiations for a grant were successful. But what does this episode reveal about the importance of the church and of the bishops in particular in politics and political culture? It reveals that they were deeply important to the operation of the 14th century political system. They weren't merely important in disseminating propaganda or in diplomacy or in the king's administration and so on. Instead, put simply, bishops were everywhere. In this one episode, we see the work of bishops as diplomats, as their missions both instigated Edward's search for money and provided justifications for his arguments. We see the work of bishops as civil servants, as an episcopal chancellor orchestrated the administration of proceedings. We see the work of bishops as royal propagandists, as they communicated the king's messages to his people, and may well has drafted his manifesto. We see the work of bishops as financiers of the crown, as they procured grants from both the clergy and laity, and indeed acquiesced in taxation themselves. And we see the bishops in great councils and convocation, as they attended the assemblies which granted substantial taxes to Edward and brought the attempts of him to secure cash directly from local communities to an end. But bishops weren't merely prevalent across the breadth of political life, but their roles were also profoundly interconnected. So, for example, episcopal diplomats went on missions to the court of Philip VI, but these were later drawn upon explicitly by Archbishop Stratford, if he was indeed the author of Edward's manifesto. His manifesto was circulated to the other bishops by the Chancery, which was headed by Robert Stratford, another bishop-elect, and the messages of this manifesto were relayed to both clerical and lay assemblies by yet more bishops. For today's purposes, this has two important ramifications. Firstly, it means that when historians write thematic accounts about the episcopate's role in politics, something which I do, and which I think historians should continue to do, they should be profoundly aware that their theme is only a smaller part of the bigger picture. And I think they should always keep half an eye out for connections, for parallels, and for contrasts with other potential themes, which aren't the focus of their discussions. Secondly, and more fundamentally, the omnipresence of bishops means that they were at the heart of politics and political culture in later medieval England. Despite this, some histories have sought to sideline the church in the episcopacy. One thinks of Michael Prestwich's Plantagenet England, where he says he will only consider the church when relevant, and the same authors The Three Edwards, where bishops crop up on a mere handful of occasions, and where the bishop who gets perhaps the most detailed treatment is Bishop Stubbs, the great 19th century historian. Yet these works inevitably miss something, or indeed quite a lot, for the church and its leaders should be at the front and centre of our accounts. Just as one wouldn't dream, at least I hope, of writing a political history of medieval England without including the king, or the nobility, or perhaps the gentry, one shouldn't think of excluding the church and the episcopate either. These were men who were the centre of politics, both in practice, as I hope I've shown today, but also in theory. In the same year as these negotiations, John Grandison, the Bishop of Exeter, petitioned the king and emphasised how, I quote, "The substance of the nature of the crown is principally in the person of the king as head, and in the peers of the realm as members, and especially the prelates, such as that one member cannot be severed from the crown without dividing the kingdom." Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Our final paper for this panel is by Jonathan McGovern. Jonathan is a postdoctoral research fellow in the School of Foreign Studies at Nanjing University in China. He has published widely on 16th century history and literature and has won 3 national essay prizes, including the Sir John Neale Prize for an article entitled "Was Elizabethan England Really a Monarchical Republic?", which was published in Historical Research. He has a monograph forthcoming with the Oxford University Press entitled "The Tudor Sheriff, a Study in Early Modern Administration," which will be out in January 2022.
Hi, can you see my PowerPoint? I think maybe the share is not working. Perhaps somebody could help me get it on the screen. Oh, I think it's working now. Can you see that? Ah. We had a trial run yesterday, and it worked perfectly yesterday. Thank you. Thank you for that. So good morning, everybody, or good evening over here in China. Today, I'm going to be talking about the office of sheriff in the Tudor period from 1485 to 1603. So here on the first slide, you can see a very striking picture of a sheriff from the. This is a 19th century imagining of what a sheriff would have looked like in the 15th century. I think there's a certain degree of artistic license because he looks a little bit like William Shakespeare, but the key feature is the white staff. So the white staff was the symbol of the sheriff's office. Obviously, gave the sheriff an aspect of majesty and aura of being the king's officer. Also, it was used for technical reasons. So if he needed to summon someone in a legal action for land, he would erect the white staff or a white staff on the land in question as a way of summoning a tenant to court. So yeah, would you mind changing the next slide, please? Thank you. So as many of you probably already know, the sheriff was introduced into England by the Anglo-Saxons. So the original word was scier garifa. Apologies if there are any Anglo-Saxonists in here and I'm pronouncing that not quite right. But that literally meant shire reeve. And the first clear documentary evidence of his existence in England is from the reign of Edgar in the 10th century. And after the Norman conquest, sheriffs became the most important royal officers in each county. By the end of the 14th century, however, the sheriff had lost most of his independent executive authority. So that's really crucial. So often the sheriffs are called kings of their counties. So by the Tudor period, the sheriffs are no longer kings of their counties. They are descendants of the 14th century sheriff. So the 14th century was when really important legislation was introduced to limit the responsibilities of sheriffs and also limit their capacity for independent action. That's often encapsulated in the phrase "the decline of the sheriff." Something I argue about in the book is that there wasn't really a decline of the sheriff. There was a decline in the sheriff's independence, but not a decline in the sheriff's importance. The sheriff remained important throughout the period. Thank you. Could you change the next slide? So I'm talking about the Tudor period, but I'm aware there are many medievalists in here. So I wanted to recommend a couple of books. So in 1927, William Alfred Morris published an excellent book called The Medieval English Sheriff to 1300. And that was published by Manchester University Press. And it really is a fine book. It's the prose style is wonderful. And it's in its sweeping range, it really hasn't been superseded since then. Of course, 1927 is quite a long time ago, so scholars have discovered new things and adapted some of Morris's conclusions. But as a general overview to the shrievalty in that period, it's excellent. Another interesting book is Richard Gorski's monograph published in 2003, The 14th Century Sheriff, English Local Administration in the Late Middle Ages. So I'm sure many of you have already read that actually. In my opinion, it's not quite as wide-ranging or, well, I'll just say that it's not as wide-ranging as W.A. Morris's book, but it turns his attention to some things which weren't considered by Morris. For example, the social status of sheriffs, the age at which men were appointed, and so on. So both together are useful. And could you change the next slide, please? So some fundamentals about the office of sheriff in our period. Every high sheriff ruled over a sheriffwick or bailiwick, and this was normally 1 or 2 counties. Some important towns were known as counties corporate and had their own municipal sheriffs, either 1 or 2. And it's important to bear in mind that the jurisdictions of high and municipal sheriffs were strictly separate. So a sheriff of York couldn't arrest someone in Beverley, in Yorkshire, and a sheriff of Yorkshire couldn't arrest someone in the city of York, which is strange because the sheriff of Yorkshire actually, his base was the castle of York, which is in the city, within the city walls. So, but he couldn't arrest people in the city itself. By the end of the Elizabethan period, much shrieval work was conducted by under-sheriffs. So under-sheriffs, the deputies of sheriffs, are really important as well. It varies by sheriff and by county. So some sheriffs delegated basically everything to the under-sheriff, whereas other sheriffs preferred to keep a tighter grip on shrieval business themselves. So it's hard to generalize, but I think it's fair to say that the importance of under-sheriffs increased over this period. And could you change the next slide, please? So how many high sheriffs were there in England? So just to reiterate, high sheriffs were the sheriffs of counties as opposed to municipal sheriffs. Well, before the start of our period, there were 29, as you can see in the orange table at the bottom. I hope it's orange. If it's not, I apologize. I'm colorblind, but I think I remember it being orange. So between 1567 and 1575, Queen Elizabeth I's council organized the partition of 8 joint sheriffwicks. So traditionally you had like Nottinghamshire and Derbyshire, which were administered together under one sheriff, but many of these were partitioned in the 1560s and 1570s. One of them, Surrey and Sussex, was partitioned, but then joined together again in 1571. So why were these partitioned? The most important reason was that there was a great rise in litigation at Westminster and also in borough courts and local courts actually in the 16th century. It's been widely charted in the book Pettifoggers and Vipers of the Commonwealth, and so we've known for a long time that litigation rose in the 16th century. So this was the main reason why a sheriff of 2 counties simply didn't have enough time to execute all of the legal writs which he needed to do if there were more lawsuits nationwide. And could I have the next slide, please? So how were sheriffs appointed? New sheriffs were appointed every year. So on the 3rd of, there was quite a procedure for this. So on the 3rd of November, leading officials met with the justices of the superior courts in exchequer chamber, a very large room, to nominate 3 candidates for each sheriffwick. And this meeting produced a shortlist or a sheriff roll, which was sent to the king. And he pricked his final selection with a needle or bodkin. There's a story that this tradition of pricking started with Elizabeth, because one day someone brought her the sheriff roll to sign or to dot with an ink, make an ink dot with a pen, but she didn't have a pen, so she'd been sewing, doing some needlework, and she used the needle in her hand instead of a pen. But actually, it's a nice story, but it's not true, because pricking started in the reign of Henry VIII. So unless Henry VIII had a penchant for needlework, then the story falls flat. The pricked roll then proceeded to chancery. So the justices and councillors made a shortlist. The king chose the final selection. Then the pricked roll went to chancery, and the chancery would then issue the sheriff's patents, normally in mid to late November. So this is like the bureaucratic procedure on the surface, but of course, underneath this formal procedure, there was lots of informal lobbying. So I put some stories in the book of people writing to councillors and saying, "I'll give you a nice hawk if you have this man or don't have this man as sheriff." So under the veneer of the procedure, there was all sorts of this lobbying and court intrigue going on. Oh, I forgot this. Could I have the next slide, please? I was thinking I had control of it. So what was the social status of sheriffs? High sheriffs were drawn from the landed gentry, the same broad social group that provided justices of the peace, and many were legally trained. So in a PhD thesis of 1970, Terence E. Hartley estimated that around 60% of Elizabethan sheriffs had been to the Inns of Court. And sheriffs the shrievalty was one of many hats worn at the same time. So sheriffs could serve simultaneously as escheators, subsidy collectors, and so on. Until 1553, sheriffs could even serve as justices of the peace at the same time. But the Parliament of Mary I stopped that from, well, it made that illegal to be a justice of the peace and a sheriff at the same time. And could I have the next slide, please? So what did the sheriff have to do? He was a generalist officer, memorably described in 1944 by Helen Cam as the king's maid of all work in the regions. His duties included executing the king's writ, holding local courts, managing county and municipal prisons, arresting suspected felons, hanging convicted felons and traitors, collecting and accounting for royal revenue, seizing forfeited property, mustering soldiers, making proclamation, and holding parliamentary elections. And funnily enough, Tudor historians have mainly focused on the last of these, holding parliamentary elections. Obviously driven by the importance of and interest in parliamentary history, but actually most parliamentary seats were not contested in the Tudor period. So actually parliamentary elections were quite rare, or contested elections were quite rare. So I think it's important to see the Shrivel office in its entirety rather than just zooming in on this one thing. And would you mind changing the next slide, please? So I'm aware I'm running out of time. So there's not enough time to talk about all of those duties listed above. So I thought I would just talk briefly about some of them. So starting with one of the sheriff's courts. So the sheriff was responsible for holding. The high sheriffs were responsible for holding two courts, the county court and the sheriff's turn. And this court was called a turn because, first I should say, it was held in each hundred of the sheriff's bailiwick, which was not held by a private farmer. And the name supposedly referred to the fact that the sheriff had to turn or perambulate his county. So it's called a turn because he's turning around the county. The turn it could be considered to be a Commonwealth court. So it was designed to inquire into trespasses and felonies considered to be harmful to the Commonwealth. Many turns were held outdoors. And so what do I mean when I say Commonwealth matters? So in 1538, Sir Anthony Fitzherbert, the justice, published a list of what things be inquirable in the sheriff's turn. And inquirable matters ranged from affray and arson to the alteration of boundaries, highways, and watercourses. So anything from like crime to nuisance came within the remit of the sheriff's turn. And could I have the next slide, please? Sorry, I'm racing through this a little bit because I want to get through as much as possible. So every male over 12 dwelling in each hundred was bound to attend, unless he owed suit to a leet or was a tenant in ancient demesne. And this suit owed to the turn was called suit royal. The court operated by a process called double presentment. So officers called tithing men or decanadii would make original presentments or allegations, while a jury would make final presentments. And if anyone's interested in that, then it was first explained, I believe, by the great legal historian F.W. Maitland. There were at least 177 turns still operative in the Tudor period, excluding municipal turns. And I say at least, there was almost certainly many, many more than that. So that disproves the common idea that the sheriff's turn was kind of defunct in the Tudor period. Could I have the next one, please? So this is a front cover of a court book of the sheriff's turn in Derbyshire. So it's from slightly after our period, so 1606, but it was too good to leave out, so I had to use it, even though it's 3 years too late. So this is in as I might have already mentioned, it was in the Derbyshire Record Office in Matlock, which is incidentally one of the most beautifully located record offices in the whole country. And could I have the next slide, please? So I won't talk too much about this. This is the list of freeholders who owed suit to the court. If anyone's interested in chancery petitions, it's in the binding. There's like a draft chancery petition which has been like stitched to make a cover for the book. And I didn't say anything about that because it was kind of peripheral to my project. So if anyone wants to have a look at that, that might be interesting for them. Okay, could I have the next slide, please? Thanks. So these things are really formulaic. So you can see in the margin, 100 de Morliston and Litchurch in Comitatu of Derby. Derbyshire. So this is the county of Derby, and at the top it says Turnus. So this is the Latin word for turn, and it says it's held by the Sir John Harper, the sheriff of the said county, and it gives the dates and says that it was held by Anthony Bradshaw as a gentleman, who's acting as steward of the court. So then it gives the people who essoined. You can see it says essoin in the left, and then it records that the constable of Findon was sworn, and then the free pledges or decanarii were sworn. And at the bottom, I don't know if you can make it out. Just at the bottom there, it's somebody's being immersed 10 shillings for not putting away his, or several people are being put away or being immersed for not putting away their geese and ducks. So that gives you a sense of the sort of offences which came under the purview of this court. And could I have the next one, please? So this some more typical offences here. So this is a guy called William Foster, who broke the common pound, and he was immersed 3 shillings 4pence. And then another guy also broke the common park. Then you've got William Robinson, who, well, for illegal rescue, so he was immersed 12 pence. So these are the kind of things you see on turn and also leet records, actually. And could I have the next one, please? So I won't go on for much longer. So just briefly, the Sheriff's Second Court, the county court, this was administered every 4 weeks. The court welcomed civil pleas under the value of 40 shillings. It was interesting. Samuel mentioned the county court in the reign of Edward III, but when it was of much greater political and legal importance. So in my period, the county court was less politically important, and also the litigation had become more trivial because the 40 shillings cap had been set like centuries before. But of course, with the great Tudor inflation, the value of 40 shillings drastically declined. So 40 shillings was worth a lot more at the end of my period than it was at the start of it. So the typical county court would hear around 30 pleas every year. And knights of the shire were elected at the county court, as I mentioned. And I already said that the majority of parliamentary seats were uncontested. Could I have the next one, please? Maybe the next one as well. Okay, I'll briefly go through this. So interesting, Elizabeth was talking about the receipt rolls and the evidence for Ireland, which I thought was fascinating. I didn't know about that. So in our period, the sheriff also accounted at the exchequer. He collected small traditional revenues for the king. Centuries before, there had been huge revenues, but well, with the combined effects of inflation and the diminution of royal lands, they weren't very significant sums in the grand scheme of things anymore. So the two main sums were the corpus comitatus, the farm of the county, which was notionally consisted of rents payable by tenants of royal custody lands. And the second one was the proficua comitatus, profits of the county, notionally, again, consisting of profits from the sheriff's courts. And I say notionally because anyone who's looked at these records realizes that you can't always find a rational scheme behind some of these things. But anyway, the sheriff also collected green wax debts, fines, amercements, and issued by other courts and forfeited recognizances. So according to figures compiled in 1602, payments by sheriffs accounted for only 3.5% of the total ordinary revenue received by the exchequer each year. So that really puts in stark, it starkly illustrates the fact that these revenues are not very important. One of my theories is that they were retained to keep the sheriff in his place, because making the sheriff account for these revenues was a tried and tested way of securing his deference as a royal agent. So that's one of my theories as to why these weren't abolished. Although in the book I do talk about the reform of this system in the later reign of Henry VIII and in the reign of Edward VI, in order to try and alleviate the sheriff's burden somewhat. Okay, can I have the next slide, please? So finally, a shameless plug for my book. This is the book on which this presentation is based. I think OUP did a really great job of the cover, so I'm really pleased with how that turned out. And it should be coming out in January 2022. But I think I annoyed the editorial team, because I kept wanting to change certain phrases at the last minute. So it might be slightly delayed, but sooner or later it will be out. So if you're interested, then please do have a look, and it would be nice to hear what you think of it. So thank you very much, everybody.
Now? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I can hear that. Thank you to each of our speakers for 3 very interesting papers, particularly fascinating to think about the informal networks, the conversations, the relationships that are happening below the surface of those, or behind the production of these formal documents that we can study. And also some very exciting projects to look forward to, or very busy. So we now have about 30 minutes for questions. So if you're in the room, please raise your hand. If you are joining us online, please use the chat function. Any questions?
Thank you to all the speakers for some really interesting papers. My question is for Sam, because I sort of vaguely work on your period. So you mentioned a little bit about bishops working as chancellors, so in the chancery, and I believe some of them also worked in the exchequer at various points as well. And I was wondering if you could say a little bit more about how they squared this sort of worldliness, I suppose, with working in the church itself.
I can, although I don't want to talk for the entire half-hour question period on that point. There were undeniably tensions that bishops felt between their royal offices and their ecclesiastical responsibilities. And some of them sort of observed these more than others. There had been a long series dating back to biblical times: no man can serve 2 masters, for he'll neglect the one, etc. This was the work of, in the previous century, of thinkers like Robert Grosseteste had dwelt on this. It's also in canon law. So John Grandison, who I mentioned, the Bishop of Exeter, in his copy of the canon of the Apostolic Canons, I'll try to say it in public translation. He specifically marked the copy which people shouldn't take public office, they may neglect the cure of souls. But that said, there was another school of argument, which is that many Old Testament figures, Samuel, Eli, and so on, had balanced these and had sort of both spiritual and temporal offices. There was a line of argument which says that you're able to counselling the king is what clergy should do, and the importance of the king having proper counsel. And yeah, so there were lines on both sides. I think that one of the times the tensions between these views was most explicit was with John Stratford in 1341, where he said, in December 1340, to his congregation at Canterbury, he spoke with tears in his eyes and said that he'd neglected the cure of souls because he'd been so bound up in worldly affairs. But he then said in the self-same speech that I'm going to fight for the rights of the church in Parliament, and the reason why the church is so abused is because the king isn't having counsel from clergymen like me, but from people and unwise laymen who aren't equipped to fight him for counsel. So this sort of, the church is being oppressed because he's not listening to churchmen, but also I've been giving him too much time, and therefore the church is oppressed because I'm not doing enough. So I think, to cut a long story short, I think there were valid arguments for both, and ultimately you can't involve yourself in government to the extent that your pastoral responsibilities are completely overlooked. But also bishops had responsibilities to do at least some involvement in government. They swore when their temporalities were restored to them that they would be attendant to the King's Council. And quite how you balanced those, I think, was up to the individual clergyman to justify to himself, to his flocks, and to God.
Any other questions? Yeah.
Thank you. Sam, I'm sorry to give you yet another question, but actually I did have a point which slightly follows on from that question. I just wondered, and forgive me if this is a slightly ignorant question, because I'm not an expert in this period by any means, but I just wondered if you could sort of set the clergy in this era into a kind of wider European context. And I just wondered whether, for churchmen, their role as members of, a pan-European Catholic Church creates a tension with their role in English politics, as it were.
I think the tension comes less over sort of necessarily being pan-European per se, and more with the consequence of that they are nominally under papal authority. Because throughout Europe, in many countries, churchmen, being ultimately one of the relatively small portions of the population that are literate, they are used in writing offices quite widely. However, and thus they do have many of these roles in France and in other areas. But yes, being under, there are tensions, or can be at least, between royal and papal authority. The bust-up isn't quite as bad as we see in the 1530s, but we do see it in periods in Edward III's reign. So in the Good Parliament of 1376, and in the 1370s over attempted papal taxation, there's lots of anti-papal rhetoric, and there's complaints by the Pope that senior ecclesiastics are not allowing papal bulls asking for taxation to enter the kingdom. There's also the statutes of provisors and praemunire, which, well, they've inspired an enormous literature, so I won't attempt to go into them in great depth, but to put it crudely, they limit, arguably more in paper than in practice, but that's subject to debate, the role of the Pope in appointing to benefices and into sort of appeals to the cure and so on. So yes, that to cut a long story short, there's plenty of incidents where tension can be identified between papal authority and the experiences of both the church and the political community in England. However, while these tensions surface again and again, the normal state of affairs was not one of crisis and conflict. For the most part, people were able to balance and fudge these responsibilities, and whether that strictly adds up to a logically pure way of balancing them, I think is open to question, but certainly on a day-to-day basis and in practice, the role of the Pope, who after all was far away compared to the King, can be safely balanced alongside the
Thank you. Can I invoke director's privilege to ask two questions and to bring in our contributors on Zoom? So first of all, to Elizabeth, I found the whole sort of historical detective story there absolutely fascinating in terms of using those English records to recover some of the stories that were destroyed by the Four Courts fire of 1922 during the Irish Civil War. Looking at those exchequer payments, Elizabeth, there were some interesting variations in the names. And I know that you were saying that ethnicity is very difficult to kind of pin down there, but it looked to me like amongst your people, amongst your recidivists, amongst the people who weren't paying what they should have been paying to the English crown, there were obviously Gaelic Irish names, but there were also, it looked to me, some sort of Anglo-Norman names. And I wondered if that's the Old English community. I wondered if that's the sort of beginning of that process of Gaelicization of those Old English nobles sort of going AWOL and sort of, casting off their allegiance to the English crown to some extent. So that's a question for you. And then the question for John is about the social cachet of being a sheriff in Tudor England, in the sense that obviously this is a position that's still worth lobbying for. Sheriffs are going to have an awful lot of work to do and probably be out of pocket. So why are they doing it? I mean, there must be some, it must improve their kind of social positioning within county society. So those are the two questions.
John, shall I go first? Yeah. Yes.
Oh, great. That would be great.
Yeah. In answer to the question, yes, absolutely. But I think what's interesting about the edges of English Ireland here is that you see people with English names, question mark, pushing themselves away from English control. So it's not as straightforward as, the settlers are definitely for royal power. Yes, we are I think Thomas de Clare, who is one of those names, absolutely does end up very strongly associated with the local Irish communities. So yes, what I think we're seeing at the edges is we're seeing people accommodating themselves to whatever they see as the prevailing political power in the area. So if Thomas de Clare can get away with not paying rent to the English exchequer, he's absolutely going to do so, just as the O'Brien lord will if he can't for the same area. So yes, and that process obviously massively picks up force in the later 14th and 15th centuries as English control in Ireland wanes dramatically.
Thank you, John. It's really nice to see you again, and that's a great question. Yeah, so the shrievalty did of course increase the social clout of sheriffs. Something interesting I thought was under the sumptuary laws, a sheriff was allowed to wear a slightly longer rank than other members of the gentry. So for 1 year he gets a slightly better robe for the time he's doing that office. Is it whether or not people wanted to do it? I think there's a mixed bag. Like you find many records of people seeking the office, but you also find many, if not more, records of people seeking not to do the office. So I think it depends. It all depends on the individual case. Something that historians have assumed in the past is that if somebody wanted to be a sheriff, there must have been some malign reason for it. Somebody was probably trying to. Because as I talked about, sheriffs empaneled juries. So was a gentleman seeking to become sheriff trying to exercise his influence for a friend and exercise undue influence over a jury or something like that. One of the things, although in the book, I don't want to be naive and say that never happened, but I also want to be realistic. So I come down in the middle somewhere. So obviously corruption did happen, but it wasn't a systemic feature of the shrieval system. So yeah, I think that's all I have to say on that. Thank you.
So we have two from online. The first one is for John. How did the role of the sheriff differ in the Tudor period from that in the earlier medieval period? And how did it change within the Tudor period?
Yeah, so that's another great question. It's funny, I have a couple of pages in the introduction explaining why I chose the Tudor period, because actually, well, the question says earlier medieval period, but if you're talking about the later medieval period, there are many consistencies in what sheriffs had to do and so on. But there were differences. So I talk about several reforms in the book. Some of them were technical. So the county court, for example, the county court started offering jury trials, widespread jury trials in the Tudor period. So that was like a modernization of court procedure. Previously all trials at the county court had been wager of law. So a compurgation. So you could prove that you didn't owe something just by getting your mates to come into court and say, no, he doesn't owe anything. So there were technical reforms like that. there were also widespread reforms of the shrieval revenue collection. So, as I mentioned, I think I mentioned the shrievalty was very expensive. Or actually, it was John that mentioned, it wasn't. So the shrievalty was very expensive. You had to pay all these traditional revenues, but sometimes it was difficult to levy those from the county. So sometimes the sheriff had to make that up from his own pocket. So Parliament starting in 1543 introduced reforms to the system of revenue collection and audit to make it easier to claim discounts for revenue which wasn't collected. Something I say in the book is that it was Tudor governments kind of solve problems as they came along. Although they sometimes did have overarching policies, a lot of policy is kind of just fixing leaks as they happen. So there were just lots of small reforms to the office of sheriff, but in aggregate, all of those small reforms together did involve important changes to the office.
Thank you. The second question is for Elizabeth. You touched on the difference between receipts from different countries, and I know the research is not complete, but can you comment on differences over the time period? Also, is there evidence of loans in the Crown in the records, or only rent, tax, and penalty receipts?
I'll take the second question first. Yes, there are loans, and interestingly, you often get payments for loans that were raised that were involved with England. So the merchants of Lucca and particularly the Ricciardi, who are major wine merchants whose network stretches across the Mediterranean, they're constantly paying in money in Dublin for a loan that had been taken from them by the king in England. So we get cross Irish Sea payments of loans. That's you don't see the same kind of loans from the political community in the Exchequer records that you might if you were looking at the English records for the same period. And in terms of the question about differences between counties, this is where it gets interesting because the patterns are really, really fuzzy. But what I would say is that you see much more from Dublin and the surrounding areas, so Kildare, Carlow, up into Meath. You see very little from Roscommon at all. That's an area which is under heavy military intervention, and you just don't see very much from there at all. You see a lot that seems to be tied to the mercantile centres, so a lot from Wexford and Waterford, the cities. You see Cork City a lot. And then you see a lot from Drogheda, just to the north of Dublin. So what I'd say we see in terms of differences is areas that will become the holdout areas of English power in the later 14th and into the 15th centuries. You see a lot from in this period. You see a lot from the mercantile centres, and particularly the cities. And someone has made this, Bruce Campbell has made the suggestion recently that what we're seeing in Ireland in this period economically is that Dublin's been drawn into the mercantile networks in England, and that the other cities in Ireland towns and cities aren't being drawn to Dublin. I'm not sure that's what we're seeing in receipt rolls, but it's an interesting way of trying to conceptualize what's going on economically. So in terms sort of try and bring that into a pithy answer, what I think we're seeing is counties with a very strong established settler government, and that's strong local control. So the people like the sheriffs that John's been talking about in the English context, in the Irish context, if you've got a strong local sheriff and you've got a strongly mercantile economic base, you'll see more receipts going to Dublin. So that would be the area around Dublin and then the cities on the south coast. Thank you.
Hi, yeah, thank you for three really, really amazing papers. I've got a question for John. How much do we know about the sort of investiture ceremonies of sheriffs? And was there any change sort of with the Reformation?
John, you're muted.
Sorry, thank you for that. Yeah, so there was an important ceremony in London, as you might be aware. So sheriffs, just after sort of swearing that oath, the sheriffs would ride to the exchequer and to open their account, and it was kind of like it was considered to be a really important civic ceremony because even during plague years, this ceremony continued. It's something one of the reviewers for the book asked. They wanted me to say why did they want to keep this ceremony even during the plague years of the 1560s? And my only answer is I have no idea. I don't know why I don't know why this ceremony was so important. It might have been a legal thing because the ceremony for the London sheriffs, the ceremony was planned by the aldermen rather than by the Privy Council. But yeah, is that what you were thinking of, and is that what you mean?
Yeah, sort of, but also, well, I suppose it's we're sort of constrained by evidence. But in sort of the localities, whether sheriffs were given a sort of local investiture ceremony, or whether there was any kind of local ceremony of any kind, or possibly not.
For me, the main evidence I've seen is from municipal sheriffs. So in York, I believe there was a big feast. So the sheriff had to, when the sheriff became sheriff, he had to throw a feast for the other like worthies of the city. In the counties, the closest thing I think is the first county court of a sheriff's term in office. So at the first county court, you would kind of you had to announce your under sheriff in the common view of the county, that's when you were given the writ of assistance as well, which was just like a technical procedure. But I don't think it was a big ceremony. I think it wouldn't have been as exciting as the sheriff's riding in London, or it wouldn't have been as fun as the feasting in York, for example. So that's all I know about that.
Were Irish bishops as politically involved in English affairs as the English? I think this question's for Elizabeth.
What's really interesting about Irish bishops actually is how not involved they are. So in contrast to the things that Sam's been talking about in terms of very strong political involvement by English bishops, Irish bishops, you get a very marked divide between bishops based in areas that are largely Gaelic Irish and bishops that are the bishops of Dublin, for example. So you see Irish bishops in settler areas a bit, but not as much. So the bishops of Ossory and of Dublin turn up as treasurers of the exchequer, for example, or as justiciars, or kind of major administrative and thus political roles. But you also get a very strong contingent of bishops who are absolutely in no way engaged with the English system. And one of the things that struck me most as someone who did a lot of work on the English exchequer's relationship with the church for my doctorate and then the book that followed is that we're not seeing bishops' clerks turning up in the exchequer the way I would expect to see them in England. So it's a very different pattern of engagement, and it possibly because of the divide between settler and Irish communities, the bishops stay much more out of political affairs for whatever reason. I hope that answers your question. I'm afraid offhand, apart from non-resident Irish bishops, I can't think of any that again involve specifically in English affairs. So I'm assuming your question's about Irish bishops in Ireland.
The one who isn't resident sort of Irish bishops who gets involved in English politics really in the 14th century is Alexander Bicknor, who gets involved in sort of the negotiations between in Edward II's reign between the Lancastrians and the crown. But that's Elizabeth will probably know more than me, but that's basically it in a substantive sense. There are some English bishops who go over to Ireland, like Thomas Charlton, Bishop of Hereford, but again, that's Elizabeth's domain rather than mine.
Yeah, and Bicknor is a really interesting example because he's essentially trying to play the Lancastrian dynastic game and falls on his face, and that sets off all sorts of administrative and political repercussions. But yes, everybody else maybe seems to take his lesson and stays far away, I think.
Are there any final burning questions? Okay, in which case, thank you all for joining us for the first panel. Could we please thank our speakers once more for 3 really excellent papers? And we'll be taking a short break. And back here, I don't have my notes.
For those on Zoom, we will be taking a short break, as Jen has just said, but the Zoom will remain open and we'll be back at 11:50.
our programme this morning. I'm Laura Flannigan. I'm one of the organisers today. I'm really excited to be chairing this panel that we've loosely called sort of documentary agency, or agency in documents, I suppose, is what I was thinking in my head. But just a note on the programme. Our third speaker today, Kirsty White, is not able now to be here this morning, and we send our best wishes to her. So we will be rolling with the two papers and then straight into the Q&A. But John Cooper has very kindly offered to summarise a little bit of Kirsty's research at the end of the two papers. So we'll be hearing a little bit about that. And just a reminder for those of you online and anybody joining us now online, the Q&A will be saved until the end of the panel. So in this case, the end of the two papers. We'll take questions from the room with a roving mic, and we'll also take them from Zoom and on YouTube. So if anyone would like to ask a question online, please just type it in the chat function, and there'll be as many of them will be asked as possible, and everybody in the room will just be raising their hands. So let's get into it. The first paper of this session is by Rhiannon Cox. Rhiannon is a second-year PhD student and associate tutor at the University of Bristol. Her PhD project explores the mistreatment of aristocratic women by the authorities between the years 1307 and 1330. And more broadly, her research interests focus on the intersection of gender, politics, law, and culture in England between the late 13th and early 15th centuries, particularly at times of political crises. And today she'll be speaking on Doing It for Themselves, the De Clare sisters' experiences of politics, 1307 to 1333. Rhiannon, over to you.
Thank you, Laura. And can I just say it's really lovely to be at an in-person event for the first time in my PhD. So today I will be exploring the place of the De Clare sisters, Eleanor, Margaret, and Elizabeth, within the political culture of the early 14th century British Isles. I will firstly give a little background for those of you who are more unfamiliar with this period, before going into greater detail with regard to their background and careers, and how we might use their experiences to approach noble women in this period more generally. So when Edward II came to the throne in 1307, he inherited a kingdom that had undergone major constitutional developments in the previous century, with Magna Carta, two civil wars between the baronial class and royalist forces, and an increasingly advanced political language used by both ruler and ruled. Tensions arose almost immediately within the political community as a result of a perceived sense of favouritism shown by Edward towards Piers Gaveston, a Gascon knight. In 1311, the barons forced Edward to agree to a number of demands in the ordinances, which fundamentally constrained royal power and provided for a greater baronial influence over the realm, as well as exiling Piers from the kingdom. The exile and seizure of Piers's lands in the earldom of Cornwall, however, didn't last for long. But upon his return to the kingdom, Gaveston was captured and assassinated by some of the leading nobles of the period. The fallout of this episode, as well as the renewed advancement of unsuitable and unpopular councillors, such as the Despensers, as well as military failures across the border in Scotland, ensured that the struggle between the barons and king continued until Queen Isabella's invasion and Edward's deposition in 1326 and 1327. Conflict in these years centred around the nature of royal authority, who and what constituted good counsel to the king, and the tensions between loyalty to the crown as an institution and the crown as the power invested within the person of the king himself. His successor, Edward III, was, however, considered too young at 14 to rule in his own right. So Queen Isabella and her reputed lover, the Marcher Lord Roger Mortimer, took control of the kingdom until Edward ousted them in a coup to secure his personal rule in October of 1330. So this period of continual political upheaval obviously required careful navigation by all those within the political community. not least following the outbreak of hostilities and the defeat of the baronial faction at the Battle of Boroughbridge in March 1322. This was especially true of the de Clare sisters, whose mother, Joan of Acre, had been Edward II's sister, particularly as the death of their only brother Gilbert at the Battle of Bannockburn in 1314 meant that they became heiresses to equal parts of the wealthy earldoms of Hertford and Gloucester, as well as to other lordships and lands across the British Isles. As nieces of the king, they operated at the highest level of the aristocracy and brought into prospective marriages a great deal of wealth and influence. The eldest sister, Eleanor, was married to Hugh Despencer the Younger in the last year of Edward I's reign. For the purposes of this paper, we don't have much evidence of her engagement in politics until the late 1310s, when Hugh and his father, very imaginatively also named Hugh, became the king's favourites and took an increasing role in the governance of the realm, thus supplanting the traditional claims of the Queen and high nobility in offering counsel to the king. As Queen Isabella's influence with the king waned, Eleanor began to be seen as fulfilling a role as a quasi-queenly intercessor. We have a letter from Eleanor de Clare in February 1323, which you can see in the background here, and which I'm grateful to Paul Dryber from the National Archives sending it to me. And this was in response to a plea from Joan de Geneville, who had been imprisoned following her husband Roger Mortimer's rebellion. In this letter, Eleanor asked for assistance from the treasurer in obtaining payment to maintain Joan in greater comfort. And we see similar letters where she takes on this role in interceding with the king for people who had personally appealed to her. This change in her public profile coincided with her appearance in the chancery rolls as a recipient of a number of lands confiscated from dead or imprisoned rebels that were granted to her by the king. So essentially what we see here is Eleanor occupying the space that was traditionally reserved for a queen. Her extensive gifts of land from the king and her intercession echoed the most significant mechanisms through which a married queen could both exercise personal power and influence the politics of the time. It's really interesting then that as Queen Isabella's relationship with the king deteriorated and her access to these forms of power declined, there was still this ready-made role at the heart of power for a woman to moderate the king's actions. And I think this says rather a lot about what contemporaries believed women's role in politics was. Her situation, however, changed rapidly with the successful invasion of Queen Isabella and the capture of her husband and father-in-law, as well as of Edward II in 1326. Following her husband's execution, we know that she was imprisoned in the Tower of London, but it does seem that she was treated fairly leniently, with an order made to provide for her reasonable expenses, and another order in February 1328, which caused her to be released from captivity alongside her children, household, and her goods and chattels. Later in that year, her inheritance in South Wales was returned to her, since the king did not, quote, consider it consonant with reason that her land should be deemed forfeited by Hugh's forfeiture, end quote. However, in the first parliament of Edward III's majority in November 1330, Eleanor, who had by now, perhaps unwillingly, married William Le Zouche, petitioned that Roger Mortimer had forced her on account of the great covetousness which he had for their lands, to give him part of her inheritance to secure her freedom. It isn't particularly clear what this imprisonment, what the cause of this imprisonment was. It may have been an unlicensed marriage between her and William, although there were some allegations of a jewel theft, but it's one of these great historical mysteries, I suppose. In this petition to Parliament, she echoed the language of Magna Carta, claiming that she was wrongfully imprisoned without charges and cause. And it's probably this link to Magna Carta that influences the success of her petition here. There's clearly a degree of royal sympathy for what she'd been through, with the king claiming that the return of her lands was because his conscience was moved. So as we can see, Eleanor had quite a varied experience, to say the least, of the political world in these years, going from benefiting from the spoils of civil war to being victimised by Roger Mortimer and other nobles who had previously suffered under Edward II. The middle sister, Margaret, was married to Piers Gaveston in what has been considered a cynical attempt to legitimise the extensive landholdings granted to the king's favourite by way of marriage to a woman of royal blood. The 1311 ordinances demanded Gaveston's exile. And while he did leave the country, he returned very shortly afterwards, probably within about 6 weeks, to even greater hostility for obvious reasons. We don't see a great deal about Margaret in the political world until she is widowed by Gaveston's assassination in the summer of 1312. Although Gaveston had been restored to his lands at the time of his assassination, Margaret did not receive the third of his lands that she was entitled to as dower. And that would be for her maintenance as a widow. And which was especially important following the birth of her child with Piers. After her brother Gilbert's death in 1314, she became a prized marital asset with her third of the Clare inheritance. And the king secured her as a wife for one of his close confidants, Hugh Audley, assuming that in doing so, his loyalties would remain to the king. However, her brother-in-law Hugh Despencer's repeated attempts to gain control over her portion of the Clare inheritance served to put an end to Margaret and Hugh Audley's turn of favour in the king's circle, as the tension mounted between the two Hughs. In 1319, Margaret and Hugh petitioned for the return of lands that Margaret was due as dower from her marriage to Gaveston. Their claim was based on the Great Charter, which states that her inheritance and her dower are to be given to a widow immediately after the death of her husband, and no one's right is to be delayed, and no one is to be ejected from his free tenement without a judgment and decision of the law of the land. Her case, relying on Magna Carta, was therefore threefold. Not only was it against Article 39 of the Charter to turf her out without a legal judgment, and that no one's right should be delayed according to Article 40, but she was also entitled to some form of maintenance during her widowhood under Article 7 of Magna Carta. Ultimately, however, this was rejected by the king on the basis that the ordinances had extinguished Piers and Margaret's rights in the lands, and which Edward claimed had been approved by the prelates, earls, barons, and the whole community of the realm. It is important to note the contrast between Edward's consistent refusal to accept the ordinances and his reliance on them here as a convenient excuse to punish those who were now politically hostile to him. What is therefore significant about Margaret de Clare's petition was that it emphasised not only that even when confronted with a firm basis in Magna Carta, the authorities could turn a blind eye if it was not in their interest to act, and equally that the 1311 ordinances could be subverted from a mechanism which ultimately constrained the king's authority to one which could be weaponised against those who presented opposition. The youngest sister, Elizabeth, is perhaps most interesting to us in an exploration of political culture in this period. She was one of the great dowager ladies of the age and maintained a tight hold over her estates, surviving her siblings and 3 husbands. Her first 2 marriages to John de Burgh, the son of the Earl of Ulster, and Theobald de Verdon ended in widowhood before conflict once again arose between the crown and barons towards the end of the 1310s. Following Theobald's death, she was married to Roger d'Amory, who at that point was a close confidant of the king, just as Margaret's husband Hugh had been. So clearly, Edward had a policy of raising up men through marriage to royal women, and bolstering his inner circle in the political world in doing so. Like Hugh Audley, Roger became estranged from the king as a result of Despencer's increasing power and the threat presented to his share of the Clare inheritance, joining the rebel party in the lead up to Borough Bridge. Whilst Margaret was able to successfully intervene for her husband's life, Roger was condemned to death in the wake of the defeat, but perhaps mercifully succumbed to wounds sustained whilst fighting. With her husband dead, Elizabeth was in a vulnerable position and was taken from her castle at Usk and imprisoned in Barking Abbey alongside her young children. Many of her lands were initially confiscated by the crown, but equally Despenser encouraged further disinheritance to his profit, forcing her to exchange the profitable lordship of Usk for Gower, and then arranging for William de Breos to fraudulently recover Gower from her, essentially depriving her of any Welsh holdings and what would have been a significant financial asset for her in her widowhood. Elizabeth, however, didn't take this lying down and has left behind a really valuable source in the process. Her protest against the Despensers is dated to May of 1326, thus predating Isabella's invasion and the fall of the Despensers. It's a real rarity to see such views expressed whilst the Despensers were still in power, and especially detailing how they had co-opted the machinery of government and usurped royal power in order to line their pockets. She too describes her treatment in terms of breaches of Magna Carta, regarding her free tenement, and that the seizure of her lands was contrary to the law of the land, emphasizing how many different legal and lawful attempts she had made to gain back her lands, including the failed introduction of bills in Parliament and the approaches she made to sheriffs to execute writs in her favour. Her protest makes clear her fear for the political community as a whole, the oppression of the good people of the land, but equally the fear that she had for her personal safety and that of her children. She ended her public protest bravely, declaring that she wished to make this protest openly and publicly as civil law demands, if fear of royal power with the peril that could follow did not stop her. And she shares her hopes that the political situation resolves itself and that in the future, grace may be more open and the law of the land better maintained and common to all. Eventually, when Edward III came to the throne, she was restored to her full South Wales inheritance. And from that point onwards, she became an adept manager of her extensive estates and became one of the great patronesses of the age. So piecing together the stories of these sisters, what might they tell us about political culture in the early 14th century and the role that women might play within it? Firstly, I think we can see just how much ideas stemming from Magna Carta about access to justice and the legal parameters of rule had become integrated into society's understanding of the political world in which they lived. Petitions and protests written by all three sisters refer to clauses of the Great Charter. We know that there was enduring interest in the ideas underpinning the Charter, with frequent reissues and at least one surviving Anglo-Norman translation of the Charter dating to the reign of Edward I. So this is around the time that the sisters were born. Although there has been debate about the applicability of Magna Carta to women, I think it matters less whether those involved in the original creation of the Charter intended to cover women on equal terms as men, and far more that subsequent generations believed it did and felt able to use it in defense of their rights. Not only could this be seen as these women using any means necessary to secure the rights they believed had been infringed upon, but equally we might consider these implications of Magna Carta to be attempts to situate their struggle within a wider political frame. And this sort of has the impression of being even more critical about the state of the realm. As Linda Mitchell argued convincingly in her book on Joan de Valence, there was clearly some form of education available to elite women that was designed to prepare them for their careers as wives, mothers, and managers. But I think it is perhaps necessary to go even further than this. The De Clare sisters lived in exceptional times in which a sound understanding of the social and political developments that the realm had undergone and which continued to influence the relationship between ruler and ruled was critical. A conception of how change in this arena might affect their personal rights would surely be an essential component of their informal training as managers of their estates. And I think that women of this significantly elevated status in society would almost certainly have been aware of these broader social and political ideas. Equally, I think we can see how paths to power for women could be carved out by political change, but which seemingly replicated those that had existed previously. Eleanor de Clare was a prime example of this phenomenon. Even if Queen Isabella had been recognised officially as still acting as queen, it is clear that contemporaries increasingly saw that female power at court lay with Eleanor and treated her in a way that replicated the approaches made to queens. Although we can see that Eleanor did try to help the victims of her husband's regime in the aftermath of Boroughbridge Bridge, she was still one of the primary beneficiaries of the acquisition of rebel lands made between 1322 and 1326. Despite trying to ease the burdens of those who had been targeted, perhaps even to the maximum extent of her powers, she was still at least somewhat complicit in the regime that had allowed this to happen. Through exploring the de Clare sisters' attempts to right the wrongs they felt had been perpetrated against them, we can see the many different avenues that were available to those in medieval England. Petitions could be made to both the king personally, as well as in open parliament, in addition to more informal requests made to those who could influence the king. Legal statements could be drawn up publicly. Bills could be introduced in parliament and sheriffs influenced to enact writs in favour of the claimant. However, when every part of the machinery of government was co-opted by a regime that ignored the law, it is clear that these forms of protest, these forms of making wrongs known to the authorities, wouldn't bear fruit. In short, these legal methods only worked when the regime itself worked within the boundaries of the law. To conclude, I hope to have shown just how important it was for aristocratic women to be able to negotiate the changing political landscape as women on their own, perhaps even more so than when they were married. In looking at the de Clare sisters as key examples in the reign of Edward II, we can see that medieval women's political careers were closely intertwined with the fortunes of their husbands. Finally, women had sufficient legal and political knowledge to know the routes to redress they could pursue, even if an unscrupulous regime blocked them at every turn. Thank you.
Thank you, Rhiannon, for that really interesting paper. We're going to roll straight into the next one, and I'll just get the PowerPoint up now. So our next speaker is Jamie Graves. Jamie is a final year PhD researcher at the University of Sheffield. His thesis examines the role emotion played in constructing, maintaining, and undermining social status in early modern England, with a particular focus on the intersections between emotions, language, and practice. And today he's going to talk to us about free election or riot, emotions, custom, and political authority in 16th century Beverley.
Okay, so firstly, thank you very much, Laura, for that introduction. And I'll just quickly say how nice it is to be allowed out in public again, especially in surroundings such as these. Okay, so in 1535 and 1536, civic elections in the Yorkshire town of Beverley caused disorder and violence in the town and constitutional wrangling in the Court of Star Chamber. Annually, the trade and craft guilds of Beverley elected 12 governors to preserve the town's political, judicial, and economic order. Dating back to at least the mid-14th century, the free election of governors was part of the town's ancient customs and old usages. Yet the 12 governors did not have the ultimate authority in Beverley, which was not an incorporated town, but an archiepiscopal manor within the fief of the Archbishops of York. As recently as 1528, Thomas Wolsey, then Cardinal Archbishop of York, had attempted to curtail Beverley's self-governance which he claimed had wrongfully and unlawfully usurped upon his manorial rights. So by the 1530s, the townspeople of Beverley had become used to customary and de facto self-government, while the archbishops of York, including the then incumbent Archbishop Edward Lee, attempted to assert their de jure rights over the town. These tensions manifested in disputed civic elections and Star Chamber suits that, as KJ Allison has argued, ultimately ended in the town's achievement of self-government later in the 16th century. So today I'm looking at the emotional language used in the three Star Chamber suits in order to shed light on how early modern concepts of emotion played out in practice, how they informed and shaped judicial process, and how they interacted with political notions of social status, social role, and civic governance. The Court of Star Chamber was a venue in which political disputes were played out and resolved. It was a prerogative court which technically tried criminal cases involving violence and trespass, but which in reality litigated the political or property disputes underlying those alleged criminal actions. Although it litigated criminal cases, the Star Chamber followed civil law procedure consisting of written pleadings prepared in advance and witness testimony given not in open court, but behind closed doors. Focusing on the early modern church courts and the Court of Chancery, whose procedure was similar to that of Star Chamber, Faybound, Alberti, and Meredy Bailey have shown how invocations of passion, anger, and malice were not simply unmediated accounts of social interactions and events, but rather legally constitutive elements of a suit, that determined legality and guilt. Malice, in particular, referred to a range of mutually reinforcing matters, including action, character, emotion, and true disposition. So in legal context, to prove the presence of negative emotions such as malice was to prove the defendant's guilt. So this paper will examine the Star Chamber bills surrounding each election before analysing the emotional lexicon used in this judicial context and how the study of this language can add to our understanding of the experience of early modern politics. So on the morning of the 25th of April, 1535, the burgesses of Beverley assembled in the Common Hall for the annual election of governors. Although the town ordinances decreed that only residents and guildsmen could be governors, among those elected was Sir Ralph Elliker, a member of the rural gentry based at Risby, a couple of miles southwest of Beverley. Elliker and 7 of his adherents had already served as governors for the previous year, breaking the ordinance that no individual could be elected governor in successive years. Compounding these issues was the manner of Elliker's re-election, which had allegedly been carried out by fraud, intimidation, and violence. That year, 2 Star Chamber bills of complaint were brought against Elliker, one by several prominent townspeople who supported the Archbishop of York, and another by Archbishop Edward Lee himself. Both bills stressed the Archbishop's authority over Beverley and coupled this with accounts of Elliker's violence and anger at the election and his tyrannous governorship thereafter. Before the election, Elliker had confiscated the bills of nominees supplied by the guilds and replaced them with the names of those who were pursuing re-election. He also forcibly prohibited around 20 prominent townspeople from attending the election, including the former governor Robert Raffles, who led the suit against him. Consequently, according to the Archbishop, great altercations, variances, and loud voices were heard amongst those gathered in the hall, with the better and greater part of the townspeople firmly standing and affirming that no person ought to be governor 2 years together. In the face of this opposition, allegedly, Sir Ralph Elliker and his fellow incumbent governors, Richard Brown and Robert Gray, rose from the governor's bench and threatened and menaced those present with terrible countenance and great, high, opprobrious, unfitting, and violent words and threats in order to submit the townspeople to his will. In great fury and with furious countenance, Elliker raged and cast off his gown and approached those gathered, wearing only his jacket and armed with his wood knife or dagger. With furious countenance and opprobrious words, Gray allegedly attempted to stir up the Commons, calling Richard Taylor, who was another complainant in the case, a busy fellow, and pulled his clothes before he was letted by the discreet counsel of some honest persons in the hall. At this point, Roger Laundell, an inhabitant of the town, desired Elliker to be a good master and permit the town the free election it had enjoyed in diverse years past. But Elliker rebuked him with unfitting words, saying openly that he would do him a displeasure if he did meet him in the town. Elliker also rebuked others with opprobrious words, taking one man by the bosom and with strength and violence thrust him and almost cast him on the floor, saying that if it were not more for pity than for fear of any man, he would not much dread to strike him and half a dozen more of such wretches with his dagger. So by force and arms, in riotous manner and against the king's peace, Elliker and the other governors were re-elected to the great inquietation and trouble of the townspeople. Following the election, by violence and against all law, reason, and conscience, Elliker revoked the freedom of Raffles and other freemen, blocked them from the customary use of common land for their cattle, spent the town's common treasure, and hatefully and cruelly threatened the townspeople and put them in daily fear of bodily harm. According to these elite townspeople, who described themselves as the quiet and honest inhabitants, Elliker led the commons under a perverse liberty that had brought rage, roar, murmur, debate, dissension, and perturbation to the town. And they requested the court to return Beverley to peace and quietness. As the commons were those who should not govern, but be governed, this upending of the proper divinely ordained social order was conceptualized and described in emotional terms, denoting a troubled and unquiet polity. Above all, they claimed, the cause of this unrest was Elliker's greedy mind to continue not only a governor, but like a lord in the town. Meanwhile, Lee informed Thomas Cromwell, the king's chief minister, that Elliker was a man more meet to be a captain of evil-ruled persons than a governor of a town. So what does focusing on this emotional language in this judicial context tell us about the experience of politics in early 16th century Beverley? Since Star Chamber pleadings were drawn up in collaboration with legal counsel and submitted in written form to the court, this language use was deliberate and strategic. As Natalie Zeman-Davis and Laura Gowing have shown, judicial records are the products not only of individuals who craft plausible and credible narratives that conform with commonly shared ideologies and mentalities, as well as of legal procedure and legal language. In the Archbishop's Bill, Elliker's rage was provoked by Laundell's humble appeal for him to be a good master. Here, Laundell was making use of the public transcript by which, as Michael Braddock and John Walter have shown, subordinates could draw on shared discourses and ideologies in order to restore the proper bounds and mutual obligations of interpersonal relationships as part of the constant process of negotiation by which political power was exercised, maintained, and legitimized. The so-called wounding force of this transcript of good mastership and its incompatibility with his revocation of the town's free election is evidenced by Elliker's unfitting outburst of rage. In this judicial context, then, it was possible to ascribe a furious outburst to a common townsman's imputation of the mastership of a landed knight. Another significant moment in the narrative is when Elliker cast off his gown, most likely a robe of civic office, in great fury and approached the assembled burgesses armed with his short sword. Early modern clothing was imbued with social status. Sumptuary laws enforced hierarchical distinctions in dress, and in the Beverley Town ordinances, guildsmen were identifiable by the clothing of their crafts and expected to be properly turned out at elections. As such, Elliker was shedding both his gown and the external marker of his status and office in an unrestrained and furious outburst. And the judicial record stressed that he was armed and a threat to the peace, thus bringing the disputed election into the jurisdiction of the court. However, at this point, it should be remembered that these accounts of Elliker and his followers' actions consist solely of bills of complaint made against him in an adversarial judicial context by his political opponents, and Elliker's own voice is noticeably absent, as the case material does not survive. However, the combination of Elliker's legal ineligibility and the pejorative emotional language used to describe his actions clearly persuaded the court. In a decree made on the 30th of November 1535, the King's Council solidified the Archbishop's order and rule over the townspeople and forbade Elliker from becoming a governor at any time hereafter, as well as other gentlemen from purchasing land in the town in order to be elected governor. This seemingly definitive settlement merely set the stage for further unrest in Beverley the following year. At an interim election held 3 weeks later, on the 20th of December, the Archbishop's officers did not assent to the townspeople's free election, but simply selected such persons as pleased them. The following month, Archbishop Edward Lee claimed to have received a writing under the Common Seal of Beverley, expressing the submission of the 12 governors and 240 substantial burgesses to abide his good order and direction for the commonwealth of the town. However, this was denied by others such as John Raffles, alderman of the Bakers Guild, the hatmaker John Newcombe, Christopher Sanderson, William Dent, Richard Wilson, and Richard Endyke, all of whom had been sued in Star Chamber as members of Sir Ralph Ellicker's faction the previous year, who claimed that the Common Seal had been taken by force from Sanderson and illegitimately used in order to revoke the town's customary rights and privileges. So either due to the fear of greater frays and other inconveniences in Beverley, or merely as a pretext to retain his special friends, the incumbent governors, who were allegedly more affectionate to the Archbishop than the commonweal of the town, Lee ordered the upcoming election of the 25th of April, 1536 to be deferred. The incumbent governors announced the deferral in the Common Hall, ordered its doors to be locked and the rope removed from the common bell. However, on the scheduled day of election, a large number of townspeople of Beverley performed the usual practices of civic elections in the Common Hall. Whether or not these practices were a free election or a riot depended on two factors. Firstly, it depended on whether the elections were inherent to the town's liberties, either by time-honoured custom or by direct grants by kings or archbishops past. Secondly, the legality of the election also depended on the violence or emotional intensity of the inhabitants' actions. As it had been the previous year, emotional language was used in Star Chamber pleadings to describe the characters, motivations, and actions of those involved in the case. So, stressing the violence of the riot, as he termed it, Lee claimed that around 100 townspeople riotously assembled at 7 o'clock. 4 men clambered onto the roof of the house in which the common bell was hung, where they damaged the windows, roof, and chimney, and made great menaces and threats to those inside. The rioters rang the bell 3 times with such violence and fury that they knocked it out of frame. Then, assembling at the doors of the common hall, with great voices, noise, outcries, they urged every true burgess in a religious procession that was celebrating St. Mark's Day to join their ranks. Although the well-disposed persons did not, they were joined by those willful disposed persons who were more affectionate to the rioters, At the door of the common hall, without any manner of order, the rioters elected 12 governors. They then attempted to break the door open with great force and violence, but instead broke a window and entered the hall, where they administered the accustomed oath of office to the supposed new governors. Later, in order to legitimize the election, they went to the house of John Anderson, the common clerk, to enroll the governors' names. However, Anderson, who was of great age, only did so through fear of the force, might, and great menace of the rioters. Lastly, at 4 o'clock, the former ally of Ellicker, now newly elected governor, Richard Wilson, stood upon a bench in the common hall, where he openly and solemnly proclaimed the previous year's complaint against Ellicker as a means to procure greater grudge against the substantial inhabitants allied to the Archbishop. Against these allegations, the defendants claimed that they were peacefully assembled to hold a free election that would preserve their ancient liberties from being utterly forfeit into the Archbishop's hands. Denying that there was any outcry, they claimed that they only used the ladder to ring the common bell, as its rope had been removed on the Archbishop's orders to prevent any election being held, and that rather than breaking down the door to the common hall, they merely found an unlocked door around the back. Once in the hall, they elected 12 substantial inhabitants, according to their old usages, in peaceable and quiet manner. This was done not out of love or favour to any individual, but rather for the good order and conservation of the town, before departing home in peaceable and quiet manner. Despite this defence, the Archbishop's case was clearly successful. In November 1536, an agreement settled the long-running power struggle decisively in his favour. The agreement confirmed the Archbishop's control as chief lord of the town, although out of his tender love and zeal for Beverley and his desire for its good order, rule, and commonweal, the burgesses could retain their free election of governors, albeit only from a body of 36 common councillors selected by the Archbishop. Lastly, to ensure a more quiet and peaceable election in the future, the agreement decreed that any person making business or disturbance against the good order, peace, or tranquility of the town would lose his burgage and place in the town forever. However, several reasons outside the scope of this paper, settlement was not to last. So, in all three cases, the emotional lexicon of Star Chamber included obvious terms such as rage and fury, which most explicitly described both outward display and the intensity of illicit action. The same was true of more implicit descriptions of great, loud, high, terrible, noisy, opprobrious, and violent words and deeds, as well as the menaces, threats, and outcries of Elliker and the rioters. These terms could easily be read over at first glance, but they also described the disorder and intensity of feeling and action that, in this judicial context, served to delegitimize the elections and brought them within the court's jurisdiction. According to these terms describing action, added to these terms describing action, Elliker's motivation was attributed to his hate and cruelty to the so-called substantial burgesses and his greedy mind to be a governor. The terms affectionate, love, and favour were also used by both sides of the free election or riot debate to pejoratively ascribe motivation. Affection, for example, was used to describe the misplaced affection of those willful inhabitants for the rioters, as well as the claim that the Archbishop's supporters have more affection for Lee than the Commonwealth of Beverley. By contrast, invocations of peace and quiet simultaneously indicated a moderate and restrained state of mind, manner of behaviour, and an ideal social order, demonstrating the links between the physical body and body politic. The self-described quiet and honest inhabitants stressed that Elliker's favouring of the commons above them had brought the town into roar, grudge, murmur, debate, dissension, and perturbation. Similarly, the Archbishop claimed that the Elliker's election was to the great inquietation and trouble of the townspeople themselves, whom he had vexed, troubled, inquieted, and put in prison after his re-election. Peace and quiet thus belong to a cluster of socio-political terms referring to the tranquility, good order, rule, and Commonwealth of Beverley, meaning that passions and affections were implicated in the discourse of common good and society as a whole. I've tried to use the word emotion as little as possible to categorize these terms, as this is it's attempting to be a historicist study that examines the past in and through the terms and concepts used by people at the time. The Star Chamber lexicon just described includes terms that joined feeling, morality, motivation, and action in ways that are largely recognizable as the modern emotion, but which also more widely included terms such as emulation, aversion, and revenge, which are unlikely to be listed among emotions today. So in terms of politics, historians such as Derek Hurst, Mark Kishlansky, and Richard Cust have discussed predominantly 17th century elections in terms of whether they were contested elections, representing individual voter choice, and the discussion and resolution of ideological, religious, or political questions, or rather if they were uncontested elections, representing the top-down dominance of the gentry or urban oligarchies, reflecting localized contestations of authority over authority and status. However, focusing on the 14th to the 16th centuries, Christian Liddy has shown how civic elections were contested and integral to concepts of citizenship and identity in the late medieval urban context and onwards. This paper has brought the history of emotions to bear on these studies of elections. Insights from the history of emotions allow us to understand elections in and through the terms used by early modern people themselves and to see the politicized nature of emotional language. The paper reveals that emotional language was one of the means through which politics was discussed and enacted, and that intense emotional display was a key means by which legitimacy was won or lost, turning a free election into a riot. Both the actual displays of emotion and how these displays were later described and utilized were therefore central parts of the dynamics of politics and power. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Jamie. That was a really great insight into some of the drama of the early 16th century. I think we're now very quickly going to hear from John Cooper about the research of Kirsty Wright, who would have been giving a paper in this slot. Her paper title was Ransacking Papers for Precedents, Politics and the Past in the Exchequer of Receipt, 1580 to 1630. So I'll just pass on to John now for a summary.
Thank you very much. Well, this really is putting me on the spot. Kirsty, unfortunately, can't be here today because she's lost her voice. I bear some responsibility for her losing her voice because she's actually teaching a couple of sections of my Tudor regime module at the University of York, and obviously has had such talkative York students that she's lost her voice in the process. So she's gutted, actually, not to be here. But just for a couple of minutes, I thought I'd just alert you to the significance of her research and some of the questions that she's thinking about. So Kirsty is a third-year PhD student at the University of York, working with me. She's funded by the Society of Architectural Historians of Great Britain and the University of York. And she's really focusing on the buildings of the former St. Stephen's College in the Palace of Westminster. Now, this is a subject that links more than one person in the room. So Elizabeth Biggs, whom you saw earlier this morning, wrote her doctoral thesis on St. Stephen's College between 1348 and 1548. I've been working on this space for a long time. I'd love to show you a slide of the Palace of Westminster. Of course, I haven't come prepared with that, I'm afraid. But Murray Tremellen here in the fetching scarlet mask in the front row is sort of picking up the story in this later 18th and early 19th centuries in that same space. What Kirsty is thinking about is the relationship between the medieval English crown institution of the Exchequer and the former buildings of St. Stephen's College as they are repurposed as a result of the Reformation that closes down St. Stephen's College. So the chapel itself becomes the House of Commons chamber, where the House of Commons remains until 1834. But there's also a cloister. There are vicars and canons' houses that were initially investigated by Elizabeth Biggs. And it's those spaces, it's the use of those spaces within the Palace of Westminster that Kirsty has been thinking about. And some of the questions that she's been thinking about are the extent to which Exchequer is an unchanging or an ossified institution in the 16th century, which is how it's conventionally portrayed, or is actually still in motion, still in flux, still vibrant, and still valuable to the English crown. Now, we've heard from more than one speaker already today how important the Exchequer was, but also how critical Exchequer records are. And where some other records have disappeared, remarkably, the Exchequer records have survived, and not quite an unbroken, but a fantastically rich set of resources for medieval and early modern historians. And what Kirsty is doing is sort of thinking through the relationship between Exchequer and the spaces within the Palace of Westminster in order to explore some of those political, cultural relationships. Ventriloquizing for her, one of the things I think is most fascinating about what she's done is she's actually sort of reconstructed a typical day as if you were an auditor or a clerk working in the Exchequer, including the spatial layout of the buildings of the Exchequer, which were at the opposite end of Westminster Hall from St. Stephen's Chapel, and they were on several stories. You know, she's recovered this in marvelous detail, including clerks doing their work and actually then essentially dropping their paperwork down a pipe in the floor where it plops onto a table in the tier of administration below, and another set of men, they were all men, clerks, get working on those papers and start claiming their fees. So these same spaces that were inhabited by Exchequer clerks in the 16th century, they are both office space and they become domestic space. So the auditor of the Exchequer develops a very fine townhouse there, which goes through a whole series of emendations into the 18th century, at which point it's fundamentally remodeled. And this is what Murray Tremellen's research focuses on as it becomes a house for the Speaker of the House of Commons. So we see in Kirsty's work a whole nexus of interactions between administrative history, I mean, what you might call her work the new administrative history, but also social culture, sociability and ritual. And I think what she is recovering in terms of how the exchequer functions, that looks to me not simply like clerks doing their job. There is an element of ritual life, I think, in that crown administration world of the 16th century. And it was particularly unfortunate she can't be here, because what her most recent work is doing is thinking about the interaction between this and antiquaries and antiquarianism and record keeping. And so she has, in the nick of time, in the last 10 minutes, sent through a sort of a 1-paragraph description. So I'll give you that, and then I'll sit down and we can think about questions. My research, Kirsty's research, examines the exchequer of receipt. There are 2 exchequers, the upper exchequer and the exchequer of receipt. This is where the money comes in, within the Palace of Westminster and its political significance within early modern government. It takes an architectural approach to administrative history to re-examine the receipt as a place which acted as a point of contact between state and subject. And that question of point of contact, that's obviously picking up a language that was used by Professor Sir Geoffrey Elton back in the 1950s through to the end of his work in the 1990s. Parliament as a point of contact was one of the kind of final great contributions that Geoffrey Elton made to our understanding of English politics and the court and particularly the Palace of Westminster. In fact, Kirsty is picking up that language of point of contact between state and subject. But she's taking it further because she's thinking about exchequer as a custodian of financial patronage, so the sort of human relationships that persist within this structure, and a custodian of memory. And there she's really picking up on the work of one of my medieval colleagues who did have a career in the National Archives and then moved on to become a very senior official within the House of Lords, Elizabeth Hallam Smith. And Elizabeth Hallam Smith has fed through a lot of her research to me and to Murray Tremellen and to Kirsty Wright. And I'd like to acknowledge her work, that she's also a fellow of this society. But Kirsty's work reconstructs the internal layout, actually room by room, space by space, of the receipt of the exchequer in some of the same ways that Murray is doing for the rooms of the Speaker's House from the 1790s. She focuses in particular on the reuse of the former St. Stephen's College buildings and really contributes to our better understanding of the reuse of the Palace of Westminster, the repurposing of the Palace of Westminster, as this really ceases to be a royal palace in the very early 16th century and becomes the preeminent place of Crown administration. And this is something that I've looked at in some of my current work in terms of the repurposing of St. Stephen's Chapel as the House of Commons chamber. It's also at the kind of latter end of Elizabeth Biggs's work with her kind of Tudor hat on rather than her medieval Ireland hat on in terms of thinking about the repurposing of the palace after the palace fire of 1512 to 13 when Henry VIII moves out and the Palace of Westminster is really given over to become the preeminent point of Crown administration. But by considering questions of place and space, Kirsty's work enables attention to be refocused on the people who move between the spaces that exchequer occupied. So movement within the Palace of Westminster, reconstructed in quite a forensic way, is an important part of what she's doing in order to understand the value and the nature of administrative office and the changing use of those offices over time. As her clerks of the exchequer shift, and this is the really critical point, I think, in her current work, shift from everyday clerical roles to politically influential sinecures. And I think it's quite clear that a lot of her exchequer clerks and auditors are no longer simply the people who are claiming fees for copying out exchequer dockets. That can actually be delegated to other people. They are politically significant. And some of these people are politically connected with parliamentarians, who of course are simply at the other end of Westminster Hall. Exchequer and Parliament are literally cheek by jowl in the 16th century. And increasingly, A number of those auditors and clerks are themselves antiquarians. They are interested in the ransacking of records, whether those are exchequer records or whether those are state paper records. And of course, those aren't held in some public record office. They're not held in the British Library. A lot of them are still on site and accessible within the Palace of Westminster or the Jewel Tower or other adjacent spaces. So Kirsty's very sorry that she couldn't be here. Her paper would have opened out some of those issues through examination of the largely neglected role of the receipt in record keeping and its intersection with antiquarian scholarship through discussion of the architecture of the 4 treasuries of the receipt in the Palace of Westminster. If any of you, if that sparks your interest, then Kirsty is very happy to share a copy of the text of her paper with any of you in the room. And if you want to come and talk to me afterwards, I'll be happy to pass on her contact details. So thank you for listening.
Great, thank you very much for that, John, and we hope Kirsty gets better soon. So we're going to have some Q&A for the 2 papers we've heard. If there's 2 speakers could come up, and we're going to use these nice society chairs. Yes, you want to, yeah? Okay, so does anybody have any questions in the room to start with? Yes, Keely.
Thank you. Yeah, so my question is for Rhiannon. Do you think that the De Clare sisters were sort of uniquely positioned to have these sort of avenues to legal redress that perhaps other women wouldn't have had, just sort of by nature, sort of fortune or their relationship with the king, rather than, you know, is it something that other women would have been able to have accessed as easily, or is it something that's a bit more unique to them?
Thank you.
So they probably have better personal access to the king in that they could probably enter into correspondence with him. But I don't think that necessarily helps them that much in this period. But what we do see that is somewhat accessible to all women. So everyone could petition with a private petition. And we think that that was fairly accessible to all freemen. And essentially the only cost involved was to draft your petition in Latin, which was fairly cheap, we think. So really there is this direct conduit between ruler and ruled. I don't think it necessarily helps everyone. And we can see very often in the petitions of Special Collections 8 in the National Archives, that very often they are just sort of dismissed as, you know, you need to do this at common law, or the council can sort this out, the king does not want to deal with this. So there are definitely some routes that are accessible to all women. Whether or not it helped them in this period when the authorities pretty much just ignored convention remains to be seen, however. But thank you for the question.
Thank you very much to you both. And I'm afraid it's another question for Rhiannon on a similar theme. You referred to Eleanor de Clare and sort of her taking on a quasi-queenly role with regard to intercession. And I'm wondering if you could say a bit more about the language, the rhetoric surrounding that, and perhaps particularly how she's addressed when people seek her help.
Well, this is an annoyance that I had recently was I've tried to go to the National Archives a few times to have a look at this letter in person, but unfortunately, it's always been out with a member of staff. So I've not quite managed to get my eye in with this letter quite yet. But I do think it's interesting that Joan has obviously, I don't think we actually have the letter from Joan to Eleanor. So the letter that we do have is from ancient correspondence of the Chancery and Exchequer, and that is Eleanor writing a letter to Walter of Norwich, who was the treasurer. So she's essentially just asking for a little bit of extra cash to be put towards Joan while she's in the Tower of London. So unfortunately, we can't really get a sense of how Joan might have addressed her. But I think it's fair to say that, you know, there was probably this community of women at court who perhaps recognized that something really quite wrong was going on in the background and felt perhaps this sense of solidarity towards each other. But unfortunately, we can't really see the other side of it. So I'm afraid I'm limited with what I can say on that one.
I've got a question for Jamie about so I was really struck by just how sort of vitriolic the language was. It is amazing. Like I read, you know, a man more meet to be a captain of evil-minded persons than to be a governor of a town. Sort of sounds more like religious polemic than a than a sort of legal record. And I was just wondering what we know of sort of the religion of Eka and that dimension of the dispute, or whether, you know, it could be a one-word answer and that could be no. But how much evidence there survives of that?
Well, I guess, well, firstly, Sir Ralph Elliker was involved in quite a lot of disputes with the church. It was like, because it was the archiepiscopal manor, so the archbishops of York had deer parks, which he was always poaching in. And there's a parallel case at the exact time this is going on, where apparently out of his malice and cruelty, he's hunting all of Edward Lee's deer to destruction. But more on religion itself, the thing that, when I said that the agreement fell through, it was because by the time it had been signed, like the Pilgrimage of Grace had kicked out and Beverley was heavily involved, which was kind of a religious, conservative or Catholic, or whatever, call it, religious uprising, and kind of defense of local custom against centralization by the central government. And a lot of the townspeople they tried to get Elliker on side again as a rebel leader. So, and you see all the same names popping up, like he goes around to Sanderson's house for breakfast and they're trying to convince him. And then Richard Wilson, who stands on the bench and is the one talking about curing grudge, he's the one who announces the rebellion, and they're all ringing the common bell, and it's the same thing. So I guess he's a kind of, as a kind of local magnate, he's kind of a sort of conservative religious kind of figurehead, I guess, in some ways. And yeah, that's how it comes out of it. So,
I also have a question for Jamie, if that's all right, which is another one about the broader context of this dispute and to a certain extent its representativeness, which is how much is the sort of, I suppose, the Crown's interest in this? And I'm especially thinking about Cromwell, who you mentioned was a sort of one of the figures that was petitioned to about this at one point, as alongside Star Chamber, which is really the Chancellor's domain by this point. How much was their interest in this influenced by their concern about what's going on in Yorkshire generally in this period? I know this is just before the Pilgrimage of Grace, but is that anything to do with the context here, or are there enough cases like this elsewhere that you think that this is a more general phenomenon rather than a regional concern?
I'm not sure about contemporary cases in Yorkshire. Because I've kind of done a sort of different case studies over time. It's it's quite representative in, yeah, over time, like I said, the same sort of language is used in different kinds of parliamentary elections and civic elections. There's the election of sheriffs in London, which became in the 1680s, which was a party political one. You see the same usage of language, but as to the wider Yorkshire, we'll have to discuss that after. Sorry.
So this question is, sorry, I'm just finding it. So this question is for both of you. Thank you for the fantastic papers, this person says. I wonder if you could say a bit more about how your work is shaped by the surviving sources and what you don't have. What do your administrative and legal sources not give us, in your opinion?
Thank you for a really interesting question. Obviously, as I was answering Sam earlier, we very often only get one half of the correspondence that's quite helpful to us. So we're sort of very often, you know, there's just this void of response, which would be really helpful to know in writing a thesis on this subject. But I think in terms of my sources in general, I look quite a lot at petitions, so private petitions. And there obviously is this skew in the sources, really, because I'm only really seeing when things do go wrong and when things, you know, need to be corrected by the authorities. So I'm not really necessarily seeing when everything's going quite well. I mean, maybe it's my interpretation of Edward II's reign. I'm not necessarily sure there is much evidence of it going well. But even if there were, I probably wouldn't see it in the sources either. So that's one of the great mysteries of medieval political history, I suppose.
Well, yeah, I mentioned in the paper as well that especially the Elliker cases, it's just one-sided bill of complaints. There's not even depositions or anything like that. So I guess you miss out on things if you're looking for details or kind of what happened. But I think using these sort of sources and trying to kind of read them in depth, as opposed to the kind of, I don't know, diaries and the usual source you'd think of, the history of emotions and things, it kind of, you get to see what was considered plausible in a judicial context to kind of describe motivation and describe action and behavior. So I think you do get a kind of a sense of how emotions were seen as related to sort of, or how they were played out in social practice, I guess. Yeah. Oh, and as well, it's obviously a court case, so it's all going to be about anger and rage, and so the lexicon that comes up, you do get a very skewed one. So that was.
It's a question for Rhiannon. It's a broad question, really, and it sort of follows on from the last question about what's possible and what's not possible. Obviously, this is an early career conference focused very much on new and emerging research agendas. So in light of the sources that are available, what would you characterize as being what's happening at the moment, other than your own work, those kind of new and emerging research questions in terms of the history of women, politics, political culture in medieval Britain and Ireland? So in a very broad brush kind of question.
That's quite a challenging one, but I'll give it a go. So I suppose there is this emerging idea. I think for the last 20 years or so, we've been thinking about knowing that women didn't necessarily have a well-recognized role in politics. Where could they find a role? So, for example, the work of Louise Wilkinson, you may be familiar with, has done a lot of work on women as sheriffs in the 13th century. And so it's finding ways of attributing a political voice to women that perhaps hasn't necessarily been found before. And I think the work of my supervisor, Gwen Seaborn, also in looking at Magna Carta and statute law and looking at, you know, could this be seen as involving women? Even though obviously the Latin is very much, you know, liber homo, a free man, would that conventionally be seen as including women by contemporaries? And as I said in my paper, even if it, you know, was considered to only talk about men, could it still be used by women in that period to actually assert their rights? So there are definitely some, you know, new and exciting things going on in women's history, and I hope we see an awful lot more too.
This question's for Jamie. In terms of the language you identified, is that just language picked up in this case, or is this a wider lexicon that appears in other sources?
Yes and no. Where you first, in the thesis, I've built up a lexicon using dictionaries and philosophical texts. So it often was kind of a blend of Aristotelian, Stoic, and Christian views, which I'll just mix together and then usually describe them being kind of basic passions or simple passions, usually lists of like 4, 6, or 11, which then become more complex. So anger would be a basic one, and then it would become wrath, rage, indignation, depending on the different contexts. So I guess built up the lexicon by you spot the really obvious words like the rage and the fury, and then you kind of see what they're used alongside or coupled with, and over time, I think what you could call the emotional lexicon, although I'm trying not to use a term, as I said, it's all words which either describe morality, character, motivation, action, and then they interact with kind of social terms. So things like moderation, prudence are about sort of restraining action or directing it, and civility, which is all about kind of restraint and social propriety. So I think you can build up kind of link of emotions and virtues and things, then you get kind of to how the early moderns saw them, I would say.
Anyone else?
It's another one for Jamie. Sorry, Jamie. Just sort of thinking about emerging disciplines. And I'm just sort of wondering how much, if at all, and this is just because of my own interests, how much you've thought about orality and language. I was sort of very struck by, in the account, there was loads of sort of, you know, rough talking. I suppose you might consider it, and the sort of the bell ringing. How much that relates in the sort of written record to what we know about sort of early modern understandings and fears about noise and sort of discord, I guess. And how much emotion plays into that.
I guess the language of peace and quiet and things like that. So peace is a kind of social ideal, which is used in all sorts of, well, it's just an ideal in behavior, feeling, and sort of social peace. So, sorry, I'll have to say all that again. Yeah, peace and quiet, the key ideals in all kinds of walks, all kinds of contexts, behavior, feeling, action, social order. So I'd say those references to noise, and you can have like unquiet title as well, and just, I guess, any reference to that is a kind of, would be read in these judicial sources as negative. But then Christian Liddy as well has also said that politics, like civic politics, was loud anyway, because it was all kind of voting by sort of cheers and hands raised, and sort of no one really knew who the electorate was, so everyone would just gather and make a noise. So I guess it would be very easy, depending on your purposes, to portray that as a riot when it could just be a kind of boisterous election, I guess. I don't know if that's answered your question.
I didn't know. I have two questions for each of you. So I may start with Rhiannon. And thank you both for your papers. Also, I really love the title of your talk. Yeah, really enjoyed the reference. So the answer may well be no, but do we have much information about the, in particular, the political interactions between these sisters, specifically anything they might have, say, collaborated on, but how they might have interacted with one another politically and managed that kind of personal and then political relationships?
I mean, it's a difficult one because I think a lot of the interactions we do see are more to do with their husbands, and the fact that obviously Hugh Despencer the Younger essentially just tried to get the full Clare inheritance for himself. And so there's obviously a great deal of hostility between Hugh Despencer, so Eleanor's husband, and then the two husbands of Margaret and Elizabeth. So we can't really know how that would have, unfortunately, we can't really see how that would have impacted their relationship. And we can really only see it as a prism through these men, as it were. I hope that they tried to help each other, because that would be a really nice thought, but in the absence of any evidence for it, it doesn't seem to be the case, but hopefully I find some sort of evidence for that.
It's always the dream, isn't it, that you find those. Thank you. And then for Jamie, you mentioned about the intense emotions being used to discredit somebody. How do you have any evidence in your sources of that being used after, like outside of the Star Chamber? Is it brought up again later that somebody has been emotional, has shown intense emotional once, and so it's more likely that they've done it again and it can be weaponized?
Yeah, there's a parliamentary case in Chichester in the 1580s, and basically, I guess it's a similar thing. It's kind of trying to raise up the Commons, and it's all about who the Commons are and who can vote. And also, it's the same thing is used because I've looked at matrimonial cases as well, separation cases, and it's all about the husbands being, but it's always described as unreasonable or unmeasured. So husbands could have a certain amount of sway in kind of physical correction of the wives and things like that. And all the cases kind of, they accept that violence is a kind of integral part of like the marriages and things, but it's all about whether it's measured, so whether it's too intense, and at that point it becomes a crime and cause of separation. But yeah, that's how it's all framed. It's all about moderation as the ideal, and as soon as you stray beyond that, you've kind of not fulfilled your role, and then break marriage.
Thank you. Thank you both for two really interesting papers. And again, I'm going to be a bit cheeky and pose one question for each, if that's all right. I'll start with Rhiannon. And again, I stress I'm not a medieval specialist, so I may be slightly exposing my ignorance here. But you obviously alluded to the kind of political turmoil and upheaval of Edward II's reign. And I just wondered, you know, to what extent would you characterize the reign of Edward II as kind of an aberration within English politics and sort of political stability at that period? Or do you see these kind of power struggles as just sort of part and parcel of medieval politics?
Well, this is a very interesting question, so thank you for posing it. So in the scope of my thesis, my first chapter really compares what had gone on in the previous half century or so. So I look at in the aftermath of the Second Barons' War, so after the Battle of Evesham and the death of Simon de Montfort. And what we see there is actually, you don't see any women imprisoned like you do in Edward II's reign. And there does seem to be this understanding that women should be protected in some way afterwards, because there is this acknowledgement that for most women, they probably didn't really agree necessarily with what their husbands were doing. And it wouldn't be fair for them to lose their inheritance or their dower, their maintenance in widowhood, just because their husband had decided to rebel. And we also, I think I've also compared it to what happens to the Welsh women and the Scots women during the Wars of Independence in the 1270s to 1290s or so. And we do see a similar sort of thing, but it's tricky because we're viewing it, cross-border warfare is obviously slightly different to civil war. And so I think you've also got to bring in the context of hostage taking, which is pretty common on the continent, although less so with the taking of female hostages. So in terms of civil war and the context of civil war, I'd say Edward II's reign is pretty rare, other than some cases you see with King John's reign. So to my mind, it is a bit of an aberration, but I will be developing that slightly more in my thesis as well.
Thank you. And then Jamie, slightly cheeky question perhaps, but I'm just interested in the kind of the scope of your work more broadly on, the history of emotions. And, we're all really conscious that politics, here in Britain lately and indeed around the world has been particularly polarized and divisive in recent years. And I just wonder whether you feel there's any lessons that we can draw from your work for contemporary politics and political discourse.
That's a cheeky question. I guess moderation.
Thank you.
It's all emotional, but just which emotions and how intense.
Are there any final questions? Or we've managed to run all the way to the end of this session. We've really grilled the speakers. So if nobody has anything else to ask, I think we'll leave it there for this panel. It just remains to thank our speakers again for two great and really well-connected papers, I think. And we'll reconvene for the next panel at 2:20. In the meantime, feel free to go out and get lunch. And the exhibition, I believe, is running upstairs on Henry VIII, Defender of the Faith, ? If anybody would like to go up and have a look at that, we encourage it. So thank you very much.
For all of those online, we will have the Zoom open, but we will reconvene after lunch at 2:20.
So welcome back to those of us in the room and everyone joining us online to the third panel of the day, which I think in planning we roughly refer to as connecting court and country, but you know, we'll see how that goes. We have three papers in this panel, and as per the other sessions today, we'll run all three back to back, and then we'll have questions at the end. So just a reminder for those of you joining us online, that Q&A we'll be taking questions here from the room with a roving mic, or we can also take them from Zoom and YouTube if you just pop them in the chat function, and we have people in the room who can take those. So we'll get straight into the first paper. Our first speaker is Keely Hayes Davis, and she's a first-year PhD student at the University of York. She holds an MA from University College London in early modern studies, and her research focuses on the progresses of Henry VIII and their impact on the wider structure and function of government in the Tudor period. Alongside her master's thesis, her PhD work focuses on the reconstruction of Henrician progresses from conception to delivery. And Keely is going to speak to us today about pageantry, power, and pastime, a nicely alliterative title, progresses during the reign of Henry VIII. So take it away, Keely.
So yeah, thank you for that rather grand introduction. I'm honoured to be here in my first in-person event because of COVID, and to be our sort of first foray into the Tudor period. So Henry VIII is, you know, arguably the best known monarch in English history. He holds an undeniable appeal to the public, and this was primarily due to his skill at image management, manipulation, and communication. Portraits, murals, and religious texts were all used to convey Henry as an infallible king with great military prowess. Now, portrayed by his contemporaries as the perfect blend of European humanism and medieval chivalry, Henry was viewed as a godly prince who would herald England into a new era of holiness and prosperity. Of course, all monarchs traveled the kingdoms they ruled, and English kings moved their courts through a realm that included parts of England, Scotland, Wales, and Ireland, as well as portions of France. Now, despite this commonality with his contemporaries, Henry VIII's itinerant court is a significantly unacknowledged feature of Henrician politics. So the first question we must ask then is, what was the role of the progress? And how does it differ from the usual itinerant movements of the king's court? And most importantly, were royal progresses impactful or indeed successful? And how do we measure that? So despite the wealth of literature surrounding the mechanisms of government during the reign of Henry VIII, and there is a wealth of literature surrounding the mechanisms of government during the reign of Henry VIII, there have been really very few attempts to examine Henry's progresses in the same depth. So unlike Elizabeth, only a handful of scholarly work focuses on Henry's progresses specifically, and the majority of these are focused primarily on Henry's progress to the north in 1541. Government, of course, continued while the king was on progress, and the peripatetic nature of government was central to the anatomy of the body politic in this period. But exactly how this mechanism functioned and the broader implications surrounding who remained in London and who travelled with the king definitely requires some further examination. But progresses allowed the king to consolidate his image, strengthen his authority in the localities, and to nurture his relationship with the political elite and indeed with his subjects. Now, under Henry, the court was perceived as a unifier of the aristocracy, and it was this shift in focus that strengthened their loyalty to the king. And progresses also reflected a level of interaction between the king and the political elite, and they were large, colourful spectacles steeped in ritual and ceremony. And during an era of personal monarchy where the court was restructuring to allow the king more privacy, progresses offered greater access to the monarch away from the formalities of the court. Hosting the king was a great honour, but it was an expensive one. And it also formed part of the reciprocal conversation the king and his courtiers engaged in. Now, they were strategic, complex mechanisms of government, and they each had their own unique motive and itinerary, which were explicable to the context of each year. Their individuality and flexible nature aided Henry in strengthening his relationships with his courtiers, while also executing his political and religious campaigns. And Henry's reign saw a new focus on controlling ideas of power and kingship through material culture. And this was a movement that was spearheaded by Thomas More, Cardinal Wolsey, and Thomas Cromwell. Influenced by the Renaissance, Henry was hugely successful in using the material and written world to negotiate and shape his image and power. So is it anachronistic of us to ascribe to him the concept of modern PR? Well, perhaps not. The idea of constructing imagery and rhetoric in order to present a favorable representation doesn't originate with Henry. Just as governments today produce political adverts and campaigns to boost their image, early modern monarchs employed the best artists, architects, and rhetoricians to communicate the prestige of their courts and the majesty of their rule. Henry was no different, and his progresses functioned within a broader campaign to achieve political objectives and to foster loyalty. So dismissing the idea that Henry could have employed something as modern as a politically driven PR campaign, no matter how these images were constructed, it does limit the way his reign can be viewed. In this period, image was authority, and it was essential that Henry maintained his image not only within the court, but outside of it. So were Henrician progresses all about image? Well, again, not really. Progresses have historically played a significant role within the broader function of the monarchy and in the English political system at large. Now, Henry VII's success in consolidating his victory over Richard III of Bosworth was in no small amount due to his consistent and exhaustive cycle of progresses. Henry Tudor often left his London residences for several progresses northwards. His 1486 progress took him to Cambridge, Lincoln, Nottinghamshire, and York, and they were all individually tailored to best assert his authority in the heartland of Yorkist sympathies. So we can see that the peripatetic court was a consistent feature of kingship. But by the time Henry VIII inherited the throne in 1509, England had seen a gradual trend towards a more settled court. The development of larger and more lavish palaces in and around London reflect the court as a more static, settled institution. And Edward IV's extension of the Great Hall at Eltham and Henry VII's palace at Richmond were all symbolic of royal strength, the permanence of the monarchy, and they encouraged a more settled way of life. This same process is seen during the reign of Henry VIII, who came to own over 60 royal residences by the time of his death in 1547. The development of Whitehall, as well as the centre of royal power in the 1530s, also encouraged the further development of the court as a more static institution. So why take progress at all? Well, as I mentioned earlier, the reasoning behind each progress is unique. They represent no homogeneous continuum, but they are each inexplicably bound to the political, social, and religious context of each year. So for the sake of time and clarity, we'll focus on one progress today, Henry's 1535 progress to Bristol. Now, a letter dated the 15th of March, 1533, gives some indication of the motive behind Henry's progress to Bristol. Now, he chafed at the Pope's authority in England and meant to, and I quote, repair the error of Kings Henry II and John, who had by deceit bowed to the Pope's authority. He was determined to reunite to the crown the good which churchmen held of it, which his predecessors could not alienate to his prejudice, and that he was bound to do this by the oath he had taken at his coronation. So that he stayed with notable reformers here was no coincidence. Overwhelmingly, the king's itinerary for that year was structured around visiting strong supporters of the Reformation, who also held positions in Parliament. During the 1530s, Parliament was passing numerous statutes that would fundamentally alter the lives of the English people. But crucially, it was during this period that Henry realized his power was at its strongest when it was exercised through Parliament. So it follows that he would visit those who held influence there. And as the most influential elite in England generally resided within Greater London and the southeast of England, the progress of 1535 provided him with the perfect opportunity to cement the loyalty of the political elite in the area, following the Act of Supremacy, in 1534. And the Reformation also provides an additional motive to this progress. Thomas Cromwell travelled alongside the king as part of his retinue. And a few days behind Cromwell rode surveyors assigned to value the monastic houses in the southeast, with whom Cromwell kept in frequent contact. They visited many monastic houses they would later dissolve, and that the Seymours and appoints at Acton Court also supported the dissolution of the monasteries could have been why Henry chose to lodge there from the 2nd to the 7th of September that year. And of course, alongside these religious aims, the progress had another more personal motive. Henry wished to promote Anne as the new Queen of England. Now, Berkeley, visited by the king from the 7th to the 14th of August that year, was known to be a hotbed of anti-French sentiments. And residents there saw Henry as an agent of the French king, thanks to his marriage to Anne Boleyn. So these are the reasons why Henry went on progress, but what would it actually look like? What was the experience of the people watching progress move along the roads and byways of England? But the 1511 tournament roll gives a good indication of what Henry's progresses might have looked like. I will implore you at this point to use your imaginations as I describe the image. But it's that of a large procession with Henry leading on his horse, and he's wearing delicate blue and white silks, and they were embroidered with the initials H and K. Behind him follows a large entourage of pages and musicians dressed in yellow damask, carrying the royal coat of arms. Now, the Westminster Tournament Roll displays the pageantry and extravagance of a tournament, and it was designed to celebrate the birth of his son, Henry, but it does provide a good idea of what the king's entourage might have looked like while arriving at the houses of his hosts or traveling on the roads in England towards the towns and his lodgings. And additional evidence indicating the size and structure of Henry's progresses can be found in a letter by Charles de Marillac. Now, Marillac was a French prelate and diplomat who accompanied Henry and his court on the 1541 progress to York. And in a series of letters to Francis I, he provided a detailed description of the royal party as they entered Lincoln on the 12th of August in 1541. And he writes that the king's fashion of proceeding in this progress is, wherever they are dear numerous, to enclose 200 or 300, and then send them in many greyhounds to kill them, that he might share them among the gentlemen of the country and his court. When he passes any town in which he has not been during his reign, without other solemnity than having the streets decorated and the inhabitants going before him on their little geldings in ordinary clothes, he himself, mounted on a great horse, with all the most notable lords of England in front, 2 and 2, and 60 or 80 archers with drawn bows behind, goes, with the Queen, Lady Mary, his daughter, and some other ladies to the lodgings prepared for them. So we can see from this letter that the court on progress was roughly around the size of half the size of Henry's winter court, and it numbered around 500 or 600 people. Now, simply moving such a large number of people around the countryside was no easy task. Henry and Anne had the royal stables, which contained around 300 horses, and most of the nobility, churchmen, and ministers following the progress had their own mounts. But Simon Thurley's research suggests that the Lord Steward's department did not have access to such equine resources. And as such, they outsourced their transport to local towns and villages along the route of the progress, hiring horses and carts as they went at a fixed rate of around 2 pence a mile. Obviously, this was a very unpopular practice amongst the localities, as not only was the usual rate 12 pence a mile, but oftentimes the horses were needed to aid with the summer's harvest. And during the 1526 progress, while traveling through Kent, 16 villagers were required to supply 26 carts for the king's progress. So this was a very big requisition of scarce resources in the towns. Now, we don't have time today, unfortunately, to go into any great detail about the makeup of this entourage, but a reserved estimate of the number of carts traveling with the progress at any given time would sit at around 300 to 350. And moving such a large group through the lanes and byways of England was not an easy task, as you can imagine. In his hunting, it is identifying the trunk roads of early modern England and Wales, Max Satchell argues that while England had an extensive road network, they were either very narrow or were simply causeways, which were suitable only for pack horses. So consequently, the progress traveled slowly, averaging only 12 miles a day. And on more often traveled routes where the roads were marginally better, the court could manage as many as 18 miles. The security, of course, along the route was tight, as the king and his court attracted vagabonds, beggars, and other such opportunists. So alongside transport, of course, provisions had to be made along the route for the royal kitchens, which also traveled with the king. The royal clerk of the market would ride ahead of the progress by some days, ensuring that there was enough meat, bread, and beer for the court. Now, like tart taking, this was an unpopular practice. Royal purveyors held the responsibility of acquiring food for the king and his court, and they were entitled to the king's price, which was a discount that allowed them to buy goods cheaper. So for context, in the 1520s, the fixed king's price for poultry was 5 shillings per swan, 2 shillings per peacock, 7 pence for a hen, and 6 pence for a dozen larks. So this is all to say that the arrival of the court did not always mean profit for the local producers. But the discount did not apply to the courtiers or churchmen the king lodged with, and as such, hosting the king was an expensive effort. During the progress of 1539, Henry lodged with Sir Edward Seymour in Wolf Hall. On the first night, he gave supper for 70, 800 on the second night, and 1,500 on the third and fourth nights. The total expenses for the king's visit was £288, 19 shillings and 10 pence, which is approximately £120,000 today. And for context, this could, in the 1530s, pay the wages of roughly 10,000 skilled tradesmen. So that is an extortionate amount of money to spend on a 3-day visit. This, of course, doesn't include the vast sums of money spent on erecting temporary structures like that, where the Earl of Essex erected, on building a lake, a standing house, and a temporary wooden structure to accommodate Queen Elizabeth and her household. And it also doesn't cover the cost of providing gifts and entertainment for the king either. Indeed, in Henry's 1519 visit to Penshurst, Richard Pace spent approximately £1,500 on the king's visit to provide him an excellent cheer, which is close to £70,000 today. So it's no wonder then that the Earl of Essex wrote to Lord Leal on the 4th of June in 1529 saying, "I beg for your help for wine and fowl against the king's going on his progress into Essex, but except I may pay you for it, I will never send you for more." So we talked a little earlier about the impact of a progress. Now, they were splendid, but that might not mean that they were viewed in any positive light. Perhaps the local people found them to be disruptive or an extravagant expense, and perhaps even more so in places like Yorkshire in the 1540s, where Henry was not the most popular of figures. And as with other aspects of the Henrician progress, few examples survive of the type of entertainment Henry might have enjoyed. And as such, reconstructing the king's day once he had arrived at his destination is difficult, but not impossible. So we can look elsewhere, and this provides enough detail to create a rough reconstruction of the king's revels and their significance to the progress. An analysis of the available materials suggests that there were 3 main types of formal mechanisms used within the progress, and these were hunting, gift-giving, and pageantry. I could talk for hours about the intricacies of all of these rituals. Alas, I don't have the time. But these mechanisms were integral to the political objectives of the progress, and they functioned as agents through which the king and his host could participate in ritualized conversations to promote their individual political goals. For example, the 1535 progress contained a multitude of formal mechanisms which allowed the king to both achieve his objectives and to broadcast them to the elite. And one of these mechanisms, and arguably the most effective, was hunting. Henry's enthusiasm for hunting is well documented. I don't think that will come as a surprise to anyone in this room that Henry enjoyed hunting. And this is evidenced in songs, ambassadorial letters, contemporary chronicles, and even in the 1547 itinerary of his possessions. And additional evidence can also be found in the extraordinary program of emparkment, which was sort of forest creation from the 1530s to the 1540s, which was the biggest since Henry II. But importantly, hunting wasn't just a pastime for Henry. This was an era of personal politics. Access to the king mattered above all else. And hunting provided an informal mechanism away from the rituals and intricacies of the court, where courtiers could meet with the king and even influence him. This was a concern to Cardinal Wolsey, as you can imagine, as most things were, and the Eltham ordinances were structured to limit the amount of people the king could take with him while hunting on progress, and indeed who could go with the king. So we can see that hunting takes on a ritualistic meaning in the context of the progress, though it's nowhere near the level of ritual that we see in Parliament. But sharing in the king's hunt was an honour. And unlike jousting and other sports Henry enjoyed, where a smaller clique of Henry's closest friends could participate, hunting provided the opportunity to interact more closely with the king in an informal way. And it was frequently used as a mechanism to overtly display friendly intent. A good example of this is in 1535, where Henry took Anne Boleyn hunting and instead left Catherine of Aragon at Windsor, which caused a very big stir. Now, the king's itinerary on progress was structured in a way that allowed him to achieve multiple objectives at once. Each progress was individually crafted by the king and his court to fulfill an objective unique to its political context, and every progress was indicative of the king's priorities that year. His 1535 progress to the southeast was tailored to achieve two main goals: to promote the Reformation to the influential landed elite of the area, and to promote his new queen, Anne Boleyn. So here we see more clearly than ever that his progresses were multifaceted structures of government, each unique to their political and social contexts, and sophisticated enough to fulfill multiple objectives while continuing the daily running of government. Likewise, Henry's motives while traveling were a complex combination of personal and political concerns, and they reflected the nature of his kingship. Beyond their uniquely structured nature, all progresses bear some similarities. They allowed the king to consolidate his image, strengthen his authority in the localities, and nurture his relationships with the elite. But alas, they remain a rather understudied facet of his reign, and much more work needs to be done in the area. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for that paper, Keely. I think the rest of the papers in this panel are going to really resonate with that one because we have a kind of progress and political culture heavy session. So the next paper is given by Oscar Patton. Oscar is currently a DPhil student at Merton College, Oxford, where his studies are funded by the UK Arts and Humanities Research Council, or the AHRC. He's researching the Chapel Royal under the reigns of Elizabeth I and James I and VI. In examining this underexplored aspect of the late Tudor and early Stuart court, Oscar's particular focus is on royal ritual, liturgy, architecture, music, and sermons. So there's a lot going on there. He completed his BA in history at the University of York in 2020 and his MSc in early modern history at Jesus College, Oxford, this year. And he's going to be talking to us about knights and knaves, the political spaces of the Elizabethan Chapel Royal, and he does have a PowerPoint ready to go as well.
Thank you for that very nice introduction. I will be talking about all of that list of focuses, but not in any huge depth. It's a slight sort of whirlwind tour of the Chapel Royal. Hang on, that's better. There we go. So as a political space, the Chapel Royal had two main functions. It projected a powerful image of the monarch's authority over nation and church and provided for the spiritual needs of the sovereign and their court. These functions acted on a domestic and international stage, often simultaneously, both of which will be explored in this paper. State occasions and diplomatic visits, often coinciding with holy days or periods of Christian festivity, provided Elizabeth with a valuable opportunity to project the significance of her Protestant rule on an international stage, while also making a powerful statement regarding her authority over the English Church to her own subjects. The Chapel Royal has remained only a footnote in broader histories of the Elizabethan Church, and save for the efforts of individuals such as Peter McCulloch, Fiona Kisby, John Milsom, and a handful of other historians, literary scholars, and musicologists, the corpus of work dedicated to the Chapel Royal itself is surprisingly slim. The Chapel Royal, capital C, capital R, was an institution, not a place, and was comprised in Elizabeth's reign of 32 gentlemen, both priests and singing men, who attended to the monarch's spiritual and liturgical needs. Although they often celebrated the liturgy of the Elizabethan Chapel Royal and although they often celebrated the liturgy of the Elizabethan Church in royal chapels, these spectacular physical spaces were not the only places Elizabeth's Chapel Royal was seen and heard. They accompanied her and other Tudor monarchs on a reduced number on progresses around the country. Less evidence survives of this, but it's important to bear in mind when speaking of the Chapel Royal and political space. As this map reveals, the gentlemen of Elizabeth's Chapel represented a considerable geographic spread. With many serving their parish churches, cathedral institutions, or local mercantile life, their horizons were by no means limited to court. Although only one entry is found in this map for Wales, care must be exercised before jumping to conclusions, and some clarification should be provided. At least one gentleman came from Wales, Richard Morris, and a handful from the West Country, Bartholomew Mason and William Barnes. The North, meanwhile, is only linked by the parish work of one or two gentlemen. While it appears that no effort was made to secure a geographic spread by the Crown, it's perhaps testament to the political pull of the Chapel Royal, or perhaps the generous wages, that membership of Elizabeth's Chapel represented a considerable geographic spread, even if it's only a handful in the localities. When discussing political space in the Chapel Royal, religious controversies and liturgical practice are also necessarily considered, and it's in the Chapel Royal that we find further evidence to complicate ideas of exclusively secular space in early modern courts. Of the handful of accounts of services at Elizabeth's Chapel Royal that survive, James Bell's record of the christening of Edward Fortunatus, son of Cecilia of Sweden and Christoph II, Marquis of Baden, in the chapel at Whitehall, at which Elizabeth was godmother, is by some way the most detailed. This account will be drawn from throughout this paper, so a quick explanation of its context will help contextualize some of the conclusions I draw. The trip of two leading Lutheran potentates was ostensibly linked to Elizabeth's proposed marriage to Eric XIV of Sweden and to secure English aid in combating piracy in the North Sea. The trip was regarded as a success, particularly by Protestant commentators who saw great promise in the strong diplomatic links forged between two leading Protestant nations. While Bell, as a man with hotter Protestant sympathies, had much to gain from stressing Elizabeth's primacy in the ceremonial, other sources relating to the Chapel Royal, mentioned at various points in this paper, reveal that Bell's account was far from just propaganda. At Edward's christening, the chapel was sumptuously decorated. Hung with gold cloth, the communion table crowded with expensive jewels and devotional items listed here, and lit with an astounding total of 83 lights, placed as lanterns on the roof above the communion table, between the organs and upper window, on the tops of stalls, and in the royal closet. It was in these areas of the royal chapel, the sanctuary, the stalls, and the royal closet, that were to form the primary areas of performance for Elizabeth, Edward, selected courtiers and councillors, and the priests and gentlemen of the Chapel Royal. By setting the liturgical stage like this, the congregation was given full view not only of the service, but their queen at specific moments in the liturgy. A comparison of the processions to the chapel highlights the nature of Elizabeth's projection of her own monarchical power. Edward was carried in a solemn procession from Bedford House to Whitehall with his nurse, retinue, Roger Manners, Sir Henry Radcliffe, Lady Fitzwilliam, and the ladies of court. Once at Whitehall, Edward passed members of the Queen's Guard who held unlit tapers and was then carried to the vestry where he waited for the Queen. Where Edward is treated with the respect appropriate to a foreign dignitary, the service was centered around Elizabeth's arrival. Once Elizabeth had word that Edward was safely in the vestry, she processed to her chapel closet. Quoting Bell, the officers of arms wearing their coats of arms afore her, and about her majesty was borne 6 tapers of virgin wax by 6 gentlemen. The service began with the gentlemen of the chapel singing and cornets playing. In this procession, echoing John Adamson's concept of Eucharistic kingship, Elizabeth represented not just the secular office of kingship, but its sacred power too. Further, after Edward's baptism, Edward was taken to the vestry, while Elizabeth, the Archbishop of Canterbury and Duke of Norfolk, were ceremonially washed. Elizabeth's washing was the most elaborate, attended by the Marquis of Northampton and Earl of Leicester, or Marquis of Northampton and Earl of Leicester, and then brought spices by Lord Hunsdon and Robert Rich, and a cup of hippocras by Henry Sidney. Clearly, it was Elizabeth, rather than little Edward, who was the focal point of the service. Elizabeth's authority and importance was articulated not just in spectacular occasional rituals, but in the very fabric, wood, and stone of her royal chapels. The royal closet, a room positioned at the west end of royal chapels, opposite the sanctuary and raised above the nave, was a physical reminder of Elizabeth's temporal and spiritual authority. This was heightened by the presence of the royal arms above the window of the closet looking into the body of the chapel, and the painted and gilt Tudor icons framing the Queen. Coupled with the obscured or invisible body of the Queen, this had the effect of symbolizing Elizabeth's presence in her royal chapel, even if she could not be seen by the congregation below. The closet was partitioned into the sovereign's closet and consort's closet, called here by the King's and Queen's closet by McCulloch. The latter used by Elizabeth for favored courtiers and diplomats, and the former by the Queen herself. By controlling access to the closet and thereby the royal body, the mystical power of Elizabeth's queenship was evoked and the hierarchy of court reflected. The experience of courtiers and noblemen of the Chapel Royal was not limited to participation in chapel ritual, but was reflected in the seating plan of the chapel. As revealed by a Jacobean record for chapel attendance, ladies sat in the choir pews on the dean's side and titled nobility sat on the other. The rest, members of court below the title of baron, gathered in the antechapel below the royal closet. The pulpit was also incorporated into this politicized space, positioned directly opposite, if below, the window of the royal closet. I don't have time to fully explore this here, but an authoritative account can be found in Peter McCulloch's Sermons at Court. But the fact that the pulpit was movable could be iconographically linked with the decoration of the rest of the chapel and Elizabeth's confident use of the closet window to interrupt patronizing or offensive sermons helped assert Elizabeth's authority in the one part of the Chapel Royal that did not fall directly under her control: sermons. Perhaps more, positioned literally and socially above her court, it is difficult not to separate the implications of Elizabeth's spiritual and temporal authority and the hierarchical order below into a broader message of God's approval of Elizabeth's rule. In 16th century eyes, the natural social order of court, a microcosm of the country, was seen to be working perfectly, supplemented with beautiful music and sumptuous furnishings, along with a distinctly English and Protestant liturgy. The liturgy of the Elizabethan Chapel Royal is, after its music, its most famous aspect, and certainly the most controversial. The cause of this controversy was how elaborate services were. Compared with English parishes and the Genevan example favoured by a number of Elizabeth's churchmen, services in the Elizabethan Chapel Royal certainly looked and sounded closer to pre-Reformation practice. There is, however, a significant caveat to be found here. In broader surveys of the Elizabethan Church, such as Professor McCulloch's masterful The Later Reformation in England, the Chapel Royal is the conservative liturgical cuckoo in the nest of the Elizabethan Church, a haven for stubborn Catholics. This description echoes many of the musicological and historical interpretations of the Chapel Royal made throughout the 20th century, that by the alleged performance of Latin and the presence of devotional objects such as the gilt crucifix, Catholics both at home and abroad were made to feel the Elizabethan Church, or at least the Chapel Royal, somehow more accommodating. Once one looks beyond contemporary puritanical complaints, serious limits to this interpretation emerge. Firstly, there's no credible account of Latin being said or sung in the Chapel Royal under Elizabeth. Although it could technically have been permissible as vernacular, as in college chapels, almost all surviving accounts of chapel services make some reference to the English service, said or sung. Indeed, at Edward's christening, Edmund Grindal, the Bishop of London, administered the sacrament of baptism, quoting Bell, without any playing or singing, but only ministered and read the order of baptism in English as it is set out. As other descriptions of chapel services indicate, this was no exception for a Lutheran audience. In 1559, John Strype noted that the English service began at the Queen's Chapel. English processions are heard during annual garter ceremonies, and courtiers such as the Earl of Sussex were used as translators of English hymns and anthems for foreign dignitaries, such as the Habsburg ambassador in 1565. Perhaps more pertinent to contemporaries was the much discussed matter of the presence of the gilt crucifix on the communion table. The cross, specifically the crucifix, was not by itself controversial to Protestant theology generally. After all, it was permitted by Luther and survived in many German churches. For those of a more Calvinist bent, however, the cross was far less acceptable. The crucifixion could not be depicted so long as the crucifixion could be depicted so long as it was clearly a historical event and not a point of devotion. The controversy then in the minds of the reformers was not necessarily that Elizabeth's fondness of the crucifix indicated her own Catholic position. Richard Sampson understood Elizabeth's position on this matter to be much closer to that of the Lutherans, but rather that the potential veneration of the crucifix set a precedent for Catholics and conservative Protestants around the country to set up crucifixes in their parish churches and private chapels. The matter of the crucifix reached a boiling point in 1560, when a disputation was held to discuss the presence of religious images and crucifixes in the Elizabethan Church, which the iconoclasts won. Despite the unauthorized removal or destruction of the crucifix and candles from Elizabeth's chapel in 1562, 1565, 1567, and 1570, they were restored again each time. And by 1586, that foul idol, the cross, stood on the altar of abomination, in the words of William Fuller. It's unclear whether the candlesticks either side of the crucifix were lit after 1570. This certainly would have, 1560. This certainly would have indicated to some Protestants that the icon was historical and not devotional. However, in the 1601 communion service, the crucifix appears between two evening tapers, the implication being that they were lit. The crucifix and candles assumed a close relationship with the Queen's person and could be read to represent her authority over the chapel, as on the occasion when two candlesticks and two tapers burning stood on the communion table behind William Barlow as he gave a sermon at Whitehall on the 24th of March, 1560, while the Queen was absent. The association between Elizabeth and her precise Protestant beliefs was thus made early on, and at least regarding the crucifix, changed little throughout her reign. In the face of Puritan apoplexy, Elizabeth stood her ground. Her theological views were held with a conviction befitting the governor of the Church of England. The patronizing tone and dreary didacticism of Sampson, Jules, Sandys, and Grindal in the 1560s attests to that. not only is Elizabeth underestimated by assumptions of accommodation, but Catholics too. One crucifix does not a mass make. Despite descriptions of the Chapel Royal as a place for stubborn Catholics and implications of religious accommodation, very few known Catholics are identified among the ranks of Elizabeth's gentlemen. William Byrd was the only known Catholic who received any form of protection, and even this was in the form of protection from recusancy fines due to a complex network of charisma and powerful Catholic patrons. The others comprise of two religious exiles and the uncertain religious conservatism of Thomas Tallis. While there is a certain eagerness by some musicologists and Jesuit historians to read Catholicism in every corner of the compositions of the Elizabethan Chapel Royal, this remains largely conjectural. Diplomatic readings of the Elizabethan Chapel should not be entirely dismissed. There is great value in looking at a European stage. However, by recalibrating things to emphasize Elizabeth's Protestantism, a rather more interesting avenue of exploration emerges. As Edward's christening illustrates, conversations could and did emerge between the typical ornate decoration of majesty and Elizabeth's Protestant faith. An interesting example of this is found in the christening. Behind the communion table hung a tapestry depicting pelicans, as Bell tells us. The pelican, to the early modern mind, represented a Christological illusion based on the widespread belief that pelicans, who are always sort of significantly gendered as female, revived their young by pecking open their own breasts, selflessly nurturing their children just as Christ selflessly nurtured man in his life and crucifixion, or the ideal Christian monarch nurtured her state. This theme was utilized by Elizabeth in 1575 in her famous pelican portrait, which is shown here, though it's perhaps not inconceivable that the same illusion was used in the christening of a crown prince of Sweden to whom Elizabeth was godmother. Fashioning herself as a spiritual nurse to Edward, and with hopes of a Protestant Europe, Elizabeth's staunch Protestant faith could clearly take on a distinctly political tone of international significance, amplified by her Chapel Royal. When we look at Elizabeth's Chapel as a distinctly Protestant space, where Elizabeth's authority was pronounced and projected to both her court and wider Europe with little variation, we take a step closer to understanding the experience of the religion and the politics found in the post-Reformation English Chapel Royal. Further, if one is to take the political dimensions of Elizabeth's Chapel Royal seriously, one also has to take Elizabeth's religion seriously. Elizabeth's decision to obscure elements of her beliefs have led to broad applications of the word politique. As listeners to Professor Susan Doran's lunchtime lecture here at the Society of Antiquaries heard, this was part of a wider re-examination of Elizabeth's role. Was it politique for Elizabeth to insist on the presence of an icon officially banned in private and public chapels? As I hope this paper has indicated, this is not quite the question to ask. The Chapel Royal helps us to further reveal just how seriously Elizabeth held her faith. It's only by drawing from the approaches utilized by historians interested in secular ritual and looking beyond the complaints of hotter Protestant commentators towards the extant source material of a musical, literary, architectural, and prosopographical nature that we might find a clearer picture of the importance that the Chapel Royal had to the English court of the 16th century.
Great, well, thank you very much for that, Oscar. Another really rich paper. We'll move on to the next one. I'll just get these. So our next speaker is Joe Ellis. Joe is a Rocker-funded PhD candidate, well, studying in his first year at the University of York. So this is a York-heavy panel today. Prior to this, he completed a master's degree also at York, for which he was awarded the Early Modern History Dissertation Prize. His research focuses on the politicization of royal travel and progresses in late 16th and early 17th century England and Scotland. He also regularly volunteers at heritage institutions in London and York. And Joe is going to talk to us today about Here He Is, Happily Planted and Heartily Welcome, an examination of James VI and I's inaugural progress from Edinburgh to London.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the introduction, Laura. I'm really pleased to be here today. On the 5th of April, 1603, James VI embarked upon an exhibition uniting England and Scotland under a dual monarchy. He had ambitious plans for his unified realm and viewed the journey from Edinburgh to London as symbolic of a new reign, a new English royal house, and most importantly, a politically united archipelago. This was to be the first of 23 expeditions known as progresses that James would undertake over the next 22 years. The Royal Progress was a well-established political institution utilised by both Tudor and Stuart monarchs throughout the 16th and 17th centuries. In the summer months, the court would vacate the palace complex for a tour of the surrounding counties that sometimes travelled much further afield. As Keely mentioned, progresses were lavish affairs upon which the daily expenses of the court could be transferred to the provincial elites obliged to host it. They also had significant political value in affording the monarch the chance to see and be seen, requiring crucial support and reinforcing their authority en route. For James, the progress became a primary tool of provincial governance. He employed them far more extensively and effectively than traditional historiography gives him credit for. In this, they are distinct from the notoriously frequent hunting holidays he undertook for pleasure. During the 400-mile inaugural progress, James was seen and importantly judged by his new subjects on roads and noble estates and in towns, villages, and inns. Situating him in these backdrops, far removed from the royally managed palace environment, is critical to a fuller understanding of both the man and the monarch. This paper will highlight the triumphs and missteps of James's first journey through the English countryside, as he marked it, quote, like some wolf or tiger spreading his scent through his territory. It will examine the organisation of the progress, James's demeanour, and the political devices he utilised throughout, as well as the reception of his English subjects towards their new king. It will argue that along the journey, the first self-proclaimed King of Great Britain not only adapted to a Tudor style of visible monarchy, but established a new, distinctly Stuart royal identity that would later come to define his English reign. Organisation of the progress began immediately after Elizabeth's death. As progresses always had been and would continue to be, it was expensive and disruptive for all concerned. The Privy Council and Lord Chamberlain's offices in both Scotland and England became hives of activity. Itineraries known as geests were prepared, harbingers were dispatched to inspect potential stopovers, and post routes were primed for a demanding 6 weeks. Simultaneously, private hosts hurriedly stocked and prepared their homes to create a welcome fit for a king. The cost of hosting a monarch could be astronomical. For example, when James's court visited Farnham Castle a few years later, his host, the Bishop of Winchester, spent £1,000, or approximately £140,000 today, on just 3 days of royal entertainment. To prepare for ceremonial civic entries, town authorities, corporations, and trade guilds worked together to beautify the town and create an enduring memorial of the visit. The coat of arms of Charles I at King's Manor, shown here, is a fantastic example of how buildings were embellished for civic royal entries. In 1603, citizens of York were ordered to paint the outside of their houses and remove all clogs, stones, heaps, trees, dunghills, and filth out of the streets. Unfortunately, this filth also alluded to vagrants and beggars whose, quote, riot and filthy and beastly lechery and whoredom sullied the city streets. Although the progress of 1603 was much larger in geographic scale than most, these activities, their costs, and the order in which they occurred remain largely unchanged throughout James's reign. They also follow a prototype engendered by earlier Scottish and English monarchs. Thus, the logistics and mechanics of the progress were not fundamentally altered by the accession of a Stuart king. James was determined to take full advantage of the propaganda opportunities the progress afforded. To project a distinctly Tudor aura of majesty, one of his first acts of King of England was ordering the Privy Council to send jewels and other furniture which did appertain to the late Queen. This included coaches, horses, litters, and whatsoever his Privy Council think meet to accompany him on the journey south. The image on the left is a royal coach which was presented by James's ambassador to the Tsar of Russia in 1604, and it gives a good indication of how monarchs travelled during this period. Upon reaching English soil at Berwick on the 6th of April, James heard a sermon by Bishop Toby Matthew before surveying the fortifications of the town, firing a cannon, and commending the soldiers. In a symbolic interpretation worthy of Elizabeth herself, James then pronounced a sudden rainstorm to be a good omen, saying, "The sun before the rain represented his happy departure, the downpour to be the grief of Scotland, and the succeeding fair weather, the joy of England at his approach." The martial enthusiasm he exuded at Berwick is certainly at odds with James's later reputation as Rex Pacificus, while his somewhat florid language contrasts with the traditional portrait of an overly formal pedagogue who was, quote, "always undignified in public." But these specific actions were designed to introduce a distinctly Stuart monarch. They fashioned the image of a virtuous king who was revered by his Scottish subjects, a pious king for whom Protestant considerations were fundamental, and a king who could easily align himself with martial masculinity in a way that his female predecessor could not as easily do. Exercising these traditional values of good kingship from the outset revealed James's understanding that many of his new subjects were desirous of change. Not having stepped foot in England before, to James it must have seemed a profusion of wealth far beyond that of, quote, barren, penurious Scotland. Upon reaching York on the 16th of April, the abundance was quite literally flowing into the streets. A conduit running white and claret wine allowed every man to drink as much as he listed. Although many historians have attested that James blithely rushed to take possession of his lucrative inheritance, the 6-week progress in fact proceeded at a leisurely rate. He even eagerly applied himself to the affairs of his new realm en route. Ample correspondence between the king and council in London survives, revealing his input on subjects such as the treatment of recusants, support of the United Provinces, and arrangements regarding Elizabeth's funeral. Perhaps elated that the years of uncertainty over his succession were over, James was charming and charismatic throughout. This is the only image I could find where he looks even remotely happy. These are attributes rarely ascribed to him by history. In York, for example, he declined the offer of a coach, declaring that the people are desirous to see a king, and so they shall see both his body and face. In Doncaster, lack of suitable accommodation forced him to lodge at the Sun and Bear Inn. Upon his departure, he presented the innkeeper with the lease of a manor house of good value and gratitude for his good entertainment. Moreover, in Newcastle, he simultaneously demonstrated his mercy and devout Protestantism by ordering the release of all prisoners, excepting murderers, traitors, and of course, papists. Somewhat more ominously, however, the journey featured several public executions orchestrated by James himself. At Newark-upon-Trent, the king received word of a cutpurse who had been stealing from the crowd gathering to watch the train pass. In a display of rash bravado, James ordered the immediate hanging of the, quote, base pilfering thief, an order which was swiftly executed. This may have been a simple understanding of English law, which compared to Scotland's was well established and deeply ingrained. Or perhaps it was the first occasion on which his new subjects bore witness to James's proclivity for absolutism in action. After all, relatively few would have been familiar with his treatise, The True Law of Free Monarchies. In response to the execution, his astonished new English councillors carefully but quickly advised that in England, if not in Scotland, the sovereign left such cases to the due process of law. The sheer size and magnificence of the 1603 progress train would have made a considerable impact on those who watched it pass. It's likely that few in the north of England had living memory of Henry VIII's 1541 progress, the last time a reigning English monarch had travelled as far north as York. The majority of those in rural areas were unlikely to have seen anything comparable before. A lack of surviving qualitative evidence makes it difficult to gauge the reception of the rural populace towards their new king. However, there appears to have been a sense of relief at the accession of the male monarch, already furnished with an heir and a spare, some of whom are shown here. The brusque words of an honest plain Scotsman reveal the ostensible elation with which James was received. The Scotsman commented that the applause of the people in so obsequious and submissive a manner will spoil a good king. James himself was later, rather romantically, to recall how his subjects had their eyes flaming nothing but sparkles of affection, their gestures discovering a passionate longing and earnestness to meet and embrace their new sovereign. Quantitative descriptions suggest that the number who ventured to catch a glimpse of James were incredible. As he drew nearer to London, the crowds increased daily, fighting each other for the best view, and filling the countryside to such an extent that they, quote, covered the beauty of the fields. One eyewitness, John Saville, positioned himself in an upstairs chamber at the Bell Inn in Edmonton and attempted to tally the concourse. Within less than half an hour, he had counted 309 horses and 137 footmen, a throng which continued from 4 o'clock in the morning until 3 o'clock in the afternoon without intermission. Consequently, the king was fain to publish an inhibition against the inordinate and daily access of people's coming, no doubt provoked by his fear of assassination following a turbulent formative career as King of Scotland. However, if the sheer number of people who turned out to welcome James was a barometer of public feeling towards him, the first progress of his English reign was an apogee of success. Accessibility and congeniality were vital to the success of the progress. These qualities manifested themselves through political devices, such as the granting of petitions, gift exchange, and the conferring of honours. Such strategies were mainstays in the political armoury of James's Tudor predecessors, but on the 1603 progress, he employed them with gusto. For example, he was presented with a petition from the poor inhabitants of Hull that they might be protected from the daily spoils done to them by those of Dunkirk. The king, in a princely and heroic reply, assured them that no Dunkirker should after dare do any of his subjects wrong. Personally managing and determining the results of petitions became a hallmark of James's reign, helping to placate and endear his people to him in times of political crisis. The progress was also an opportunity to secure ties of patronage and cultivate personal relationships with provincial elites. This could be exercised on the road with a publicity unobtainable from the confines of the palace. One very public approach was introducing a cycle of gifts exchange that James was careful to nurture and keep intact for the remainder of his reign. Mutual gifting was recognized as a profound display of patronage, affinity, and deference that was central to political identity. Roman philosopher Seneca wrote, "To give a benefit is a sociable thing. It joineth that man's favour and obligeth this man's friendship." Or as 17th century politician Sir William Drake more cynically put it, "By gifts and presents, a man attains his ends." A procedure was initiated upon James's arrival at the town or home of his host that illuminates the significance of space and intimacy on progress. In the guise of a gift, the town or house would be figuratively offered to the king, and the keys ceremoniously handed over to him. This was a process in which the royal visitors became both guest and hosts, while the hosts became almost guests in their own home. This public ceremony symbolized a bond of allegiance between sovereign and host, while simultaneously reinforcing the latter's position within the local hierarchy. More tangible gifts from those eager to court favor with the new king were also plentiful. Civic donors tended to limit themselves to profuse amounts of gold. Newark contributed a fair gilt cup, Newcastle gave James a purse full of gold, and York proffered a cup full of gold, itself filled with gold. This is an example created to commemorate the coronation of James II later in the 17th century. The coins were quickly deposited into the privy purse, but the cups often ended up in the hands of footmen as perquisites, an insensitive custom which no doubt exasperated the donors. Private hosts, however, could be somewhat more imaginative with their gifts. So Oliver Cromwell had clearly been told of the new king's fondness for the hunt and offered horses, hounds, and diverse hawks of excellent wing. Sir Edward Denny took a similar approach, bequeathing a gallant horse, a rich saddle, and furniture corresponding to the same. When James's consort Anna of Denmark made her own separate inaugural progress south shortly after James, Sir Robert Spencer's entertainment at Althorpe was little more than a device concocted to frame the giving of a gift. A considerable jewel, presented modestly as a simple gift, was offered to Anna by an actor playing the Fairy Queen. Although the actor explicitly denied any hope of our glory by the deed on behalf of his patron, the implication was clear. Obligations had been established, and Spencer was summarily created a baron less than a month later. Evidently, hosts expected to receive something far more valuable in return for their material outlay, and when it came to conferring honours, James frequently acquiesced. On the southbound journey alone, he created 237 new knights, causing Gilbert Dugdale to observe that the king dealt honours as freely to our nation as their hearts would wish. This was in stark contrast to Elizabeth, who was so cautious in her creation of knights that it was said by her death, hardly a shire in England could muster enough knights to make a jury. In politicising gifts and granting petitions, James was continuing early traditions of exchanging favour for allegiance. However, by employing a political device somewhat underutilised by Elizabeth, the conferring and later selling of chivalric honours, James has set out his stall as a different style of monarch. Graffiti, spotted at Cheapside in 1603, remarked, "This world's a stage whereon today kings and mean men parts do play." This ephemeral observation neatly encapsulates how sovereignty was intrinsically linked to performance. It also reveals contemporary understandings about the collaborative nature of early modern sovereignty, in which the image of the ruler was forged in and out of dialogue with their subjects. Tradition would have it that James was woefully inadequate in his attempts at both performance and collaboration. Conventional historiography also prescribes that nature had denied James the power to appeal to the imagination of his subjects. However, as we have seen, on the inaugural progress in 1603, he performed the task of listening monarch with much the same aplomb as Elizabeth. As a foreign king and a largely unknown quantity in England, the progress, more than any other institution of government, provided James with the stage fundamental to the success of his dual monarchy. The path he chose once upon that stage incorporated elements of continuation and deviation. He adapted to an English style of visible monarchy that ill-suited his experience and inclination, while simultaneously paving the way for a new Stuart royal image. The accession of a Scottish king had little effect on the mechanics and pageantry of the progress, but in his judicial arrogance and deployment of honours, we can see his Scottish heritage and personal idiosyncrasies influencing progress culture. This would become more marked in later progresses, particularly as he brought his vainglorious ideologies of union to the fore. In terms of audience reception, the 6-week progress was arguably the most successful of his reign. In the years that followed, he found the process of interacting with his subjects increasingly tiresome. So too, many of his subjects had started to become tired of James. This sparked nostalgia for the golden age of Gloriana. However, despite strong opposition from his councillors and subjects, James pushed onwards, travelling persistently and extensively for the next 22 years. As David Bergeron suggests, it was as if he could only make forward progress through constant motion. Thus, for James, progresses were not a diversion from the business of government, as is commonly claimed, but were the business of government. Thank you.
Great, and that brings us to the end of a really rich and colourful panel, I'm sure we'll all agree. So if I can just get all of our speakers up at the front here, we will start taking questions from the in-room audience and the online audience.
Hiya, a question for Keely. So Henry's progress in 1541 was more or less in response to the Pilgrimage of Grace, correct?
Arguably, yes. Depends on which historian you're asking.
Yeah. So prior to that, were pilgrimages up to the north of England not all that common?
No, so the furthest north Henry had been was to Warwick in 1511. Then he kind of was very much a sort of London commuter. I think Hoylard Ramsdale wrote that he, you know, the north of England was terra ignota to Henry, so he didn't really, I don't want to say he didn't care because that's not true, but I don't think he saw the value in traveling so extensively until sort of later in his reign. But I think it was Sam who said, you know, it wasn't, someone earlier just said that the Tudor government was very much patching leaks as they appeared. You can kind of see the progress is kind of functioning in that way a little, especially when you consider the sort of northern progress in 1541.
Thank you for 3 really great papers. My question is for Oscar. I was wondering if you could speak maybe a bit more about the institutions and the spaces situated around the Chapel Royal, like what's going on in the physical space around the Chapel Royal.
So in sort of in terms of where the Chapel Royal is in palaces, or
Yeah.
So there was a very, very good lunchtime lecture made here at the Society of Antiquaries by Maurice Howard, and Chapel Royals are in that sort of placed at the end of a procession, and sort of architectural procession almost, where whereby sort of, you know, the monarch can make a procession from the royal apartments through the presence chamber, through sort of, you know, various very sort of visual corridors up to the chapel. The actual sort of, so on holy days, that is the procession that Elizabeth, or whoever the monarch was, would have made. Elizabeth also had access to the chapel through her royal closet, which had a sort of back passage almost to her royal closet. She also had another royal closet which was used for sort of ferial days, where there was no procession, and she just sort of scurried away, and she didn't scurry away, she walked in a stately way to go and observe you know, the daily devotion. I hope that answers the question.
Just a small plug that the lecture you just mentioned is still available on our YouTube channel for anyone that's in the room or listening online. You can watch it later.
I'll ask a question. Oh no, sorry, we'll go over there first.
Hi, thanks for a wonderful triptych on royal governance. I was supposing it seemed to dance around all of the 3 talks, sort of gender and the gendered nature of the various sovereigns and their mechanics and sort of image making. And I wondered if you could perhaps all speak a little bit more about that and how gender informs and inflects the progresses in the Chapel Royal, respectively. Thank you.
Yeah, so unlike James, there's not really much evidence that Henry and his queens took progresses separately, but we do know that they often progressed together. One of the most obvious gendered aspects, I suppose, of progresses was space and privacy. Where this comes to the fore really is on the 1541 progress to York, obviously with the whole scandal of Catherine Howard and the affair, and a lot of that was down to the way this sort of new informal spaces where progresses created liminal space, where the sort of usual gender roles didn't necessarily apply. So it gave Catherine Howard that kind of space, I suppose, to perform acts in privacy where she would not usually have been afforded that privacy. So we see a lot of kind of the making of space and the gendering of space on progress in Henry's reign, where those kind of liminal spaces are exploited or can be built upon, just because the court isn't where the court usually functions. As we heard earlier, you know, the court is trying to recreate the usual chamber on the move. So that's kind of one area where gender plays into the progress.
Unlike Henry, as Keely mentioned, James's consort Anna of Denmark did make her own separate progresses. She was often with James, but she often made her own separate ones. And as part of my PhD, I'm going to be looking at how she chose different areas of the country to go. For example, she went to Bath and Bristol a lot to take the waters, whereas this isn't something that James ever did. It's not anywhere he ever went. The princes also made their own separate progresses, separate from both their parents. So I'm going to be looking at how Anna chose her progress destinations and whether there was a gendered decisions behind that, if she wanted to go and see great ladies, which she did. And yeah, that's what I'm going to be looking at. But there's definitely a gender theme running through progresses.
I'll try and be as brief as possible because there's a lot to talk about with gender in the Chapel Royal. You know, probably enough for some kind of undergraduate dissertation or more, if anyone is watching or here. So Elizabeth as a woman in sort of in the actual Chapel Royal doesn't evoke her gender much, and that's fairly sort of concordant with some prevailing theories of Elizabeth's gender, in that it's a sort of the monarch as a position is a masculine office, and thus she kind of tries to inhibit those roles. However, she accepts the fact, and she doesn't deny that she is a woman, and the sort of gendered allusions are frequently made, more so in sermons. So sort of allusions to Deborah as the mother of the church are made a lot, and there's some argument to be made that various sort of churchmen who begin to criticize Elizabeth, there's a bit that I cut out of my paper, where Anthony Rudd in 1596 says that Elizabeth is in the climacterial year of her life, which she interrupts and says the greatest clerks aren't the wisest men, and leaves, as you would. There's a very sort of valid argument actually to be made for the fact that they wouldn't have done that to her father. They also wouldn't have done it to her brother because, well, he was a child. But there's a very sort of interesting dynamic there to how Elizabeth uses her gender in those interactions, and the fact that she can sort of storm off and that can be acceptable is a very, very interesting avenue of exploration, and one that I could talk about for much longer.
These might all be really inane questions. I don't know. This isn't my field, so I'm just sort of like, cool. This is for Joe. Thinking about you're talking about the level of correspondence between James and council. How recognisable were the people carrying that correspondence, and how much advance preparation was made for them travelling? And is that an extension of royal progress to have correspondence?
Really good question. Progresses were responsible for the enlargement of post-horse routes at this time. By the early 17th century, they were quite extensive. I think it went from a letter taking a week to get from Edinburgh to London to about 2 or 3 days because of the post-horse route. So it would have been done in post stages. So there would have been horses ready to take it from one stage to the next. And that was something that started early on, I think, in Elizabeth's reign, and then just expanded by James's reign. The network was huge, but they would have been ready. They would have been primed for a progress and ready to go. Yes, I hope that answers your question.
Question for Keely, if I may, and thank you all for great papers. A question about your broader description of Henry and other early modern rulers hiring the best rhetoricians, writers, builders, artists, sculptors, etc. Is there anything peculiarly early modern about this? Because I would have argued that Edward III, Richard II, Henry V did the same thing. Did the Tudors or anyone else put their own unique spin on it?
That is a really good question. I'm not necessarily the authority on Tudor image. Kevin Sharp is obviously a very, very good resource for that sort of thing. What I will say is I think Henry was the first monarch to really utilize the level of public literacy that people had in sort of image reading. So for example, today, just to use a sort of modern example, when we scroll through Instagram, we all have a sort of expectation of what we're seeing. We are socialized in a way that we can read the sort of cues in people's posts or whatever. So the early modern public would have had the same type of literacy for sort of Tudor portraiture. But I think, yeah, yes and no is the long and short answer to your question. No, Henry was not the first monarch to recognize that, he could manipulate his image in this way. But I think he was the first monarch to really invest a lot of time and money in presenting himself as this Renaissance, scholar, king, by surrounding himself with good rhetoricians like Thomas More, painters like Hans Holbein, to really push his image, because of course the king, people's only access to the king outside of the progress was coinage, or indeed portraiture. So that's a good way to kind of get across the image that you're wanting, outside of the sort of access to the king. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you, all three of you. A really interesting series of papers. Just following on from that question, I kind of want to take it in the opposite direction chronologically, if you see what I mean. And Joe, I just wondered, again, I'm being slightly cheeky, it's maybe going slightly beyond the scope of your paper, but I just wonder whether you can give any idea at all of whether what James does in terms of progresses sets a precedent that is then followed by the later Stuarts, or whether they do their own thing, or whether this is a tradition that dies out, if you see what I mean.
It's a really good question. James was Charles I did lots of progressing, but his even in James's reign, entertainments were less public and they were starting to be brought into the court as masques. And this is something that Charles I carried on. So he was less visible than perhaps James was to the majority of, to the general populace. James II does lots of progressing, but not to the same extent as James I. And I think I'd probably say that James I was the last great progressing Stuart. Queen Anne later on made a few progresses, but the tradition sort of display sort of came indoors after James, and was Charles I was a masker rather than a progressor, but he did make them.
I really enjoyed that, as you can imagine. It's a question for all of you, in fact. You are, in your various ways, you're emphasizing progresses in the Chapel Royal as places of propaganda, performance, enhancing the image of the monarchy in a very Kevin Sharp or even JPD Cooper sort of way. But you've also hinted at problems with that, tensions where things go wrong. So particularly in progresses, you've both hinted at ways in which progresses can impose enormous financial burdens, can lead to the clearing away of human trash as well as piles of rubbish. And presumably that does create fear in the localities. And similarly with Oscar's Chapel Royal, clearly the Chapel Royal is not simply a place where Eucharistic kingship is sort of uncomplicatedly projected. It's a flashpoint of tension. So my question is simply, how do you account for those tensions in your work? How do you see both sides of the balance sheet in terms of what historians of political culture have often constructed as, automatically effective strategies of propaganda simply because they took place?
Okay, I'll take this one first. So yeah, you raise a really good point, and it's a question I think that we've been grappling with in the Henry VIII on Tour network as well. It's simply like, how do you measure the success of the progress? What was people's experiences? Did they find them disruptive? Did they find them helpful? Obviously, there's a lot we know about the progress. There's a lot that's scripted about a progress, but there's also a lot that's unscripted, especially with Henry. I mean, there's an example of, I think Greg Walker talks about how there's kind of these popular myths of Henry VIII kind of swanning into like towns or villages and unannounced. So, you do have these kind of unpredictable elements of progresses. And indeed, like I said at the beginning of my paper, just because they were grand and, big and expensive, it doesn't necessarily mean that they were effective. Because they were extreme expense, not only for the localities, but also, you know, who, like you mentioned, had to go out and paint their houses and clear away everything, but also for the crown, who had to try and manage a government while the king was like jaunting off on hunting trips, which were politically effective, but ultimately a massive expense to try and manage the usual correspondence of government, and indeed, especially dealing with petitions, like Laura discusses in some of her work. So it's kind of, again, like swings and roundabouts, I suppose, for Henry's progresses. Like there were goals for each, and arguably you can say that he met them, but did the sort of downside of the progress outweigh whatever, you know, were the goals necessarily just Henry's goals, and was he successful only in his sort of inner circle and personal ambitions, or did the localities see the benefit? I don't know.
I think when it comes to James, his politicization was a bit more overt, just because he was a king of Scotland and he was quite an unknown quantity in England. So his union project was something that he used progresses to get out there. For example, in 1617, when he went back to Scotland for the first time since 1603, he insisted on taking the full contents of an Anglican chapel up to Scotland with him, which was incredibly expensive. And the Scots were not happy with this at all, understandably. He was trying to push his religious agenda onto Scotland. So I think when studying James, it's actually easier to see the negatives in progressing and see how people would have seen them as negatives, because his objectives were much perhaps clearer from the outset.
That was a nice teeing up of the Chapel Royal there. Because Elizabeth has similar struggles, and it's sort of talking about tensions, as I sort of mentioned with her leading Protestant churchmen, or many of them, were really quite upset by what Elizabeth was doing in her Chapel Royal. But beyond that, because that's talked about sort of fairly heavily and fairly thoroughly, points of tension are quite difficult to identify properly within the Chapel Royal beyond religious disputes and debates, and sort of it's difficult to identify fractures in Elizabeth's image, partly because of the sort of the complete absence of, you know, there's not exactly a wealth of material surviving, unfortunately. However, there are, I mentioned Richard Morris, the one Welshman that we can find in the Chapel Royal, who runs away as a Catholic to the continent with his colleague, Nicholas Morgan. And the fact that two Chapel Royal men and a third I've also found ran away, but he was a child and then in his sort of 20s went and became a Jesuit. The fact that three men of the sort of same generation of Elizabeth's chapel all left in a fairly public way shows that Elizabeth's authority wasn't complete by any means over her chapel, be it in a Protestant dimension or Catholic. It was never going to be complete in a Catholic way, but yeah, they are the identifiable tensions. I'm sure there are more.
I was going to ask a very similar question to what John just asked in probably a more articulate way than I could have done, but I guess I'll push it a little bit further, which is, I think nowadays we do take for granted in this generation of scholars, especially that Kevin Sharp conceptualization of political culture in this period of a successful projection of monarchical image and sometimes even policy through all of the wonderful things he illustrates and progresses and things like the itinerant court, whether it's progressing or not, are key to that. I suppose I'm interested in how far we can argue that there could ever be a transmission of ideas the other way. You know, we're quite used to talking about publicity, and of course a lot of the stuff you're illustrating in your paper, Joe, about the number of people turning out to see James is one key source for that. But I'm wondering how much we can be convinced that the more kind of ordinary swathe of society could communicate ideas back, or whether we should see the transmission of political culture and ideas as an entirely top-down movement.
Yes, good question. So these qualitative sources, as I said in my paper, they're very, I mean, to get the audience reception of normal people into these things is obviously incredibly different, because the people that you'd be interested in finding out what they thought about it were illiterate, and they left nothing behind. It's really hard to try and get to that. But I think when qualitative ways, like I mentioned, are also not particularly useful. Of course, everybody is going to be out to see the brand new king. They were intrigued, and it doesn't mean they were fully supportive just because they were there. So like the quote that I said about the plain honest Scotsman, that just gives us an idea that people were there. It still gets us no deeper to what. So I think you have to look at the end results of these monarchs' efforts. And as I said, James's subjects weren't particularly pleased with him by the end. So perhaps that says that they weren't as effective as he thought they were. But yeah, that's really difficult. I'm going to pass this on now.
Yeah, I suppose for Henry's reign, it is equally as difficult, especially when considering the progress. There is just nothing on beyond some sort of popular myths I mentioned earlier around how people viewed the progress and indeed how they influenced Henry. It's kind of taken as a given in the historiography that Henry was particularly influenceable, if that's the word. He was easily influenced, but I don't think necessarily by the general populace. I mean, we can take the Pilgrimage of Grace as a kind of example, although other various uprisings, but I'm just using that one because it's kind of, there was a progress almost as a direct result. And we see Henry's entrance into York kind of mapping that Pilgrimage of Grace route. And in the end, I mean, none of the rebellions were arguably successful. There was a lot of dissent in Henry's reign, but nothing that ever changed his mind, especially in terms too of, Anne Boleyn, who was incredibly unpopular, especially in the southeast, which was, arguably the entire reason Henry took progress to Bristol. So we kind of do see examples of where, if there were going to be any results from this kind of bottom-down approach, they didn't necessarily get very far. That doesn't mean to, that doesn't say that there weren't any examples, just there aren't any that are incredibly apparent yet. But I don't know, maybe I'll find something later on in my research, but that's the pipe dream of every academic, isn't it?
Yeah, again, it's very difficult to talk about the Chapel Royal. Though I suppose sort of thinking about it, one of the clearest points that, this clearly isn't, that there's more than room for a counter voice, though not sort of projected with the same sort of volume, is the fact that access to the Chapel Royal was fairly limited, and the music heard there was incredibly limited. Nowhere else in England could you hear polyphony like that, unless you went to a cathedral on a particularly sumptuous holy day, and the French ambassador happened to be there as well. I think the fact that I think there's a real sort of lean in musicology and in history to see the Chapel Royal as a good thing, something that sort of protected, the polyphony of Byrd and Tallis, and that's the reason that the Anglican Church has lovely music now. And I think it's quite hard to get away from that, actually. I think it's quite difficult to address the reason that parish church choirs really kind of began to dissolve. Obviously, puritanical and Calvinist inputs were instrumental in that. But whether there's room for, a popular voice of the fact that people were quite frankly fed up of all of these parish choirs is a valid question, and could possibly value from more research. I am not putting myself on either side of the fence.
All right. Oh, sorry. Yeah, no.
No, yeah, I've just remembered, and it's particularly pertinent considering your research area as well. Like, petitioning the king is a very big way in which Henry's well, maybe not policy is influenced, but there is an example of where two of his courtiers are executed as a direct result from petitioning the king. So that is one area of, it's not my, I've not looked much into it, so you probably know more about this than me, but that's one area as well where the kind of, there's like a measurable in the impact of people, not necessarily on policy, but on the sort of access to the king and more general areas of life.
Great, that was a really tough question. I apologize. And I think we don't know the answer to it yet. That's the kind of key thing. Okay, unless anybody else has any questions, I think we might wrap up there for a 20-minute tea and coffee break. I've been told to let you all know as well that the exhibition is still open upstairs for this next break. So if you haven't had a chance to see it yet, do just pop up there. It remains to thank our speakers for 3 really great papers that I think fit together really well. So thank you again. And we'll see everyone back here at 4:10.
Just to sound like a broken record again for everyone online, if you've not been here before, the Zoom will stay open and we shall see you back here after the break.
Yeah. Sure, yeah.
If your phone's about to die, I know your camera's better.
Yeah, so
yeah.
I'll do before the one.
Yeah.
I might have to go, but surely just Saturday. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
are. Some people who come back, years to this guy. Oh yeah. Insane. We need to like. Oh, what? Sorry? I can't believe the batteries go so quickly. We're gonna have to have like an insane amount of batteries there.
That's really strange, actually, you know, just that eating.
Ooh. Okay. Thank you for everything.
getting low on charge. The sockets up there are actually the smaller style sockets.
It's quite extravagant. I mean, I can plug out my laptop.
It's not yet critical. I was trying to see if there's a socket there where maybe I could perch and tie it there.
Right, okay. Well, if everybody's ready, just give it one more minute. Okay, well, I hope you're all feeling suitably refreshed after the coffee break. So we'll jump straight into our fourth and final panel. So the first speaker is joining us by Zoom. Her name is Rosa Martin. And just to recap for the benefit of those who have maybe just joined us, thinking particularly of the online audience, what we'll actually do is run through all three papers in the panel and then have questions at the end. But you're very welcome, if you are watching online, to pop questions into the chat as we go along, and then obviously we can pick up on them in due course. So the first paper is Rosa Martin's. The title is Gendering British Monarchy, the Significance of George Buchanan's Contribution, 1567 to 1587. Rosa has recently completed an MSc in Early Modern History at St Hugh's College, Oxford, after studying for her undergraduate degree at the University of York. She's currently researching the significance of gender in 16th century political thought, particularly in relation to Elizabeth I and Mary, Queen of Scots. Her more general interests cover the reigns of the Tudors and the role of women in British politics throughout the early modern period. So I'll hand over to Danielle and Rebecca now to load up Rosa via Zoom for us.
Hello, I don't know if people can see and hear me and see the PowerPoint.
Yes, sorry, Rosa. Yes, we can see you. You're good to go.
Okay, great. I just wanted to make sure before I started. Thank you for that introduction, Rory. I'd like to begin by thanking all of the organisers for hosting such a great event and for so easily accommodating me online. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Cooper for his support and encouragement of myself and other early career researchers over the past few years. And in fact, in honour of John's Tudor regime lectures, I have with me today, or I would have done, the first piece in my personal collection of random Tudor paraphernalia. I fell in love with this Mary Queen of Scots Christmas tree decoration at Edinburgh Castle, and so she was gifted to me by a friend. But this tiny version of Mary encapsulates some of the representational themes that have dominated perceptions of the Queen of Scots since the 16th century. The strength of her Catholic faith and its perceived threat is represented by the wearing of not one but two crosses, and the black dress embellished with gold, although probably exaggerated here for a Christmassy aesthetic, could suggest an irreverent widow and the valuing of personal magnificence over feminine duty. These perceived problems with Mary's character were first popularised by humanist scholar and resistance theorist George Buchanan. However, in the early 1560s, while the Knox-Aylmer debate established what type of female ruler England could tolerate, Buchanan seemed relatively happy with his own, content to enter her service as she returned to Scotland in 1561. However, by 1567, the year of Mary's forced abdication and flight to England, Buchanan had deserted her for the sake of the Kirk and begun to pen some of the most vitriolic pieces of King's Party propaganda against her. Three pieces stand out as forming the basis of Buchanan's depiction of Mary and his thoughts on queenship, though they are not necessarily as well known as his most famous work, De Jure Regni Apud Scotus. The detection of the doings of Mary Queen of Scots was published first in Latin and then in English, probably in Pretend Scots, by John Day in 1571. It provided a largely falsified, if rhetorically compelling account of Mary's tyrannous reign in the same year. An admonition to the true lords, published by both Lecprevic and John Day, justified her removal from a more political and security conscious point of view. Buchanan's most extensive account of Mary's reign can be found in chapters 17 to 19 of his Rerum Scoticarum Historia. Though not published until 1582, there are a number of reasons for a similar presentation of Mary. The need for friendly relations with England is roughly similar, and Mary's status as murderous conspirator remains the same, though possibly with a slightly more religious edge. The quoting of passages from the detection verbatim indicates expansion rather than revision. And for these reasons, and for the sake of the simplicity of this short paper, material from each of these works will be taken as equally indicative of Buchanan's overall ideas about queenship. And I have one essential question for Buchanan's work and his perception of gender, which is, was there an irreconcilable disconnect between the traditionally masculine institution of monarchy and the feminine person of Mary Queen of Scots? Were Mary's gendered failures presented as inevitable, or were her feminine vices deemed personal failures? Or did Buchanan implicate Elizabeth too, with arguments that made all female rule suspect? As his political theories would go on to become influential throughout Britain and Europe, it is essential that we understand how gender was built into his ideas. Some excellent studies of similar texts in the case of Elizabeth have demonstrated the importance of looking for nuances in gendered political thought, as opposed to assuming that everyone was as sexist as the more famous John Knox. Carol Levin and Ian McLaren, among many others, have done excellent work in this field. On the other hand, in the Scottish case, only Kirsten Post-Walton's Catholic Queen Protestant Patriarchy really spotlights the issue of gender in Mary's reign, but its scope is ultimately too broad for the kind of fine-grained analysis I hope to demonstrate today. This close reading will highlight not only that Buchanan's ideas were individually interesting, but that they also related more closely to Elizabethan politics than is usually acknowledged. By creating a narrative in which Mary fails to live up to the masculine standards of monarchy and gives in to her basest feminine instincts, Buchanan actually gives Elizabeth the opportunity to do things differently. So for the first part of my analysis, I'll return to the original question that drew me to this field 3 years ago. When a woman is raised to the rank of Queen Regnant, does the definition of monarchy change as dramatically as we might think? What were the expected virtues of a good monarch, and were they essentially masculine? Other than a vague sense of physical presence, the majority of criteria for good rule were mental abilities or personality traits, with the cardinal virtues of wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance cropping up the most. Though usually gendered male, Constance Jordan has highlighted that these virtues were already being employed by the likes of Thomas Eliot in women's defence. While unlikely, it would not be impossible for an exceptional woman to display what Aylmer had termed the shining ornaments of the mind. Similarly, John Leslie argued that female rulers, and specifically Mary, lacked neither wit, policy, dexterity, prudence, liberality, justice, nor mercy, neither any other thing met for a prince. Buchanan, on the other hand, systematically denies Mary's display of any positive masculine characteristics. By way of contrast, he praises the honesty and wisdom of her half-brother, James Stuart. Though cunning, Mary is not wise. Her decision-making process is characterised in Buchanan's words by headlong haste and rashness. She is described as inconstant and changeable, her inability to make decisions compounded by inappropriate counsel. In response to the rise of Rizzio, for example, he argues, in ruling the kingdom, she should consult the nobility rather than worthless tramps. Buchanan does, in places, acknowledge Mary's military capability and some level of courage, the second cardinal virtue, to back that capability up. His description of her actions at Carberry Hill is mixed. She rode with her army and talked with her men to ascertain their state of mind. Though she had a momentary lapse in control on seeing the famous banner depicting her dead husband, overall she remained resolute to fight. Buchanan's Mary, regardless of her faults, is anything but timid. Her inability to execute justice, our third virtue, is an obvious failure of good masculine monarchy. However, it's clear that it's not impossible for any woman to display this virtue. Buchanan describes Mary's mother and former Queen Regent Mary of Guise as a reasonable and able woman with a strong sense of justice, despite her considerable unpopularity in Scotland. By contrast, her daughter does not want justice for her husband's murder. She and Bothwell, quote, abandoned the investigation of the king's death, and with much more bitterness set about pursuing the authors of the libels, not sparing money, nor men, nor horses. While the failings already mentioned could have been attributed to mistake or misfortune, Buchanan's depiction of Mary's lack of temperance, the fourth cardinal virtue, is the clearest argument for her tyranny. He condemns the French-inspired extravagance of her court, stating that she spent her time, if not in princely magnificence, yet in more than princely, or rather unprincely licentiousness. This lack of restraint is amplified by the popular ballads of Robert Semple, closely linked to Buchanan. For example, in the lines, "The royal house, refuge to honest men, was made a bordello and a thieves' den." Scots at all levels of society had to be convinced of Mary's status as the purest of tyrants, Buchanan's definition of which, according to Mason, are monsters of effeminacy, weak men whose powers of self-control and denial have been overwhelmed by such base instinct as vanity, greed, anger, and lust. Buchanan's descriptions of Mary have been seen as condemnation of female rulers for their weak-natured passion and inconstancy. However, the acknowledgement that men could display female-gendered characteristics of tyranny, and the contextual fact that Buchanan did remain in Mary's service for a number of years, suggests that these were not permanent conceptions of gendered characteristics as fixed binaries. There was room for assessment of queenship on a case-by-case basis. And so if Mary could not be successfully masculine as a monarch, hadn't she at least fulfilled positive feminine roles as a wife and mother? Apparently not. The enacting of these feminine duties quickly backfired on the Queen of Scots and became vulnerabilities both practically and representationally. Indeed, the overarching message of Buchanan's pieces seems to be that rather than trying to live up to feminine ideals, Mary would have done better not to bother, as the risks were not paying off. In fact, Buchanan cites Elizabeth as a contrasting example of the benefits of staying single. And so when it came to the expectations of a good wife, it is worth noting that in some situations, Mary had the capacity to do the right thing. Buchanan makes little to no mention of her first marriage to Francis II, and her serious displays of mourning in the style pictured here indicate at least tacit approval of her behaviour. However, although she was clearly capable of living up to expectations of widows during her transition to power, dealing with a living husband, engaging the appropriate reaction to his death as a queen in her own right, would be an entirely different kettle of fish. Similarly, a key concern for political commentators at the beginning of Elizabeth's reign was that a king consort would not only have too much power over his wife, but that this power would be wielded on behalf of either an English faction or a foreign power, neither of which were appealing. By contrast, however, Buchanan's Mary at first represents entirely the opposite problem, a queen who excludes and emasculates her husband, an abhorrent reversal of male and female nature. The result is that her husband, Lord Henry Darnley, becomes untrustworthy to the nobility, with Buchanan stating that men of such experience did not consider it safe to trust a young man who was wholly controlled by his wife. Mary is cast as the inverse of a good and obedient wife to her husband, even before any discussion of authority being frittered away. However, when it came to her third husband, James Hepburn, the Earl of Bothwell, she is only too keen to bend to his will. In an imagined letter to her French counterparts, Buchanan quotes Mary as stating that the realm could not be kept in order unless our authority were assisted and furthered by a man capable of taking upon himself the execution of justice and the suppression of the rebellious. Mary is cast as either a disobedient wife or an overly obedient one, depending on the husband. Even when the Darnley match produces that holy grail for young rulers, a healthy male heir, there is no acknowledgement that this should be considered a success of Mary's. Once James VI and later First had been born, Buchanan made it clear that the simple fact of biological motherhood was of very little significance to contemporary politics. She is described as having no real maternal instinct and a tendency towards infanticide, with the claim that, quote, her mind would not shrink from such a task. In what appears to be a direct comparison with the biblical narrative of the murderous stepmother Athaliah, not explicitly referred to by Buchanan, but definitely preempted by his opponent John Leslie, the Queen's brother Murray and his King's party are cast as James's protectors. One passage is particularly striking and therefore worth quoting in full. Now that she was rid of this honest popular man, i.e. her husband, the Queen tried to remove other obstacles to her tyranny. She hated those especially who, seeing that her mind was not more favourable towards her son than it had been towards her husband, had banded together at Stirling, intending no treason, but determined to protect the child. In Buchanan's account, the King's party became stepmothers of a sort through this protective role, responsible for James's upbringing, correct religious views, and education, thus negating any credit Mary might have received for her own son. As James grew older, the stepmother role was increasingly assigned to Elizabeth, as suggested by Van Noot. James argues the following: how fond and inconstant I were if I should prefer my mother to the title, let all men judge. My religion ever moved me to hate her course, although my honour constrained me to insist for her life. So we see that Buchanan's passages on Mary's marriages and motherhood make it clear that to fulfil traditional feminine roles in a literal sense was not a Queen's ticket to acceptance in early modern politics, especially when family politics proved such a problematic distraction. Furthermore, any successes could easily be undermined with the right rhetoric. Buchanan makes it clear that her attempts to submit herself to feminine stereotypes were ultimately Mary's downfall, suggesting success as a female ruler lay elsewhere. And so this close reading of Buchanan's work is part of broader research into the connection between gendered representations of Mary Queen of Scots and of Elizabeth I. The results so far suggest that although historians assume that an attack on one female ruler was an attack on them all, the gendered campaigns against Mary had the effect of constructing Elizabeth as her opposite. Whether or not this was a conscious process, there are a number of factors that suggest it had a positive effect on Elizabeth's representation. Explicit references within the text are the most obvious factor. Buchanan writes, as she keeps peace and justice among her own subjects in England, so unrequired she offered support to the same end in Scotland. The inference that Elizabeth is a wise ruler, concerned with justice and having the courage to deploy English troops, constructs her as fulfilling all of the masculine characteristics expected of a good ruler, which Mary failed to embody. Interestingly, he also makes a direct commentary on Elizabeth's unmarried virginal state, which had not yet been established as permanent. Appropriating the voice of Elizabeth herself, he states, I myself have delayed entering in marriage. Once, when I publicly received the crown, I was wedded to this realm. As far as I'm aware, Buchanan's commentary is not usually commented on in discussion of Elizabeth's marriage choices. Yet here he is implementing tropes that are usually considered to originate in English representations of Elizabeth and slightly later in her reign, namely the idea that she was married to the realm and stepmother to James I. Buchanan's text also reflects a number of themes of the representation of queens that are present across the debate in both countries. One that I have picked up over a number of years is the willingness among commentators to reserve judgment in the case of female rulers until the woman in question has been tested. Even John Knox, who has gone down in history as Britain's chief historical misogynist, waited 5 years to publish his first blast, using Mary's own motto, truth is the daughter of time, against her as its epigraph. This proverb crops up on both sides of the female rule debate, in John Leslie's defence of Mary and indeed in George Buchanan's account. Attacks on female rulers are not always driven by outright misogyny, but often wait for some form of evidence or proof of wrongdoing or weakness. As Buchanan himself states, authority is gained by good actions and may be lost by bad, and majesty without virtue vanishes as a shadow. Of course, as we have seen in Buchanan's case, these examples could be strongly gendered and draw on feminine characteristics. But as other research that I've done has shown, accusations of negative feminine traits, such as passion or licentiousness, were fairly standardized in statements of political or religious opposition. And so regardless of the gender of the individual accused. Indeed, the example of John Knox's rejection in England serves as evidence that to apply any criticism to all women would be counterproductive politically. Finally, although not the subject of my personal research, it is worth noting the practical connections between British thinkers to get an idea of how influential Buchanan's ideas were in the representation of Elizabeth. For example, Buchanan's connection to the Sydney Circle has been highlighted as early as 1948 by James Phillips. Andrew Hadfield has more recently provided a more in-depth chapter on his relationship with Spencer specifically, suggesting Buchanan was one of the sources for the Fairy Queen and the representation of the villain Jewessa in particular. Buchanan's ideas about the opposition between Mary and Elizabeth are therefore represented in this poetic expression of the English political psyche. It is these connections in representation that I've been most keen to highlight and suggest need further exploration. Although the historiography of Elizabeth's reign has come a long way in its inclusion of gender as a category for analysis, the implications of queenship cannot be fully understood when treated in isolation. Where this is the case, it might at first seem that an attack on one female ruler is an attack on them all. However, gendered virtues and vices were not entirely binary. Even Buchanan's most vicious language gives Elizabeth room to do better. Setting Mary up to absorb the representational risks of femininity meant that the more Mary was reviled, the more Elizabeth, by doing the opposite, could be revered. Buchanan plays an essential role in negotiating the balance of masculinity and femininity that female rulers would be expected to display. And this makes a considerable contribution to the way monarchy would be gendered going forwards. Thank you.
The second speaker for this panel, Dr. Caroline McCaffrey-Howarth. The title of her paper is Ceramics as Historical Agents. Just to give you Caroline's biography, she is an early career art and design historian. Thank you, Laura. Specializing in European decorative arts, material culture, and the history of collecting 1600 to 1850. She gained her AHRC funded PhD in history in art history at the University of Leeds in 2019. And she's currently a visiting research fellow at the University of Leeds and the 17th and 18th century curator of ceramics and glass at the V&A in London. So hopefully we should just be able to bring up the, oh, I see. Thank you. Right, so Caroline, the floor is yours.
Brilliant. Thank you all so much. I'm sort of taking us into the 17th century. I hope that's okay. I realize we've been definitely kind of slowly drawing our way here eventually throughout the day. And I probably should say just to begin that this is very much a work in progress project. It's part of a larger postdoctoral project on political pots and thinking about ceramics and reading them as historical texts, working from 1600 to about 1850 or so. So I'm really delighted to be in such a knowledgeable audience and looking forward to your feedback. Undoubtedly, the 17th century in England bore witness to a changing world with a rise in print culture, increasing literacy rates, and as people like Joan Thirsk and Sarah Pennell and others have discussed, a growing domestic consumer market amongst the middling classes and people of the lower gentry. This is all, of course, set very much against a changing political landscape, the violent upheaval caused by the civil wars to the execution of Charles I in 1649 and the subsequent restoration of the monarchy in 1660. And of course, unnaturally, such events had a significant impact on material and visual culture, and especially on the novel new industry of Delftware ceramics production in London. And that's really the subject of my discussion today. From pro-monarchist and treasonous dishes showing Charles I and his male heirs, men in Southwark, in the early 1650s, to demonstrate the longevity of dynastic power, to cups mass-produced and consumed following the restoration of Charles II, declaring political allegiance and loyalty. Kind of ceramics play this very key role in this wider dissemination of monarchical power structures at this time. Often based on prince culture, these objects raise questions regarding the intermedial nature of ceramics production, representations of history, and the performative nature of the political experience during this time. And such interchange between media, as someone like Mark Hallett has rightly stated, might be said to be one of the most defining characteristics of the 17th century across British art, architecture, and design. But ceramics have really been marginalized within this conversation up until this point. So this is sort of bringing them to the forefront of the historical conversation, the historical landscape. So instead, this paper is very much arguing that ceramics embody a particular currency as historical agents, producing meaning and constructing narratives of monarchical political rhetoric. Imbued with agency, it asks what type of role these ceramics played within the visual, material, and haptic quotidian political experience. And quite often these objects were displayed proudly, or perhaps, as we'll see, covertly in interiors. Yet as objects of use and haptic engagement, they also played crucial roles in the performative nature of loyalist hosts in households and taverns, perhaps amongst friends or amongst larger gatherings. So this paper really unpacks how potters and consumer markets responded to unpredictable moments of socio-political change through such material culture. It argues for ceramics to be understood as historical agents shaping socio-political conversations, burgeoning constructions of history, and loyalist ideologies, leaving a lasting historical and material legacy in the political consciousness of mid-17th century England. And I just couldn't resist putting up this particular image. This is one of our displays at the V&A in the British galleries. And obviously the mug in the center of Charles and Diana was not created in the mid-17th century. It's sort of a curatorial play for the visitor, the eager-eyed visitor, I suppose. But I think it does say something about this tradition of commemorative objects still happening today, kind of becoming very ubiquitous and something we assume, but actually I'm really trying to interrogate how did this start and why and what did it actually mean at that point as well. So this kind of commemoration on pots very much survives. Most of the wares that I'm going to be showing are earthenware, so the type known as Delftware, which is essentially decoration painted onto a white tin glaze. And Delftware was really the first ceramic material, I would argue, that was used for propaganda purposes, as well as commemorative purposes, documenting both public opinions and private loyalties. And the majority of the ones I'm looking at today were most likely produced in London, a couple produced in Bristol, but London is really the main production for these objects at this point. And in London, local clay was mixed with a clay which had a higher calcium carbonate content, and that was being brought in from East Anglia and also from Carrickfergus. And the clay was essentially dissolved into sort of water-filled tanks, and you can see these here on the screen. And it became this kind of soupy mixture, not very appealing for a Saturday afternoon, but then it was essentially strained into a shallow drying tank. So that would actually make the water evaporate. The clay was then trodden on, and that would completely remove air bubbles. And then it would have been thrown onto a wheel, although sometimes molds were used. And essentially, we have a kind of unglazed biscuit vessel that was ready for decoration. It was first dipped into a tin white glaze, which was a sort of a mixture of tin oxide and lead oxide, and it was decorated. And after this, it was then fired. The London Delftware industry then was really still very much in its infancy in the 1640s when war broke out between king and parliament. And of course, as we know, 1649, Charles I is executed and rule without king is established in England. As a sort of shift with this, royalist supporters were obliged very much to surrender their silver tablewares under threat of penalties and inspections that were being carried out. And quite a lot of key players at this point, and especially city livery companies, were forced to dispose of their treasures. And quite a lot of these were then replaced with wood, but mostly with Delftware. So it's probable that something like this, which is a very, very early Delftware candlestick based directly on a silver example made in 1648, which was owned by the fishmongers company, would have been, would have suffered the similar kind of fate, having been to be sold. They'd had to sell their silver, so they're buying something else and adding their own arms to it at this point. So the success of the Delftware industry at this point really coincides with an overall growth in pottery use for various reasons, and that sort of shifts towards these commemorative wares that we begin to see. As Delftware could be produced on a fairly large scale, it was also easily painted, and frequently painted, kind of the painting that goes through it is likened to watercolor, because you had to do it so quickly before it dried. So that, quite a kind of ordered labor process going on. So it was really the perfect material for showcasing private and public loyalties. This charger, which is dated 1653, is a really fascinating example of this kind of early commemorative wear, and it shows a full-length, striking, I think, full-length portrait of Charles I and his 3 male heirs, so Prince Charles, Prince James, and Henry, Duke of Gloucester. And for supporters of the British monarchy, the preservation and longevity of the dynasty was incredibly important. So this was made 4 years after his execution, and of course the very year that Cromwell was made Lord Protector. So it very much as a piece demonstrates continuing sympathy during the Commonwealth period for the monarchy. And if you can just, eager eyes of you, spot the initials at the very top, which has the date 1653, and then above it, it has an A-T-E. And those initials were probably of a newly married couple with royalist sympathies who are actually commissioning this piece to be made to kind of mark their coming together. And I think it's difficult in many ways not to think that owning such a dish in London in 1653 would not have been seen, or potentially seen, as a treasonous act, possibly punishable with severe penalties. And I think that really confirms the loyalty of whomever is commissioning these pieces, but it also brings up very interesting questions about the methods of production, of design, how specific pieces like this were actually commissioned and then secretly produced, and kind of how that was the kind of a process passing between Delftware maker to buyer, essentially. And of course, one of the key events in the history of English Civil War was the story of Charles II as a prince in 1651, hiding in the oak tree. And in the British galleries at the V&A, there exists this remarkable tin-glazed earthenware plaque dating from 1660 or thereabouts, depicting Charles II surrounded by the crowns of England, Scotland, and Ireland in the very branches of the Boscobel oak tree. And probably, again, this is made in London, and it's very much based on an engraving by Peter Stent, and it's commemorating Charles in kind of one of the most key historical and political moments of the 17th century. And as we all know, Charles's escape from the parliamentary troops following the Battle of Worcester in 1651 was a story that he liked very much frequently to recount over the years. From the writings of Samuel Pepys to paintings and prints of the day, reinforcing a political, textual, and visual agenda whereby Charles II could become the people's king. At 3 o'clock in the morning of 4th September 1651, of course, a party of 60 royalist soldiers rode quietly up the gates of an old converted priory, the White Ladies, right on the border of Shropshire. An area run by a farming family called the Pendrels. It was dark. We know that they kind of passed unnoticed through miles and miles of countryside, and among them, of course, was, I think, 21 at this point, Charles I. And at the White Ladies, his coat and his breeches apparently were removed. He was dressed in country clothes and kind of an old hat, and kind of apparently had his long royal locks cut short. And the King's account, depicted sort of 30 years later to Samuel Pepys, records the decision, and he says, Pepys writes, "He told me that it would be very dangerous either to stay in the house or go into the wood, there being a great wood hard by Boscobel, and he knew but one way how to pass all the next day, and that was to get up into a great oak in a pretty plain place, where we could see round about us, for they would certainly search all the wood for people that had made their escape. We got up into the great oak that had been lopped some 3 or 4 years before, and so was grown out very bushy and thick, not to be seen through. And there we sat all the day. And the next day, the Pendrell brothers escort the king secretly away. And we know, of course, that Charles II loved to tell this story. And he commissioned a set of paintings to show the key moments of this adventure when he returns. I'm showing you one of these here in the 1660s. And interestingly enough, with all of these paintings, Charles is not shown at the age in which he would have been when the events are taking place, but he's shown at the age he is when he commissions them. It's quite an interesting visual trope happening here. So this is the third of a set of 5 scenes that he has created for this kind of dramatic escape following his defeat. As Scottish art historian Katrina Murray has noted, the Stuarts persistently promoted dynastic and domestic images to reinforce royal authority. And I think something that's quite interesting, I'm very interested in, is, you know, with the materiality of ceramics, was that a particular means through which to disseminate this kind of particular form of image making to the public on a much larger scale. So what can we actually see in the tin glazed earthenware plaque? Well, we've got the head of Charles II surrounded by these crowns, and we've sort of flanked by 2 smaller trees and bearing the scroll with the words of the royal oak, painted in different colors of manganese, purple, yellow, and green, and this sort of running scroll around the border. And I guess adding another literal and figurative layer to the ceramic object is the fact that it's set into a wooden frame, supposedly made from the bark of an oak tree, which legend has it came directly from the royal oak tree itself. As someone like Susan Stewart would see it, such materiality produces its meaning as a souvenir. Yet I would suggest that we can also read these types of objects as democratizing perhaps this experience and our interaction with political culture and historical records with such an object. The act of inserting this plaque into the bark suggests that it was worth preserving. And we know that there was quite a well accounted for tradition of taking wood from the tree as a souvenir, as sort of tourists carving out pieces, an act of claiming their stake in this metaphorical symbol of royal British history. And the cultural significance of such a piece demands further scrutiny. And actually what's been quite interesting in researching for this talk, I've just discovered another one of these in a private collection, but because it's being recorded, I wasn't able to show you an image. That's very, very excited by that. And I should say with this particular example, because of the provenance of the piece, again, which I sadly can't disclose, it does, there are shifts coming that it was inserted into the plaque in the 1660s. Whether it was that exact bark, will we ever know it was a bark from a tree nearby on the land, which geographically from where this piece comes from would suggest that it might be. So it's quite, yeah, sort of watch this space, I suppose. So to what extent does such a commemorative piece reinforce royal power and authority? Well, I think in many ways it certainly helps make someone like Charles II a people's king. And it certainly helped to record one of the best known stories of history from this period. And again, this idea of setting the plaque into the original tree of where this event supposedly took place is this kind of showing this object as a literal, tangible example of history. And I find that quite interesting. And once again, just like in the portraits and in the paintings, Charles is depicted in the ceramic as a sort of much older man. Again, which is quite interesting here. Of course, 1660 saw the restoration of Charles II. Cromwell had died a couple of years before that, and there was this desire to bring back, or presumably a desire to, desire to bring back more stability and order, but not always necessarily the case with this decision. But it very much, his restoration was seen as a momentous occasion. Lots of ballads, popular royalist songs, which sort of greeted and commemorated this event. Notably, Thomas Blount wrote and published several key histories from the Civil War, including Boscobel, the History of His Sacred Majesties, which was published in 1660. And we know that Edward Hyde, First Earl of Clarendon, wrote the History of the Rebellion, which was written in the 1640s, but actually wasn't published until much later. But despite this, of course, it's important to remember that according to people, and particularly David Cressy, who's done a lot of work on this, that in the 17th century, only about 30% of men and probably about 10% of women were literate. So still quite, really relatively low numbers. So visual culture, material culture, and oral news, and things like ballads were incredibly important in terms of disseminating information to the masses. The increase in visual and material culture, which commemorated Charles's restoration then, was incredibly important too, as it suggested an increasing demand for objects that could show political allegiance for the king. And it was really the Delftware factories that came to the front and sort of supplied this rising consumer market. But of course, we have to remember that these were highly decorative, brightly colored goods that could have been hung on the wall to decorate your home or put onto cabinets. But quite a few of them are colorful little mugs like this one, painted with rather schematic portraits of Charles II. And I think these are really among the earliest commemorative British wares. And they were really meant as much for display, I think, as for use. So here we see a bust of, Here we see a bust portrait of Charles II under a sort of triumphal arch in sort of dull, blues, ochre yellow, inscribed CRX with a sort of white interior in the background. And vessels like this are normally called caudal cups, which refers to a medicinal drink known from medieval times onwards. And undoubtedly, ceramics cups like these become very popular mediums for royal portraits. So we have cups and bottles, and they were used widely, not only in the domestic home, but also in taverns. And as such, their visual decoration really has the potential to reinforce the position of the crown by declaring the user's loyalty. And I think the key thing with something like this is that they would have been used. A person's haptic engagement with the object as they held it in their hands or poured from it or drank with it, or perhaps even toasted with it, meant that these objects took part in a sort of form of social performance. Users or owners had the opportunity to hold a piece of history in their hands, and perhaps such images even started conversations, or rather debates or arguments amongst friends. And it's likely that such objects played key roles in establishing networks of gift exchange as well through material culture. So what was the level of production of these types of wares like? Well, such mugs, we know, normally were never included in inventories of Delft factories or London pottery. So there's a slight kind of issue in terms of getting data of how many were created and produced, but they must have formed a minute proportion of a significant proportion of their output. They would have been cheap to buy, yet their decoration would have ensured that they were probably seldom used. So a huge number have really survived intact in greater numbers than we would expect. And I think that kind of their material and survival says a lot. It's also important to note with this one and one like this, that such images were very kind of dashed off very quickly. And it would have been quite a formulaic process of production as these images were repeated and repeated and repeated, often with kind of varying detail, as you might see. Of course, here we have a composition very similar to the dish I showed earlier, but this time in the same sort of architectural space, but this time we've got Charles II on this one here, holding his scepter and globe, standing between columns under an arch on a checkered floor, and they've got these lovely kind of tops with the acanthus leaves. And that happens quite a lot. You get these Delftware portraits of Charles II, often in ceremonial robes, probably derived from published images like this one I'm showing you. And this is a particular line engraving by William Fairthorne from the early 1660s. And it's not the National Portrait Gallery, and it shares sort of several similarities, especially in terms of the design of the crown, but the shape of the scepter, and as well as gold medallions around the neck as well. But what we have, I think, with the Delft piece, of course, it seems obvious to say, but it's worth saying, is the introduction of color. And I think that does really transform the design. It brings kind of vibrancy to the story and to the kind of historical moment as well. And similarly, iconography from this printed etching, which is now at the British Museum, was translated into a lot of Delftware pieces. We've got an image of Charles kind of being led to Parliament, wearing his crown and his holding his orb and scepter, riding through a procession in London. And if you just look closely enough, you can see they've got the sort of sign of the Royal Oak for the kind of tavern that he's passing by. I always love that detail. And several prints exist, of course, which record Charles's coronation when he's processing through the city of London, but it's more likely this one is actually him riding to a kind of a state opening of Parliament. He's already been crowned at this point, which he's already wearing everything. But several of these sort of key motifs and prints like this end up on existing ceramic pieces during the time. So I'm just going to show you very lastly, the last couple of minutes, just a couple of these. So we've got some jugs, would have predominantly been used for ale, but also perhaps for water. So we've got to the back of the jugs are two sort of panels enclosing a ship with trees on one side and a sort of twisted rope. And in the other, we've got a sort of central reserve of a sort of full torso portrait of Charles II, holding a scepter in his right hand and an orb in his left. And just kind of blow up close, so you can see that a bit closer. And of course, the regalia made for Charles II's coronation in 1661 forms a central part of the crown jewels today, but they had been completely destroyed during the Commonwealth, and so the king actually had to commission new pieces to be made when he returns, done by the royal goldsmith Robert Viner. So you can see the scepter, which he's holding in this on the image of this jug, representing, of course, the sovereign's kind of spiritual rule. And you also have the sovereign's orb, a sort of symbol of godly power on earth with a cross above it. So once again, it becomes clear that the desire to mark and celebrate the historic moment of the restoration of the monarch infiltrated into the market of Delft wares and encouraged a large market of commemorative pieces. So here with this royal all of his royal pieces together, the image very much confirms Charles's right to rule, his right to the throne. But we also have, and hopefully you can see just to the right-hand side, again, some initials for SB, which is most likely referencing, again, whoever commissioned this particular piece, the original owner of this piece, determined to show their loyalty to the king. And through such objects, furthermore, we're kind of emphasizing the monarchical image making of this time through the ceramic material medium. So in conclusion, during this period, as we have seen, there was a proliferation of decorative and useful ceramic wares that were made by several factories, most of which were in London, producing scaled down images based on well-publicized historical moments, produced very much quickly in years following the key historical events which they depicted. They were also seeking to commemorate key moments in British history, whilst also allowing the user to demonstrate their political and quite often monarchical allegiance. Often these ceramics used gave the opportunity to the users holding the mugs or the jugs to actually kind of look at them up close and in their hands and bring these scaled down images closer to their eyes. So they invited a very different kind of political engagement and representation in comparison to textual forms of print in a historical moment when many were still not literate. And they also acted as decorative, colorful items in displays or brightening up domestic interiors, taverns, etc. And through songs, toasts, or ballads, many may have acted as key agents in a performative ritual of political sovereignty. Ceramics then, as visual and material objects, had the potential to play a key role in the broader understanding of dynastic power during the 17th century in Britain, and how this was essentially disseminated through a broader range of social classes. And I think we only need to look at a handful of these pieces from this era to see the role that ceramic wares were playing in recording, making, and commemorating history during this time. And today, I think they allow us to imagine the past even just a bit more vividly. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for that, Caroline. I couldn't help but laugh when I saw the Charles and Diana mug. I'm pretty sure we've got a matching plate at home somewhere. But without further ado, let's move on to the final paper of this afternoon. So I'd like to call on Hilary Burlock to deliver her paper, Dancing Opposition, the Ballroom
and the 1784 Westminster election. Hilary is a PhD student at Queen Mary University of London. Her thesis explores the intersection of Georgian politics and social dance from 1760 to 1830. And from 2019 to 2020, Hilary was a BS, ECS and Georgian Papers Programme Fellow at the Royal Archives in Windsor Castle, where she researched the role of dance in George III's family and court. She currently holds fellowships from the Huntington Library in California and the Lewis Walpole Library in Connecticut. She's researched and performed dances from the late 18th and early 19th centuries for the past 10 years, which helps to inform her reading and analysis of correspondence and dance manuals from the period. She seeks to demonstrate that the ballroom was an intensely politicized sphere of activity in late Georgian Britain. So Hilary, if you'd like to step up, and I'll just make sure we can get your PowerPoint up on the screen. Right, well, thank you. Off you go, Hilary.
Thank you so much for that introduction, Murray. My paper pushes the temporal boundaries of this conference right to its limits as we end in the late 18th century. My approach and research really seeks to bring together new and traditional approaches to political culture, focusing on the intersection of social, political, and dance histories in late Georgian London. A ball is sometimes a more important event than one supposes, Princess Lieven observed in the early 19th century. In Georgian Britain, balls were an essential and integral element of the annual season in London, a season which revolved around the political sphere of the Palace of Westminster and the court timetables of St. James's Palace, emanating outwards through the streets of St. James's and Mayfair towards Knightsbridge and beyond. The realm of politics was by no means divorced from the social events of the season, featuring, okay. Is that better? Oh, yes. The realm of politics was by no means divorced from social events of the season, featuring a rota of balls, dinners, and soirees. Early political histories of the 18th century, including the works of Sir Lewis Namier, trace the high-level political structures and machinations of state, parliament, and party politics. Whilst Namier's historiographical contribution to the study of 18th century politics may be considered fairly traditional, this paper provides a critical re-examination of the importance of patronage and political alliances. The jockeying and formation of networks at the top of society constitutes only a narrow segment of the diverse range of political engagement. Yet this view of politics was central to elite families forming political parties beyond the Palace of Westminster. My research demonstrates a new angle through which this traditional mode of politicking was enacted, through the Prince of Wales and his coterie of female friends, and via dancing. In the late Georgian period, the term politics had a significantly different meaning than merely relating to the administration of government policies. Indeed, the men and women in this paper referred to politics and politicking in the light of the strategizing and maneuvering of members of the bon ton and the events they hosted to win favor with their party or ministry. The seasonal politicking of the nobility and gentry in London has been analyzed most recently by Hannah Gregg and Amanda Vickery. Similar to their research, this paper classifies politics as being connected to the workings of Parliament, within the Palace of Westminster and beyond. The specific political role of domestic and social spaces, and the ballroom in particular, however, has remained relatively unexplored. With London hailed as the locus of social and political power and influence, the ballrooms of the political elite were a critical extra-parliamentary space, as balls provided performative entertainment, with the body on display and dance used as a tool to assert political declarations. This paper analyzes the politicking process of key members of the opposition in the Westminster election of 1784, assessing the ways in which balls and dancing contributed to the development of political consciousness and the formation of party in domestic spaces. Balls were held by elite families to promote and protect their social power and political credit. Politics infiltrated the sphere of social dance, blurring the boundaries between entertainment and political machinations. The lure of dance was not only used to win political adherence to various factions or parties, but it was also used to signal collective identity, from wearing politicized clothing to performing allegiance through synchronous motion. Whilst dancing at balls indicated party cohesion, it could also be used to indicate factional divisions. Throughout this paper, I argue that the Prince of Wales was instrumental to the development of party politics, as it was his love of the fashionable accomplishment that saw dance used as a tool for communication, transforming the ballroom into a space for political dialogue. With an absence of firm political parties that revolved around ideology at the beginning of George III's reign, factions developed based on the personality and charisma of the politician. By the time the Prince of Wales was set up with his own establishment in the 1780s, Charles James Fox reigned in opposition to William Pitt the Younger. These leaders of factions gathered together MPs and political families based around that leader's personality and charisma. Fox, for example, was remembered by Edmund Burke as a man to be loved. It is that personality that won supporters over to espouse the causes and ideologies of their leader. Personality was a key factor in the development of the politician's networks, in his constituency, and amongst his peers in Parliament. Women were largely responsible for orchestrating and hosting balls and acting as lady patronesses for politicians and their supporters. While political leaders were able to draw proponents to their agendas through the strength of their personalities, hostesses bolstered the positions of these political groupings, glamorizing, energizing, and propelling them towards the development of party. Indeed, women's personalities were as vital as those of the politicians they supported. Frances Anne Crewe was remembered as an honorable, generous-minded creature, fair to all parties, to all sets, firm to old friends. Warmth and hospitality engaged her guests on behalf of her own family, as well as the politicians they supported. She opened her doors to Whig supporters, as did the Duchess of Devonshire, to provide a forum for political discussion. These women hosted events during the parliamentary session to bolster their family's social and political credit. The celebrity status achieved by the Duchess of Devonshire in her lifetime was an essential component of Whig strategy, deploying glamour as a tool to generate support for the opposition. Indeed, Gillian Russell astutely argues that libertine flamboyance, female exhibitionism, and the cultivation of public celebrity was used to define the Prince of Wales's party in defiance of the Farmer George probity associated with the king. These women consequently hosted suppers and balls, bolstering support for their political candidates, whether connected by family, friendship, or faction. Outside the rigid ceremony of George III's court, the king's brothers and sons used dance to break away from the traditional power of the monarchy in support of the opposition. The Prince of Wales's position in society and his fondness for dancing made him a sought-after guest for any hostess of the bon ton. The Prince of Wales's establishment in the early 1780s fundamentally changed the type of political jockeying for power, as the flamboyant and energetic heir apparent made being in opposition fashionable. The reversionary interest was a pervasive influence over the bon ton, with fashionables flocking to support the Prince of Wales and his faction in the West End homes of the opposition. The 1784 general election has been intensely analyzed by historians, but very little has been written on the role of dancing within the campaign. Indeed, balls and dancing were staples in the political candidates' arsenal to treat borough and county constituencies during Georgian elections. Election balls were used to generate support for political candidates prior to the final poll and to thank voters for their support afterwards. However, they were also used to secure members of the bon ton to government and opposition parties. The rivalry between Fox and Pitt the Younger played out nationally, but in the constituency of Westminster, the campaigning in the streets was for Fox and his opponents, Baron Hood and Sir Cecil Ray. With Westminster's close proximity to court and the homes of the political elite, the election of these local MPs was projected onto the national stage. While the polls were open for 40 days, electioneering for the borough began much earlier. The three candidates addressed the electors in a meeting in Westminster Hall on February 14, 1784, prompting Fox's female supporters, including the Duchess of Devonshire, Lady Duncannon, Lady Melbourne, Mrs. Bouverie, and Mrs. Crewe, to canvass on his behalf from March, in advance of the prorogation of Parliament on April 6th. By the closure of the polls on May 17th, the final votes were cast for Baron Hood with 6,588 votes, Charles James Fox with 6,126 votes, and Sir Cecil Ray with 5,895. Prior to the election and the final poll, which saw both Fox and Hood elected for Westminster, the Prince of Wales actively promoted Fox, playing a key role on March 17th with a ball at Carlton House. The decoration of the newly refurbished home was the press's primary focus, yet private correspondence revealed that the ballroom was a political space that was astutely read by guests. Horace Walpole attended, wherein he was surprised to note that the Amazons of both parties were invited, and not a scratch was given or received. That Walpole specifically commented upon this detail indicates that inviting political rivals to his balls was an unexpected practice on the part of the Prince of Wales. Similarly, Mary Hamilton, courtier and sub-governess to the Prince's sisters, recounted that amongst the guests was no distinction of party, as there were both the ins and outs. Indeed, she observed that the Prince's attentions were properly divided, and nothing, in my opinion, could be more proper, more gracious, more like a gentleman and a prince than his behavior. What a pity that one who knows so well how to do what is right ever fails of doing so. In behaving appropriately towards his guests in this instance, the Prince of Wales conversely highlighted the lack of such hospitable behavior on previous occasions. However, the ultimate purpose of the ball at Carlton House was to generate support for Fox prior to the election and indicate the Prince of Wales's position as leader of the opposition. The election of Fox to his seat in Westminster 2 months later on May 17th was seen as a crucial victory for the opposition against the Crown, despite the majority for Pitt the Younger as Prime Minister. After the announcement of the poll, Fox was chaired in a procession that led from the hustings to Devonshire House. The route traversed the City of London into Mayfair, from the hustings in Covent Garden onto the Strand to Parliament Street. The procession continued up to circle the courtyard of Carlton House, down Pall Mall, past the political clubs on St. James's Street, before concluding at Devonshire House, where Fox addressed the crowd. The route really celebrated the victory of Fox as an MP and acknowledged the support of his elite patrons. A plethora of festivities ensued, including a dinner at Devonshire House, a breakfast fete at Carlton House, and a ball at Mrs. Crewe's in Grosvenor Square. The fete at Carlton House on May 18th was attended by approximately 600 fashionables, many of whom donned Fox's colors of blue and buff, as well as fox laurels and fox medals around their necks. Attending the fete at opposition headquarters solidified a collective identity for those opposed to the Prime Minister and the monarch. The company assembled for a déjeuner at the breakfast fete at around noon or 1 o'clock, with dancing between 4 and 7 o'clock in the afternoon before a supper. The Derby Mercury reported that 4 bands of music were disposed at a proper distance in the garden, allowing for music to be heard throughout the event. The breakfast fete was strategically timed so that sounds of music, dancing, revelry, and merriment would be heard emanating from Carlton House as George III's official procession to open Parliament passed through St. James's Park. The event demonstrated the significant political influence the heir apparent had accrued, and by deliberately slighting the king, proclaimed the personal and political differences between monarch and heir, father and son. The Prince of Wales spent the afternoon dancing country dances and cotillions with his friend and ally, the Duchess of Devonshire, a choice that was both conventional and political. As the highest ranking woman at the fete, custom obliged the Prince of Wales to dance with her. Beyond precedence, it was also a statement of political alliances and victory, acknowledging the Cavendish family's financial support during the campaign and the Duchess's role in canvassing for Fox. The Prince of Wales also honored Sophia Walpole, the wife of the Honorable Horatio Walpole, later Earl of Orford. He was the MP for King's Lynn in 1784, a staunch member of the opposition, and the Duke of Portland's cousin by marriage. As the Duke of Portland was the Duke of Devonshire's brother-in-law, dancing with Sophia Walpole was a similarly potent demonstration of the opposition's political networks. The election ball hosted by Mrs. Crewe on May 18th to celebrate Fox's victory was similarly employed as a political tool and was highly reported on in the press. The company gathered en masse in Fox's colors and the Prince of Wales's feathers for the ball, which began at 10 o'clock in the evening and lasted until 6 or 7 o'clock the following morning. The Derby Mercury reported that the Prince of Wales arrived, fashionably late, with his chosen quadrille or cotillion set, who danced the most elegant figure dance that could be formed. The opening dance featured Fox canvassers, including the Duchess of Devonshire, her sister Lady Duncannon, and Miss Keppel. The figure dance showcased familial networks, as Mr. Greville's presence in the dance, as one of Mrs. Crewe's brothers, paid tribute specifically to her role within the campaign. With gambling as a fashionable hallmark of the Whig elite, the Prince of Wales's quadrille set also highlighted his connections to Brooks, the opposition club in St. James's, as another of the dancers was Tom Stepney, who helped to run the Faro Bank there. Similarly, Lady Bamfield was the wife of Sir Charles Warwick, 5th Baronet Bamfield, who as MP for Exeter voted with the opposition and had been elected to Brooks in February 1784. These elegant dancers were selected not only for their political connections and skills, but it was also for their aptitude on the ballroom floor. The figure dance itself was an important emblem of victory, being danced by only 4 couples aligned in a square, all couples facing inwards. As a dance form, the cotillion was foreign, elite, and exclusive. Performing a fashionable French dance highlighted the glamour of the now fashionable opposition. Its square formation, limited to only 8 dancers, afforded its members an exclusivity of contact, suggestive of deeper intimacy in comparison to the more open English country dance with its long ways set. The Prince of Wales's quadrille thereby performed their cohesion in dance, embodying their political networks and alliances. Following the figure dance, the Prince of Wales danced both minuets and country dances, starting each with the Duchess of Devonshire. The minuet was a presentation dance, while the country dances were more sociable, encouraging the mixing of the dancers. Celebrating electoral victory and displaying political allegiance through dance was critical to solidifying party spirit amongst the opposition members. The language used to describe these events clearly reflected the performative nature of dance. The participants referred to not always as dancers, but as performers. Dance made these celebrations politically potent, as the performers demonstrated their allegiances through a nonverbal medium, in which their bodies represented their political beliefs. Networks and alliances were made flesh as the choice of partners and dance form built and signaled a collective party identity. Attending and dancing at balls was an established feature of the season in Georgian London. Within the homes of the nobility and gentry, balls were strategically deployed to accrue support and reveal divisions within the political elite. By the 1780s, the activities of the opposition reached new heights with the arrival of the Duchess of Devonshire and the Prince of Wales. Their glamorous gaiety attracted attention and really ratcheted up the political significance and implications of entertainments. The Prince of Wales's flamboyance in the ballroom and in society generated a cohesive community and identity against the staid nature of George III's court. However, in doing so, the opposition galvanized Pitt the Younger to generate support for the government through his female relations and supporters, albeit less successfully than the fashionable opposition. The ballroom as an intersection of mobile elements was a space that was astutely read by members of the political elite through the material culture of clothing and decorations, lists of ball attendees, and descriptions of dancing in the press and in correspondence. Recognizing that domestic and social spaces played an immense role in Georgian politics, women competed to organize balls and soirees, actively swaying political processes outside of the Palace of Westminster. Women were instrumental to glamorizing the political process, using dancing and balls to symbolize and generate support for the opposition or government. A reevaluation of traditional political histories through space, actors, and their activities lends vital nuance to Georgian politicking. With a recognition that a ball was a more important event than one supposes, the activities within the ballroom are brought into sharper focus. The Prince of Wales and his supporters were adept at turning attendance at events, including dance, and the dances themselves, into public statements of political allegiance. Bodily performances provided opportunities to create political cohesion and indicate factional divisions. Indeed, the opposition adapted the provincial tradition of Georgian election balls for larger political ends. Publicized by the press, dancing and balls entered the arsenal of 18th century political families as tools for the expression of political identities, alliances, and networks. These parties were truly scenes of party politics. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Hilary. What I'm going to do at this point then, if I can invite Caroline back up to the front of the room, and obviously Rosa will join us via Zoom as well, if my colleagues can sort out the IT side of it. So yes, thank you. If you'd just like to take your seats there again, and obviously you'll have to pass the microphone back and forth between you. So yes, obviously the floor is now open to questions. Do we have any questions from the floor? Oh yes, please.
Thank you very much. This question is for Caroline, and I'll start by saying that I don't know masses about English pottery from that period, but I was wondering if you could say anything, because the pieces that you showed us in comparison to pieces I've seen from China from that period, for example, are kind of chunkier, stodgier pieces than some of the finer ones from China. I was wondering how much of a stylistic decision that was, or how much that was just a technological limitation of pottery in that period here. And if it was a stylistic decision, if there was anything like political about the pieces that you showed us in that kind of pottery.
Thank you for that question. I think the main difference really between China at that point, we were importing a lot of porcelain, particularly kind of blue and white porcelain, and that was hard paste porcelain, and we weren't able to recreate that in Europe until 1708. So actually the best we could do were tin glazed earthenware. So they were mostly based on kind of Majorca, Fayence, Delft, Dutch Delft, that was where a lot of the stylistic decisions are coming from, and then the forms themselves are coming from. So for example, the jug that I showed towards the end with the twisted rope is actually based on Nevers, a French faience shape. So we're much more kind of interlinking with a continental scope in terms of decorative form and imagery. But we are, I mean, we were still trying to produce Chinese porcelain, but we absolutely couldn't. So yeah, but actually maybe I think in terms of the forms and the shapes of the vessels, that's not something I've looked at a lot enough perhaps, yeah. Thank you.
Oh, another one, yeah.
Thanks for getting me on the obstacle course. Thank you for 3 wonderful presentations. I have a question again for Carolyn. I was really fascinated when you said the sort of democratization of the royal image. And I was wondering, because these objects are sort of, they are used, they're everyday sort of items, and they don't have quite the sort of the reverential thing of some of the textual things. Is there sort of an unmooring or a loss of control over the royal image by the court? And alternatively, is there sort of any evidence, which who knows, I'm sure you'll be able to tell me, of sort of irreverent usages of these items? You know, is there sort of chamber pots with the royal image on or things like that going around and stuff like that?
Thank you. It's great questions. But in terms of the forms, not so much, not at that period. You do get that when you hit the later 18th and early 19th century, there's a whole world of Napoleonic pots and things, which are quite amusing if you want to get into that, but not so much in the earlier period. In terms of, it's interesting, the control of the royal image, I'm really interested in that, and you do see there's such discrepancy because of how quickly they had to actually physically paint them. Not so much with Charles II images, but he's quite, stylistically, it's quite obvious, but there's definitely, by the time you hit the William and Mary period, it's quite difficult. Without actually seeing the letters or a kind of crown, it would be quite difficult to say it's definitely William at that point. And sometimes there's the kind of the way it's been done. I think there's a loss of control there through the image making. But by the time that is happening, you've just got there's been such a much the industry is producing at such a larger scale, whereas actually 1640s, like I was kind of saying, it's still very much in the infancy at that point, and it's very much concentrated in London. But by the time you hit the end of the 17th century, Brislington, Bristol, all of these other places have popped up, as have other types of slipware, which is a different kind of stoneware, all ceramics genre, that are doing similar types, but not as sophisticated. Although some of those I was showing you, as I said, quite formulaic. They weren't actually as sophisticated. But I hope that sort of answered your question. But I do think there's something very interesting in terms of the politics of and the control of that image, and how it's being kind of disseminated. Thank you.
Oh yes, please, Katie.
3 extremely interesting papers, kind of following on from the question, but this time for Rosa, just about control of image. You mentioned that, you know, Mary's sort of failure, if you will, was used to bolster Elizabeth. I don't know much about Mary Queen of Scots, so this might be a very obvious answer to this question, but do you see any sort of attempt from Mary to kind of take back control of her sort of image and reputation? And is there any kind of like campaign, I suppose, from her to sort of reassert herself as like this formidable queen rather than this kind of feminine waif that Buchanan is quite content to sort of portray her as?
Yeah, that's actually a great question. Obviously, this is just like a kind of slither of my dissertation research over the last year or so. Mary doesn't actually do a lot of kind of her own representation. She doesn't write very much other than letters and bad poetry. And the kind of most of her defense comes from people like John Leslie. So he was her main defender. But actually, there is quite a lot of acknowledgement in John Leslie's works that most of what happened that was obviously had happened, he doesn't try to kind of deny any of it. And he says things like, you know, to paraphrase, even if Mary had murdered her husband, she had the right to kill him anyway. She's the queen. So a lot of it is kind of gives her more strength, but it doesn't usually try and make her morally any better, which I did find really interesting. And so a lot of the time it's kind of reaffirming Mary's claim to the English throne, and saying what good queen she would be, and restoring the Catholic faith, etc. But actually, in terms of the accusations on her character, the defences aren't very good. I hope that answers your question.
Oh,
I have a question for Hilary.
Yeah, please do.
Thank you. Thanks so much for your paper. I loved everything you were saying, and particularly like the sensorial experience of all the different noises and the music and the frivolity. I thought was really interesting. I had a question about scandal and the dances, because I know you were saying there were kind of the reports of who was there and what the musics were and who danced with whom, but so often these were quite like kind of I don't know, raucous spaces. Was there an element of scandal, and if so, did that ever kind of impact negatively on the political agenda of the evening, I wonder? Thank you.
That's a really great question. I think for the fashionable opposition, scandal's not a big problem for them. In fact, you know, if anything to draw attention to that side, and whether, you know, scandalous behavior is being discussed in correspondence, in the press, in caricatures, that's all creating this identity. So the ballroom could definitely be a raucous space, and you do have, you know, fights breaking out in the ballroom between 1760 and 1830. The changes in government, particularly for the elite, does make the ballroom a contentious space. So you might have, you know, divisions between factions standing on separate sides of the ballroom and refusing to speak or dance with each other, and actually having mediators trying to parley between the two groups. So scandal definitely took place, and it really created this political atmosphere of the political elite in London. Thank you.
I might just use my my chair's prerogative just to jump in there quickly, because I want to pick up on that point of the role of the press in all of this, because this is something that's sort of slightly coming up in my own research at the moment, how the press does tend to report all these sort of fashionable parties and say, you know, who was hosting who, you know, even though these are in theory private events. I just wondered if you could kind of offer any comment on sort of if and how this sort of press reporting was exploited by the parties concerned.
Absolutely. So that's a really interesting dynamic that you've raised. So these are essentially private events. You only get in if you have an invitation. So the fact that the public press is reporting on these private events, it sounds as if there was a system of kind of sending in kind of anonymous tips to flesh out some of these details. But even though these events were private, the strategizing that's going on in these spaces is meant to be read by broader society, not just the political elite, but people reading the newspapers to see what the power plays are being made, actually. Yeah. Great question, thank you.
No, not at all, thank you. Oh, yes, we've got a question over here.
I do have two questions. So one's for Rosa. Thank you also for 3 amazing papers. One's for Rosa. Rosa, how Mary and Elizabeth obviously had a very, very sort of close literary relationship. How close, or did Mary and Mary, as in Mary the First, Mary Queen of Scots, have a sort of literary relationship? What was Mary the First ever evoked at the same time as Mary Queen of Scots? I can ask both questions at the same time, and then one person
Yeah.
gets the chance to.
Sure.
And the other one's for Hilary. Following on from the question about sort of controversy of dancing, this is definitely sort of highlighting my own complete blank patches. But in my own research, obviously, sort of music is a sort of dangerous force from a theological perspective. Obviously, 200 years have passed. I'm just wondering sort of what has changed, because obviously Britain is still very Protestant. How has music become permissible, or has it?
Yeah, well, shall Rosa perhaps go first, and then Hilary can just have a moment to think.
Yeah, that's fine. I think I can sort of answer this one. There obviously isn't as much crossover because Mary is still Mary Queen of Scots is still in France and relatively obscure by the time Mary I dies. But the kind of one figure who does draw comparisons is John Knox. So he, I can't remember exactly which text it is. I'm kind of going back to a much older reading here, but he makes comparisons between kind of, I think maybe 4 Marys that were in power in different countries in sort of England, Scotland, and France, and kind of complains about them all at once, not only because they're Catholic, but because they're women. But at that point, most are content to kind of leave Mary Queen of Scots be. It is only John Knox, the most anti-feminist of them all, who is really kind of commenting on her as early as that. But yeah, I can find the article if you're still interested.
Hilary, please.
All right. In terms of the question of music within the ballroom, certainly Georgian music was just so pervasive. Obviously, you have music within the church, you have music within the theater, you've got street ballads being performed. It just pervades everyday life. So it's very much permissible in that sense, in that it's just being heard everywhere. I know one musician in Oxford, John Malcher, had a journal where he was writing down the music that he was hearing just as he was walking down the streets. And he wrote who was performing, whether it was a street musician, whether it was a more formal space, what was being performed. So it's just pervading everyday life so completely. And the connections between music in elite ballrooms and kind of the more open social spaces of the streets, those are really kind of flowing back and forth in terms of country dance tunes in particular. They were being drawn from these street ballads, from the theater. They were really going back and forth between the court, the ballroom, the stage, and the streets. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Yeah, thank you both for those answers. I'm very conscious that we're sort of coming up to 22. Do we have any other final burning? Oh, yeah, just one last question there.
If I can cheekily steal the last question. Thank you. Fantastic papers. So interesting to hear about them. So I wanted to ask about how currently kind of ballrooms in the popular imagination are a place of romance and maybe kind of matrimonial alliances and courtship. But in that, obviously, even in the popular imagination, there's an understanding that it's a place of kind of power dynamics and alliances at that smaller scale. And I wondered to what extent that was part of the scene or harnessed, or is so-and-so flirting with so-and-so a part of the scene? Is that something people are capturing, you know, a kind of coquettish wink or whatever it is at the time?
Absolutely. It's definitely a part of what happens in the ballroom. It's typically seen as one of the spaces for matchmaking during the season, but there's so much more that's going on in the ballroom. And that's one of the things that my thesis really looks at. It's about complicating this picture, quite often with, you know, successive waves of Jainites and Austen fanatics. You know, you have this perception of the ballroom, and especially in contemporary period dramas, where flirtation is all that's being portrayed. So it's become a very skewed perception of what's going on in this space. And you have so much more going on, from politics to, economics, connections to the judicial system in the 18th century. There's quite a lot going on. Great question, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, all three of you, so much. I'd just like to invite our audience in the room to give one last round of applause just to show their appreciation. So if I can invite now our last two speakers just to take their seats again, and then perhaps Jen and Laura would like to come up and join me for the closing remarks. Okay, so I'm going to keep these closing remarks as brief as we can, because I know that you're all itching to get to the wine reception. But first and foremost, we do need to say some thank yous. Most obviously, of course, thank you to all of our speakers who have delivered such a wonderful range of papers today. Secondly, of course, thanks to all of the team here at the Society of Antiquaries who have made this event possible, but particularly to those of us who are actually present today. So, of course, to Dr. John Cooper, to Danielle and Rebecca, who have been diligently working to keep the IT running and pass the microphones round for our speakers, to Rebecca, Stephen, Matthew, Becky, who have all been working behind the scenes as well to provide the refreshments, to look after the front door, to put on the exhibition upstairs, which I know we've all very much enjoyed. And of course, thank you to you, our audience, both here in person at Burlington House, and those of you joining us online as well. I gather we've had quite a good turnout online, and it's obviously so sad for us as as organisers and speakers that we can't actually see your faces, but it's lovely to know that you are out there, and we really appreciated your engagement in asking questions and so forth. So we do hope that you've enjoyed this event as much as we have. Of course, on a personal level, I'd like to thank my co-organisers, Laura and Jen, without whom, of course, none of this would have been possible. As I say, I'm not going to give a long speech about the content of the papers because, frankly, I'm not really sure it's necessary. You all saw what a wonderful range of papers and what a range of topics we've dealt with today. But just by way of a closing thought, I'm going to come back to those three words that John opened this event with today. That idea of political culture extending, decentering, and broadening our understanding of political culture within these islands. We have certainly seen that in terms of extending to people outside the sphere of the court. We've seen all kinds of different people. It's been particularly noticeable how many of the papers have dealt with the role of women in politics, whether that's royal women or hostesses, or even just as consumers of ceramics. People at all levels of society engaging with politics in so many different ways. And again, that idea of decentered politics, whether that's the Gaelic lords in Ireland, sort of struggling to assert themselves against the English domination of Ireland at that time, whether that's the role of local officials like sheriffs. Again, I'm not going to try and cover the complete list of papers, but we've seen so many different examples. And really, I think it's hardly necessary for me to elaborate on how we've broadened research materials. I think that was particularly apparent in that last panel, that idea of bringing in different kinds of sources, whether that's dance, ceramics, pamphlets, all kinds of things that maybe haven't been as prominent in historical discourse as they should have been. And hopefully events like this today will bring those kind of materials front and center. Jen, Laura, do you have anything to add at this stage?
No, I think you've covered it all, Murray, so thanks to you as well. And we hope everyone's enjoyed the day, and thanks to the Society for advocating for these sort of early career events, because we've definitely missed them over the last few years, haven't we? So.
On that note, there is a survey on the back of your programme. So if you wouldn't mind maybe just taking a minute or two to very quickly fill it out. I know that feedback is always very useful moving forwards. And yet, while the closing comments have been cut short anyway, you've got all this extra time. So yes, but thank you everyone. I really enjoyed it.
Yes, thank you very much indeed.